Everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's appearance and his invincible pressure. Lin Yun didn't look like someone who would die soon. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun declared that he would make Lin Yun crawl into the plaza. But clearly things did not go according to plan. What a powerful sword intent! When the crowd examined Lin Yun's sword intent from close up, they were in awe. Reverence filled their eyes because Lin Yun was a genuine genius in the way of the sword. After all, it was already impressive for those to grasp spiritual sword intent in the heavenly path. However, Lin Yun had grasped the greater mastery of sky sword intent, making everyone else seem dull. The crowd had never seen such a piercing sword intent before, so they were fearful. If Lin Yun could leave and go to the Saint Spiritual Lake, he might reach the level of the Realm Suns. At this moment, the crowd could see the ugly expressions of the Realm Suns. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was especially angry as he sneered, "You're so energetic, but this is as far as you go." In the next second, generals and others on the gold ranking flew into the sky and stood before Lin Yun. One of the generals barked, "You really dared to come. Lin Yun, you sinned by killing people from the war realms. Why aren't you on your knees begging for forgiveness?" A gold-ranking genius barked. With the 3 Realm Suns present, no one was afraid of Lin Yun. Lin Yun casually looked around and noticed many people from the gold ranking standing in his way. It was as if no one wanted to miss out on such a grand occasion. "I don't wish to harm others while going after the war realms. I can spare your lives if you leave now." Lin Yun's voice wasn't loud, but he radiated brightly with a sword ray from his body. "Humph! Let's suppress him together." A general barked and everyone began to take out their treasures. They had no fear because they were confident that any one of the Realm Suns could suppress Lin Yun. Plus, if all 3 Realm Suns worked together, there was no way Lin Yun could win. The battle broke out instantly as countless treasures radiated brightly. The entire plaza was dyed in various colors while shockwaves spread out in the air. Who would have thought that all the gold-ranking geniuses would instantly fight Lin Yun? The crowd didn't dare to get involved in the battle because many treasures were in use. After all, the destructive force of all attacks had increased. Lin Yun hovered in the sky and allowed the attackers to charge towards him. Meanwhile, his sword intent shined brightly in his eyes while his hair fluttered wildly in the wind. Then, a dragon roar echoed out of Lin Yun's body. With a lightning storm brewing, Lin Yun wielded his sword while unleashing an azure dragon. A boundless dragon aura exploded and fused perfectly with his sky sword intent. At this moment, everyone was feeling the pressure of an overbearing dragon. Lin Yun's immortal azure dragon sword aura was holding up all of heaven. Under the boundless sword aura, all of the attacks looked tiny. Then, Lin Yun let out a ferocious roar as sword rays exploded out from him. Not good. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face changed. The sky sword intent at greater mastery was already strong, but this was a combination of the azure dragon aura and sword intent. It was an unprecedented attack that overshadowed all of the powerful treasures gifted by the Realm Suns. In front of such a powerful sword aura, every single treasure was suppressed. Lin Yun warned everyone, but they didn't listen. So in just one exchange, all phenomena in the sky had been dealt with by Lin Yun's sword ray. Then, Lin Yun executed the sun-chasing art. Turning into a golden beam, he started to unleash countless sword rays. Aside from those on the gold ranking, no one could take a single attack head-on. Lin Yun hovered in the sky with iris flowers spreading out. With each blooming flower, blood would spray as a genius fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun had started a massacre. Aside from geniuses on the gold ranking, dozens of people were killed. When Lin Yun showed up, he really slaughtered everyone that didn't listen to his advice. Get lost! Lin Yun pushed his palm out as he faced 2 geniuses on the gold ranking. Then, Lin Yun swept his glance onto Yu Weiwei, who was tied on the pillar. However, he didn't make a move yet. Big brother Yun, don't come over. Yu Weiwei began to struggle anxiously and lightning would flicker on the shackles every time she moved. When Lin Yun saw the pain on Yu Weiwei's face from the lightning, he felt heartache. However, he saw the message that Yu Weiwei was trying to pass him. She was telling him that it was a trap. "Humph, you want to leave? Too late." The profound dragon realm's son sneered as he retrieved a chain bracelet that was connected to his middle finger and wrist. Then, the chains emitted a silver brilliance while the sound of a wind chime rang. Cracks began to appear on the plaza as 9 thick shackles broke out of the ground. Every single shackle contained boundless power like 9 venomous pythons that trapped Lin Yun. "Dragon-locking shackles," the spectators exclaimed because this was the treasure of the profound dragon war realm. Although it was a replica, each shackle was comparable to a transcendent Tao artifact. If 9 shackles were activated at once, they were equivalent to 9 transcendent Tao artifacts. No one under the Empyrean realm could break free from it. Most importantly, the profound dragon realm son could unleash 70% of the shackle's power. Lin Yun didn't dare to underestimate the power of the shackles. So he activated the Azure Dragon Saint Art, Iris Sword Sutra, and Azure Firmament Sword Sutra at the same time. In the next second, 9 dazzling punches were unleashed, containing the maximum power of the Divine Glory Sun Fist and Divine Glory Moon Fist. Lin Yun knocked the shackles back with his punches, leaving fine cracks on the shackles. Simultaneously, the profound dragon realm sun let out a soft groan. Flying heavenly seal. Before Lin Yun could catch his breath, a figure had already arrived before him. The Elysium Trigram realm sun appeared with a majestic seal blooming behind him. He had turned into a majestic mountain to suppress Lin Yun. It was the secret technique of the Elysium Trigram war realm with great fame even in Kunlun realm. The Elysium Trigram realm sun had moved too quickly for Lin Yun to react. Lin Yun's eyes flickered, but he didn't retreat. He formed seals and summoned the Azure Dragon Saint armor. Purple golden dragon runes squirmed all over the surface of his body as he manifested his armor. The Elysium Trigram realm sun left just as quickly as he appeared. When his palm landed on Lin Yun's chest, he immediately retreated while the profound dragon realm sun took over. The profound dragon realm sun also had a dragon flickering around him as he unleashed a terrifying dragon aura. At this moment, he looked like a radiant sun as he threw a punch at Lin Yun. Taking both attacks head-on, Lin Yun's armor began to shatter. However, he threw a punch with the divine sun breaking seal to manifest a golden crow. When his punch landed on the profound dragon realm sun, blood dripped from the latter's lips. The profound dragon realm sun couldn't accept the fact that he was injured. He tried his best to block Lin Yun's sword aura as he threw a punch in retaliation. The profound dragon realm sun had created a situation where he and Lin Yun exchanged dozens of punches in the blink of an eye. Countless dragon images began to explode, while many people were hit by shockwaves that turned them into ashes. A collision of this level had never been seen before. In the end, the profound dragon realm sun threw up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. The profound dragon realm sun clenched his fists together with unprecedented ferocity written on his face. He couldn't believe that he was actually sent flying from a punch. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint armor was tattered. His condition was just as bad as blood dripped from his lips. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yun with disbelief because he managed to face the realm sun's head-on. Suddenly, heaven and earth began to tremble as a rainbow peacock appeared behind him. When everyone looked at the peacock, they squinted their eyes in fear. Holy Spirit! A Holy Spirit represented a Holy Spirit martial technique. The Nether Divinity Realm's sun hovered in the sky and looked at Lin Yun with disdain. "You're courting death." The peacock unfolded its wings as a multicolored light began to shine. At this moment, the Nether Divinity Realm's sun looked like a deity. Someone from the crowd couldn't wait anymore and fell onto the ground. Shortly after, more people also fell to their knees. Holy Spirit's might. However, there were some people who painfully endured the pressure of the Holy Spirit. Ha ha ha! The Nether Divinity Realm's sun laughed. Lin Yun. This is the end. The aura he was giving off was too terrifying and everyone had given up hope for Lin Yun. There was no way he could survive the full power of a realm sun. This is the end? Nether Divinity Realm sun. Get down on your knees and beg for death. Right at this moment, a ray of golden light streaked across the horizon and pierced through space. Lin Yun's words made everyone's heart tremble. In the next second, a golden light and a silver light flew out of Lin Yun's body. He was unleashing both of his holy spirits at the same time. Instantly, they tore apart the multicolored light of the peacock. What just happened? Lin Yun also knows a holy spirit martial technique. It seems like a dual spirit technique. Unbelievable. Oh my God. The sudden change of events left the crowd shocked. No matter how they examined the current situation, Lin Yun's golden crow and silver phoenix looked nobler than the nether divinity realm sun's holy spirit. Dual spirits? The nether divinity realm sun's face changed in surprise. He was confident in his identity as a realm sun, but he was a little shaken when he saw Lin Yun's holy spirits. Somehow, Lin Yun was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It was now clear that Lin Yun didn't rely on any tricks to subdue the Azure Dragon True Bone, and that he obtained it with his genuine and monstrous strength. A chink had formed in the nether divinity realm sun's invincible heart. Then again, the two holy spirits were strong, but it didn't mean that Lin Yun could control them as he wished. The nether divinity realm sun was testing this theory as his holy spirit clashed with Lin Yun's holy spirits. At this moment, countless shockwaves spread across the sky. When everyone looked at the phenomena, they could sense a torrential pressure. It was a pressure that came with the clash of holy spirits. Letting out a breath, Lin Yun looked at the nether divinity realm sun coldly. He could tell that the realm sun wanted to exhaust him to death. After all, activating a holy spirit martial technique required vitality. By controlling two holy spirits at the same time, Lin Yun was bound to exhaust more vitality at a faster rate. Once he was exhausted, he would be helpless against the nether divinity realm sun. You want me to beg for death? How naive. The nether divinity realm sun smirked before he barked. Lin Yun, you were a nobody when I started cultivating this holy spirit martial technique. Don't think that you're invincible just because you grasp two holy spirits. You still have to be able to unleash their power. You're too naive to compete with me. The nether divinity realm sun swallowed a pellet and began to form seals with both his hands. As heaven and earth began to tremble, the rainbow peacock began to grow. When he pushed both seals out, the rainbow peacock unleashed a boundless radiance with a colossal mountain that faintly appeared in the sky. The aura alone was enough to make the crowd spit up blood. Greater mastery. The nether divinity realm sun cultivated his holy spirit martial technique to greater mastery. No wonder he's so confident. The crowd watched the battle with shock. You want me to kneel? Lin Yun, how long can you last? When you run out of vitality, I'll force you to watch me strip you Wei. Ha ha ha. The nether divinity realm sun began to laugh as his eyes flashed coldly. He was vicious as he messed with Lin Yun's weak spot. This was a vicious scheme that was quite useful. Everyone could clearly sense that Lin Yun's aura had grown a lot stronger due to his emotions. In the end, Lin Yun was just a youth. The nether divinity realm sun smiled before he began to laugh. Lin Yun, Yu Wei is still clean. Haha, I bet you've never tasted her before, right? It's a pity that I'll be taking that from you. All of a sudden, the nether divinity realm sun couldn't sense any fluctuations from Lin Yun. All he could feel was a cold, chilling intent. Lin Yun squinted his eyes with a cold killing aura. His killing aura had never reached such a terrifying height before. However, he was unprecedentedly calm. You want to play with my emotions? You're relying too much on that scheme of yours. Don't assume that you're the only one with a greater mastery holy spirit martial technique. Lin Yun bit on his tongue and threw up a mouthful of blood. Then, he poured boundless vitality into the two holy spirits. In the next second, a boundless aura began to grow out of the golden crow and silver phoenix. What a powerful energy fluctuation! Can it be that Lin Yun's holy spirits have also reached greater mastery? How is that possible? The golden crow and silver phoenix began to shine brightly as they grew in size. Just how much of a monster was Lin Yun that he reached greater mastery with two holy spirits? Just like that, 3 holy spirits were shining brightly. With one exchange, the crow and phoenix shattered the pressure coming from the rainbow-colored peacock. At the same time, Lin Yun clenched his fists together. It looked like he was holding both the sun and moon in his fist. As he threw a punch, space seemed to freeze for a split second, which caused everyone's heart to pause. In the next second, Lin Yun's punch shattered the space that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was in. He caused the Nether Divinity Realm Sun to throw up a mouthful of blood. He wanted to bring out his treasures to resist the power of Lin Yun's punch, but Lin Yun's attack was simply too fast. Instead, he painfully landed on the ground. Damn it! The Nether Divinity Realm Sun panicked because he discovered that his bones were cracking under the immense pressure from the two holy spirits. He had many treasures and techniques that he couldn't use right now, so he had to face the holy spirits head-on. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun squinted his eyes because he discovered that both his feet were trembling. It was simply unimaginable to him because he would be thoroughly humiliated in front of everyone. Thinking about it, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun felt fear as his back started to sweat. After all, he was a Realm Sun who came from the Nether Divinity War Realm. How could he possibly kneel before Lin Yun? But before he could think, he was already on his knees from Lin Yun's immense pressure. "Oh my God!" many people exclaimed as they flew into the sky. Their mouths were wide open as they witnessed an unforgettable scene. How is this possible? The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun, who wasn't optimistic for Lin Yun, was now wearing an ugly expression. After all, it was simply unimaginable for a Realm Sun to kneel before Lin Yun. He could feel the stinging pain on his cheeks because he ridiculed Lin Yun earlier and forced Pei Shui to leave Lin Yun. It was especially painful since he claimed that Lin Yun would definitely die. It seemed like everything that he said was turning around to bite him. Although he wasn't on the same side as the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was at the same level as him. Clearly, he misjudged Lin Yun's strength. Stop! Everything took place too quickly, so the Profound Dragon and Elysium Trigram Realm Suns barely recovered from their shock. At this moment, their faces were red because they too remembered how arrogant they were earlier. Die! Ignoring the furious roars from the Profound Dragon and Elysium Trigram Realm Suns, Lin Yun threw out another punch at an unprecedented speed. No! The Nether Divinity, Profound Dragon, and Elysium Trigram Realm Suns were all scared silly by Lin Yun's punch. Everything took place too quickly even for the other war realms. Clearly, no one had expected Lin Yun to be so strong. Just like that, Lin Yun's punch landed on the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. A furious roar echoed out in everyone's ears, and a terrifying thought started to form in everyone's minds. Is the Nether Divinity Realm Sun about to die? It was a thought that gave everyone chills. After all, a Realm Sun was a person of nobility in the heavenly path that the powerful sects had to give face to. They were like deities who stood above all others. So for a Realm Sun to die was unprecedented. But now, a Realm Sun was actually about to die. Suddenly, the Profound Dragon and Elysium Trigram Realm Suns shot over. They charged through the sky like two bright comets. Without hesitation, neither the Profound Dragon Realm Sun nor the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun hesitated to unleash their Holy Spirit martial technique. Profound Dragon Devouring Palm. Sky Demonic Elephant Devouring Palm. The Profound Dragon Realm Sun unleashed a gigantic dragon claw with several runes interlocking at the core. His runes had effectively formed a miniature array. The Elysium Trigram Realm Sun created countless demonic runes that formed a barbaric elephant. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint armor was shattered at this point, and he would be heavily injured if he insisted on killing the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. A mere ant like you wants to kill me? Dream on! The Nether Divinity Realm Sun flew into a fury and began to struggle. He still had many trump cards he hadn't used, so he wasn't willing to die. As he struggled, it sounded like his bones were starting to crack. But a brief moment later, his aura started showing signs of life. Ha ha ha! The Nether Divinity Realm Sun laughed as his hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was rising as he formed seals to unleash a trump card. My heavens! Somehow, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun actually managed to turn the tables around. As long as the Nether Divinity Realm Sun could take Lin Yun's attack head-on, the two other Realm Sun's attacks would be able to harm Lin Yun. It was a scary way for the Nether Divinity Realm Sun to use himself as bait. The Realm Suns can't be humiliated. Death to those who dare to humiliate the realm sons. The Nether Divinity War realm's geniuses and generals began to sneer when they saw this scene. Flames also blazed in the depth of their pupils. The Nether Divinity realm son's lack of pride had left many people surprised. After all, he was relying on 2 other realm sons to help him out. Haha, Lin Yun, you're still too tender to compete with me. Kneel and beg for death. The Nether Divinity realm son laughed while he began to form seals even faster. But right at this moment, a pair of golden wings appeared behind Lin Yun, pushing his speed to the limit as he teleported above the Nether Divinity realm son. Without any hesitation, his punch landed on the head of the Nether Divinity realm son, directly smashing him into the ground. The Nether Divinity realm son was only 1 step away from finishing his seals before he was smashed into the ground. His laughter was still echoing in everyone's ears, which showed how fast Lin Yun was. A brief moment later, a huge explosion sounded out from the ground as boundless flames poured out from the cracks. Everyone was dumbfounded by Lin Yun's attack. Just how strong was Lin Yun's attack that he even destroyed a flame vein? Impossible! The geniuses from the Nether Divinity War realm were completely dumbstruck as their bodies began to tremble. They couldn't accept that their Nether Divinity realm son was actually smashed into the ground by Lin Yun. Kill him! At the same time, the attacks of the 2 realm sons had arrived as their attacks devoured Lin Yun. Their eyes were red with fury as they roared, "This bastard has to die!" Lin Yun merely flapped his wings to push the Golden Crow 9 transformation to the limit. The attacks from the 2 realm sons only managed to destroy his afterimages in the end. But it was still dangerous for him as the 2 attacks chased after him. The scale of the phenomena was so terrifying that there was no path of retreat for Lin Yun. That bastard still isn't dead? The geniuses of the war realms were so furious they almost threw up blood. Right at this moment, Lin Yun sucked in a cold breath as purple golden runes began to squirm on the surface of his body. Beads of sweat covered his forehead as his sword intent and heart began to beat. Seeing that the 2 attacks were about to devour him, Lin Yun recalled how the Azure Dragon Lord destroyed his attack with a simple grab. His eyes turned red as he wore a grave expression. After all, he still hadn't recovered from exhausting his vitality. In this weakened state, he had no way to catch his breath. He might not be able to execute the Azure Dragon Lord's move perfectly in his current state, but he knew that he wasn't about to die. He was here to save Yu Weiwei, and he also had someone to meet, so his will as a swordsman wouldn't allow him to fall. Releasing a roar, his clothes and hair began to flutter violently. Then, the dragon runes on his body shined brightly as he made a vortex of thunderstorms. As the dragon runes squirmed, Lin Yun reached out and grabbed onto the space before him. Just like that, Lin Yun grabbed onto the dragon claw and the elephant before crushing them into pieces. The boundless phenomena disappeared mysteriously, causing everyone to widen their eyes with disbelief. Those who were calling for Lin Yun's death were dumbfounded. Everyone widened their eyes as they looked at the youth hovering in the air. His face was pale and blood dripped down from his eyes. Then, Lin Yun roared, "Lil Red, go!" Lil Red swung its staff, tearing apart several of the war realm geniuses. Afterwards, Lil Red turned into a black figure and charged towards Yu Weiwei. "You're courting death." The realm sons flew into rage when they saw a meerkat do as it pleased to their war realms. "Here, you guys can have it back." Lin Yun suddenly loosened his grip, tossing 2 attacks back at the realm sons in a ferocious manner. "You bastard!" The realm sons cursed. Afterwards, Lin Yun let out a sigh as his golden crow and silver phoenix flew out of his body once more. His pale complexion swiftly became rosy as his hair fluttered wildly in the wind. No one from the war realms could stop Lil Red, who was enveloped in a violent aura of an ancient beast. Cold light flashed through Lil Red's eyes while black gloss covered its fur. Everyone that met locked eyes with Lil Red was plunged into deep fear. It was like they were looking at an ancient beast. The fear that they felt greatly reduced their fighting prowess. On top of that, the heavenly demonic dipper staff that Lil Red wielded had an extraordinary origin. In its complete state, The heavenly demonic dipper staff was an ancient weapon that was even stronger than Dao artifacts. Who would have thought that Lin Yun's pet would be so strong? At this moment, the plaza was covered with craters and corpses. The war realms were suffering too much at Lin Yun's hands. Many geniuses from the war realms were killed and Windmound Plaza was nearly destroyed. There was also the matter of Lin Yun sending the Nether Divinity Realm Sun into the ground. Despite his carefree laughter and arrogance, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was blasted into the ground. It was shocking to say the least. When the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun and Profound Dragon Realm Sun destroyed Lin Yun's attack, they had ugly looks on their faces. Lin Yun's complexion was becoming rosy again, which proved that he was rapidly recovering from exhaustion. It was enough to make their eyes twitch. They knew how exhausting it was to execute a Holy Spirit martial technique, so watching Lin Yun recover quickly was infuriating. It was even worse since Lin Yun's tattered armor started to repair itself. This fellow! The Profound Dragon Realm Sun gnashed his teeth as a cold light flashing through his pupils. He realized that Lin Yun was a tough nut to crack. He nearly broke his ribs to destroy Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint armor. In fact, he could still feel pain in his chest from the price he paid. The Realm Suns realized that they underestimated Lin Yun. The speed of Lin Yun's recovery had far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, they could sense the terrifying potential contained in Lin Yun's body. The Elysium Trigram Realm Sun said, "He has to die. His potential is too terrifying. Who knows what heights he'll reach after leaving the heavenly path." The Profound Dragon Realm Sun shared the same thought, so he nodded his head. However, they didn't look for the Nether Divinity Realm Sun as if they weren't bothered by his death. As Lil Red's heavenly demonic dipper staff killed another war realm genius, the Realm Suns became more agitated. A mere pet was slaughtering their men, which felt like a slap to the face. Lin Yun's eyes twitched as he stepped forward. "You two better stay where you are." Lin Yun's sword intent started to pour out and envelop the Realm Suns. This time, no one dared to look down on Lin Yun's attack. This brat! Rage filled the eyes of the Realm Suns. A brief moment later, the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun looked at Lin Yun and Lil Red at the same time. "Lin Yun, it's impressive that you can force us this far. But you're offending 3 war realms." Lin Yun heard the words, but he wasn't bothered. The Realm Suns were stalling for time, but Lin Yun wasn't worried since Lil Red was saving Yu Weiwei. He just needed to hold off the Realm Suns to give Lil Red time. The means of the Realm Suns were terrifying. It was the first time that the crowd had seen them in such a perilous position where they had to remind someone where they were from. Lin Yun, however, wasn't confident that he could win since killing a Realm Sun was difficult. Lin Yun was certain that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun wasn't dead. At most, his Holy Spirit was destroyed, so it would be best if Lil Red could rescue Yu Weiwei during this period of time. Suddenly, the sky began to tremble violently as boundless golden radiance shone in the sky. As Lil Red swung the heavenly demonic dipper staff, a gigantic ape was manifested. Just like that, the remaining 4 gold-ranking geniuses burst into blood. Although Lin Yun was shocked, he stayed calm and hoped for the best. He hoped that Lil Red could force out one of the Realm Suns' trump cards. After all, the Realm Suns didn't have an endless amount of trump cards. With Lil Red becoming even more arrogant, the Profound Dragon Realm Sun's eyes flashed with decisiveness. "You don't think that a mere pet can save her, right? Do you beg to differ?" Lin Yun asked. "You must be dreaming." "Dragon imprisoning stage," the Profound Dragon Realm Sun roared. When the chains on his wrist began to tremble, 9 gigantic shackles suddenly appeared in the region Yu Weiwei was in. Every single shackle was akin to a venomous viper that instantly formed a semicircle prison. When the cage was formed, Lil Red was knocked backwards. Then the Profound Dragon Realm Sun flicked his finger. The shackle in his hand turned into a black beam of light. The light manifested into a draconic python that charged at Lil Red. Everything took place in the blink of an eye. Clearly, the Realm Suns planned to trap Lin Yun before Lil Red caused a scene. Lin Yun's eyes flashed because he recognized that the Realm Suns had no intention of letting him live. Profound Draconic Python. The crowd was shocked that the dragon-capturing shackle of the realm sun was a profound draconic python. Even someone in the sixth soul heavenly soul realm wouldn't be able to break apart the dragon imprisoning stage. Lin Yun, you can give up on saving her and think about saving yourself instead. Time for us to end this game. Nether Divinity Realm Sun, aren't you going to come out? Don't let others think of us as a laughing stock. The Elysium Trigram Realm Sun barked. The crowd was stunned. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun isn't dead? Didn't he crash into a flame vein? While everyone began contemplating the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's condition, the ground started to gush with flames. Oh my God! The Nether Divinity Realm Sun isn't dead. He must have a protection talisman or a similar treasure from his clan. The foundation of a war realm is terrifying. Based on his current aura, he probably brought out all of his strength. A realm sun had many methods of protection, so it made sense that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was still alive. After all, the war realms had inheritances that were unimaginable to the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun, no one has ever forced me this far. You're the first, but you're also the last. A powerful aura exploded from the depth of the ground as a beam of light shot out. Under the radiance, the sky turned rainbow as a Holy Spirit appeared once more. It was shocking that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun could use his Holy Spirit martial technique again. It was public knowledge that the exhaustion of a Holy Spirit martial technique was enough to suck someone dry. However, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun had broken this logic. Not only did he execute his Holy Spirit martial technique once more, but the power of his Holy Spirit was a lot stronger than before. Under the rainbow radiance, heaven and earth began to tremble violently. Everyone could tell that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was pushing his Holy Spirit martial technique to a whole new level to suppress Lin Yun. As the light radiated to an unbelievable level, everyone could sense the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's fury. Clearly, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun wanted to wash his humiliation away. Lin Yun kneel. With a bark, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun burst out from the ground with a rainbow phoenix hovering above his head. Shockingly, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun had also grasped two Holy Spirits. Furthermore, the pressure of the rainbow phoenix was a lot stronger than the peacock. From some distance away, the Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns looked at this scene and sneered coldly. Lin Yun was really naive to think that he had killed the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. Clearly, the two Realm Suns knew that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun still had this trump card. It was gifted to him by a senior from his clan. It was extremely precious and could withstand the full attack of an Empyrean. This was the reason why the two of them had been holding off Lin Yun. But in the next second, their smiles froze on their faces as a sword ray descended from the sky, shattering the rainbow radiance into pieces. Before the Nether Divinity Realm Sun could react, the rainbow phoenix above his head shattered. He immediately threw up a mouthful of blood. A sword was brilliantly shining, which made everyone realize that Lin Yun had drawn his sword. No one had discovered Lin Yun's movement until his sword was already drawn. Above his head was a sun and moon. It was Lin Yun's strongest sword, Solaris Lunar. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun clasped his hands together to catch the sword, but the power of the sword made him kneel. Looking at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun from above, Lin Yun spoke coldly. "My sword has been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Yun, you're taking it too far." The Nether Divinity Realm Sun roared as he threw up blood with every word he spoke. He wanted to release all of his pent-up anger, but his humiliation was multiplied instead. He never imagined that he, a Realm Sun, would kneel before Lin Yun twice. "Stop!" The Profound Dragon and Elysium Trigram Realm Suns became nervous as they charged over. Without hesitation, they brought out their Holy Spirit martial techniques once more and unleashed a boundless pressure. Just when Lin Yun managed to deal with the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, the other Realm Suns charged at him again. A ferocious light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes as he slapped the sword hilt. Instantly, he pierced the Nether Divinity Realm Sun into the ground. Then, the wings behind Lin Yun flapped as he soared into the sky to face the Profound Dragon Realm Sun and the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun. He wanted to face them to end this game once and for all. When the Realm Sons unleashed their Holy Spirit martial techniques, they destroyed the plaza even more. Boundless flames gushed out of the ground while countless rocks hovered in the sky. As for the Nether Divinity Realm Son, he was pinned into a rock by the flower burial sword. He continued to throw up blood as reluctance flashed in his eyes. Kneeling to Lin Yun 2 times was too great a humiliation for him. At this moment, Lin Yun soared into the sky to face 2 Realm Sons at once. The Realm Sons burst with killing aura as they watched Lin Yun charge at them. "You're courting death, almighty dragon suppression, star annihilator demonic elephant." The 2 Realm Sons roared, pushing their Holy Spirit martial techniques to the limit. A dragon suddenly appeared behind the profound Dragon Realm Sun, which sealed the surrounding space. Simultaneously, the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun was enveloped by demonic aura. It looked like primal demonic runes were moving towards his palm. Everything in the world was dull compared to their holy spirits. Then, the sound of Lin Yun's sky sword intent shattering could be heard as he faced 2 Holy Spirit martial techniques. Holy shit! Is this the genuine power of a Holy Spirit martial technique? Isn't it a little too terrifying? Even the sky sword intent couldn't block it. Sky sword intent is something that can only be grasped by Empyreans, but Holy Spirit martial techniques aren't supposed to be grasped in the heavenly soul realm either. Lin Yun might have had a chance if it was only 1 Holy Spirit martial technique, but he's facing 2 at once. Someone made an analysis that explained the cracked sky sword intent. No matter what, everyone knew that the current situation wasn't good for Lin Yun. Is Lin Yun planning to face 2 enemies at once? His sword is suppressing the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, so he's already exhausted his vitality. How is he going to face 2 Realm Suns? Lin Yun's insane actions shocked everyone. After all, they knew that Lin Yun couldn't bring out his Holy Spirit martial technique. It's a shame that this has to come to an end. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's eyes flashed because Lin Yun nearly turned the tables around. Unfortunately, the situation was too bleak for Lin Yun to salvage. He didn't think that Lin Yun could block 2 Holy Spirit martial techniques, not to mention suppressing the Nether Divinity Realm Sun at the same time. If Lin Yun died, he could make a move for the ownerless Azure Dragon True Bone. So he didn't care what happened in the fight. Lin Yun's sword aura crumbled in the face of 2 Holy Spirit martial techniques. He knew that there was no way he could resist the power of 2 Holy Spirit martial techniques with his current cultivation. Tisk, tisk. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun suddenly smiled. Then he grabbed onto the flower burial sword while blood dripped from his palms. He wanted to pull the sword out even if he had to undergo great pain. Meanwhile, the Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns were also approaching Lin Yun to fully destroy his aura. Right at this moment, Lin Yun shut his eyes and allowed his sword aura to crumble. He began to circulate the Azure Dragon Saint Art to recover his vitality and then formed seals with both of his hands. At this moment, a golden crow appeared on his left hand while a silver phoenix appeared on the right one. Holy Spirit martial techniques? Everyone was shocked and even the other Realm Sons started to doubt their eyes. Was Lin Yun insane? Did he dare to execute his Holy Spirit martial technique? Lin Yun had cultivated 2 Holy Spirits, which meant that his level of exhaustion was pretty high. But not only was Lin Yun planning to bring out his Holy Spirit right, he even wanted to bring out the complete Holy Spirit. Even if he could block both attacks, Lin Yun would lose all vitality. Suddenly, dragon energy began to pour out of the Azure Dragon True Bone, which replenished his depleted vitality. As the Azure Dragon True Bone was activated, the Golden Crow and Silver Phoenix became realistic looking. Although Lin Yun's sword intent was on the verge of collapse, the aura of his Holy Spirits were blazing violently. Everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's actions. They could tell that Lin Yun wasn't invincible as his pale complexion made him look like he would collapse at any moment. However, his determination won their respect. Only Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun with regret. She ignored the shackles on her body and began to struggle. She hated herself for being caught by the Realm Sons and placing Lin Yun in such a dangerous position. She still remembered Lin Yun's promise to her. Futile. The Elysium Trigram Realm Sun sneered and the demonic runes grew even more brightly on his body. He and the profound Dragon Realm Son had both executed their Holy Spirit martial techniques, so they were feeling great pressure. Golden Crow as heaven. Lin Yun roared and opened his eyes. The golden crow then soared into the sky. Facing immense pressure, the Realm Sons couldn't believe what was happening. Lin Yun's sword intent was on the brink of collapse, so the power of his Holy Spirit didn't make sense. How impudent! So what if you can still use your Holy Spirit marital technique? Can you possibly stop both of us? The profound Dragon Realm Son refused to believe that Lin Yun could take their Holy Spirit martial techniques head-on. Even if Lin Yun managed to do it, Lin Yun would be heavily injured and then his only outcome would be death. Lin Yun ignored those words and continued to form seals. A silver phoenix flew away from his body and the ground instantly turned into a silver lake. Standing at the center of the lake, beads of sweat dripped from Lin Yun's forehead. Silver phoenix as earth. Lin Yun could feel that his vitality would be exhausted in the next second. But he didn't have a choice since this was the price of cultivating two Holy Spirits at the same time. His body was on the verge of collapse as he felt himself swaying. But he endured it and roared, "Heaven and earth, unite!" The golden crow and silver phoenix cast a gold and silver brilliance onto Lin Yun's palm. Boundless energy poured into Lin Yun's body while his heart beat. Suddenly, heaven and earth began to tremble as many spectators threw up mouthfuls of blood. Those who were strong enough felt their hearts thumping out of their chests. Damn it! What's going on? Many people began to panic as they circulated their origin energy to defend themselves from the weird beating. Even the two Realm Sons squinted their eyes in fear. Was this really a Holy Spirit martial technique they were witnessing? Go down! Lin Yun roared and threw his punch out. In a split second, their Holy Spirits were torn into pieces by Lin Yun's punch. Although they spit up blood, they naturally had Dao armor to defend themselves as Realm Sons. However, the Dao armor shattered the moment they made contact with Lin Yun's fist. As their Dao armor shattered, blood began to flow down from their chest. Then they fell to the ground. But Lin Yun didn't pursue them and merely headed for the dragon imprisoning stage. This time, everyone was speechless as they watched Lin Yun. None of them could conceal the shock in their eyes because Lin Yun had just swept through the three war realms. It was unimaginable to think that Lin Yun was from the profound Amber Realm. Sword! Just when he was about to approach the dragon imprisoning stage, Lin Yun waved his hand and the flower burial sword pinning the nether divinity realm sun flew into his hand. Grabbing hold of the sword, Lin Yun's collapsing sword intent soared once more. Then, the phenomena of the azure firmament tree appeared with blooming iris flowers. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun swung his sword down and destroyed the cage. Now, his clothes were tattered and his face was pale. But when he looked at Yu Weiwei, he smiled and reached out with his hand. Yu Weiwei, I'm here. Yu Weiwei, I'm here. Lin Yun smiled brightly despite his tattered clothes. He slaughtered many people before finally fulfilling his promise. Tears streamed down Yu Weiwei's cheeks as she bit her lips. In the past, she was carefree and faced all situations with a smile. But now, she was crying out of heartache for Lin Yun and gratitude for his actions. She couldn't say a word, so she firmly grabbed Lin Yun's hands instead. Right at this moment, Lil Red released a roar and transformed into the Dracope form. Its fur emitted a violent demonic luster that made many people fearful. Lil Red was now over 30 feet tall. Before the Dracope, the profound dragon python no longer looked that huge. So Lil Red grabbed the python and tore it in half. Lin Yun was surprised when he saw this scene. Although he knew that Lil Red had 3 forms, he was still surprised by the Dracope form. After all, it contained the dragon bloodline, just like all of Lil Red's other forms. It seemed like there was something special about Lil Red's bloodline. Big Brother Yun, we should leave right now, said Yu Weiwei after looking around cautiously. Lin Yun had exhausted the majority of his vitality and even made use of the Azure Dragon True Bone. So he wasn't exactly in good shape right now. Then again, the Realm Sun's condition was 10 times worse than Lin Yun's condition. However, they weren't the real cause of concern. There were other Realm Sons who could make a move against Lin Yun. They were a real threat since Lin Yun felt several ominous gazes while fighting the three realm suns. Yeah. Lin Yun nodded his head before jumping onto Lil Red. Let's go. When Lil Red heard that, it threw out a punch to destroy all rubble in its way. The spectators froze in fear at Lil Red's might. They naturally had thoughts about Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone, but Lil Red made them pause. It's actually a scarlet blood Dracope, Imperial Diagram Realm Sun said with shock. After transforming into its Dracope form, Lil Red's eyes blazed with flames. Many people were tempted by Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone, but they had to think again if they wanted to pay the price to fight Lil Red. Then, Lil Red leapt into the sky, forcing the crowd to watch Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei disappear. At this moment, the crowd couldn't believe that Lin Yun actually managed to defeat three realm suns and take Yu Weiwei away. Even the gold rankings geniuses were nothing before him. Additionally, Lin Yun made the Nether Divinity Realm Sun kneel before him 2 times, and then pinned the Realm Sun into a rock with his sword. It was so unbelievable that it felt like a dream. He actually managed to accomplish it. How unbelievable. Who else could compare to Lin Yun in the way of the sword? He seemed injured though. He must be putting up a strong front, right? Hard to say. I bet no one is willing to take the risk to test him. After all, he has that scarlet blood Dracope with him. The various experts in Windmound City began to discuss among themselves as they looked at Lin Yun with reverence. He was the only person in history that provoked the War Realms. But now he had trampled on this legend, letting everyone know that the War Realms couldn't be provoked and it wasn't a joke that he only needed one sword to kill. Who permitted you to leave? The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's voice sounded out, causing many people's faces to change. Then, he appeared in front of Lin Yun with a pale face and a body covered with injuries. Lil Red's eyes flashed with fury as it stared at the Realm Sun. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's eyes flashed with fear because he still hadn't recovered from his injuries. Get lost, Lin Yun said coldly. If it wasn't for his own injuries and the other Realm Suns that were around, he wouldn't even bother wasting time with the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. His words made the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face turn red with veins popping out of his forehead. As his chest heaved up and down, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun said coldly, Lin Yun, do you dare to fight me fairly? Lin Yun laughed when he heard that. Interesting, you want to talk about fairness to me? What a joke. I'm really impressed at the thickness of your face. He had never seen such a shameless person, but he knew that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was planning. Clearly, he was afraid of Lil Red. Cut the crap. I'm asking if you dare, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun said coldly. His resilience shocked many people. After all, Lin Yun made him kneel twice in front of the crowd. Lin Yun, I'm asking if you dare, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun continued. This made Lin Yun's face change slightly because he could sense many gazes directed over. He knew that many people would think that he was afraid if he didn't accept this challenge from the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. At that time, the other Realm Suns might even make a move. Since you're courting humiliation, I'll fulfill your wish, said Lin Yun. Haha, well said. You want to slap my face? Impossible. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun roared and unleashed a terrifying aura from his body. Lin Yun had already become a thorn in his heart and everyone knew that he was the one behind this entire trap. When he was done, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's aura began to surge and shine. The blood jade in his aura oceans could be faintly seen along with a demonic astral flower. In total, he had 3 demonic astral flowers in his 5 aura oceans, plus he also had a saint rune. Demonic astral flower. Many people were surprised that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun subdued the demonic astral flowers. After all, those with the demonic astral flowers in their aura oceans would undergo a transformation. Lin Yun, don't blame me for bullying you. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun laughed as his demonic astral flowers began to blaze. With afterimages forming around him, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun looked extraordinary. Then, he turned into a light beam and charged towards Lin Yun. Standing on the scarlet blood Dracope, Lin Yun squinted his eyes and allowed the Nether Divinity Realm Sun to charge towards him. But when the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was about to approach, Lin Yun raised his hand while two demonic astral flowers bloomed each in his 4 aura oceans. When the demonic astral flowers began to blaze, Lin Yun also started to emit a glow that made him look like a deity. 2 demonic astral flowers in the 4th soul, heavenly soul realm. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun squinted his eyes because Lin Yun was only in the 4th soul, heavenly soul realm. Yet he managed to refine 2 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun felt shivers in the face of reality. Come here. Lin Yun's roar sounded out just when the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was about to retreat. Raising his hand, he dragged the Nether Divinity Realm Sun through the air. Then, his palm landed on the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face. It was a resounding slap that caused the Nether Divinity Realm Sun to throw up a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the ground. This is just a small token of my anger. Next time, I'll take your life. Lin Yun looked at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun coldly before the Scarlet Blood Dracope left. After the resounding slap, the Scarlet Blood Dracope left with Lin Yun and gradually disappeared. Lin Yun's words lingered in the atmosphere and made everyone feel sacred. They never expected that Lin Yun wasn't satisfied with today's outcome. As for the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, he was completely dumbstruck as he lay on the ground with fear flashing in his pupils. How is that possible? It was unimaginable that Lin Yun actually managed to plant 2 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans when he was only in the 4th soul, heavenly soul realm. Those who were knowledgeable of the demonic astral flowers knew that a 5th soul, heavenly soul realm expert would be incinerated if they weren't careful. As for subduing them into the body, no one aside from the Realm Suns had the courage to try. After all, the Realm Suns had a blood jade planted in their violet palace that helped subdue the demonic astral flowers. Even with the blood jade, it was a perilous process. So the Nether Divinity Realm Sun couldn't believe that Lin Yun managed to plant 2 flowers in each of his aura oceans. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun began to feel despair in his heart. Suddenly, the sound of a sword shattering echoed into the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Yun's aura suddenly deteriorated. When the Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns came over to the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, their faces were full of uncertainty. Their chests were pierced through and they were only alive because of their deep foundation. Something isn't right, said the Profound Dragon Realm Sun. His sword intent seems to have crumbled, the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun said before looking at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun pondered briefly before he thought of something and gritted his teeth. He's injured. He has to die today no matter what. It was the only logical conclusion since Lin Yun had exhausted a great deal of his energy. After all, even the 3 Realm Suns were all heavily injured, especially the Profound Dragon and Elysium Trigram Realm Sun whose holy spirits had shattered. If any single one of them had to face Lin Yun's heaven and earth unite alone, they would have lost their lives. After all, the fluctuation was enough to reduce the gold rankings geniuses into ashes. Lin Yun had to face 3 enemies at once, so there was no way he would be all right. This was why the Nether Divinity Realm Sun tried to force Lin Yun into a fair battle. He wanted to see if Lin Yun was injured. Now, he could tell that Lin Yun was heavily injured. We can't let him recover. If we can't kill him, he's going to step on us in the final battle. All 3 of their eyes flickered as they took out a box from their interspatial pouch. When they opened the box, boundless vitality burst out that left many people shocked. What pellet is that? That's the Nirvana pellet, a saint pellet only inferior to the revival pellet. Legend has it that one can recover from their injuries no matter how serious they are. They just can't die. Is this the foundation of the War Realms? Could it be that Lin Yun wasn't injured? He's probably injured. Otherwise, the 3 of them wouldn't have to waste such a precious pellet. Everyone looked at the 3 Realm Suns with shock, especially the other Realm Suns. They're really willing to use the Nirvana pellet, smiled the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun. The Nirvana pellet was precious even among the War Realms, and the elders of their clans only gave them 1 each. After all, this pellet was even useful to Empyrean or Divine Core Realm experts. Clearly, The three of them planned to recover from their injuries immediately in order to pursue Lin Yun. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun thought of something and figured out what was going on. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was most likely probing Lin Yun earlier, which was why he wasn't using the Nirvana pellet. If Lin Yun's injuries weren't serious, then he wouldn't have taken out the pellet. But now the situation was flipped on its head. After the three of them took a pellet each, their injuries recovered in a few breaths. They don't have a choice since they were so badly humiliated today, smiled another Realm Sun. At the same time, he looked at Pei Shui, who was standing next to the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun, with greed flashing in his eyes. This made the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun lock his brows together as he chose to ignore this person. On the other hand, Pei Shui was feeling nervous. Roughly half an hour later, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun soared into the sky with the other two following close behind. All three of them had a faint phoenix figure appear behind them. Clearly, the pellet didn't just allow them to recover from their injuries, but it also boosted their strength greatly. Chase after them. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun took out a jade pellet and quickly sent out information before he chased Lil Red outside the city. Shortly after, 5 of the other 7 Realm Suns also soared into the sky, leaving the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun and another Realm Sun behind. This Imperial Feather Realm Sun, who was donned in azure clothes, emitted the aura of an emperor. He was the only one able to obtain a divine blood fruit. He didn't suffer any injuries to get the fruit, unlike Pei Shui and Yu Weiwei. He was extremely mysterious and the most prideful of the 10 war realms. Imperial Feather Realm Sun, you're not interested in the Azure Dragon Truebone? The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun asked. He activated the True Bone's power when he executed his Holy Spirit for the second time. This means that he has unsealed at least one layer on the Azure Dragon True Bone. At this point, the True Bone has fused with him completely. So the True Bone is no longer that useful to us even if I dig it out of him, smiled the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun wasn't surprised by those words and replied, even so, Lin Yun has a lot of secrets and treasures. His Holy Spirit martial technique alone is very precious. It's not worth offending 3 war realms, smiled the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Lin Yun had completely humiliated the 3 war realms. So if anyone dared to touch Lin Yun right now, the 3 war realms would definitely flip the table. If there's no surprises, Lin Yun will die, said the Imperial Feather Realm Sun in a firm tone. You seem to have a deeper meaning to your words, said Pei Shui. Even though the 3 Realm Suns had the Nirvana pellet to recover from their injuries, Lin Yun also had the Scarlet Blood Dracope. As long as he made use of Lil Red, he could get out of 4-phase city safely. Sword intent should shatter so easily. If I'm not wrong, that lord must have glanced at this direction from afar, smiled the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. It seemed like the lord that the Imperial Feather Realm Sun spoke of was an elder of a powerful sect that had ties to the Nether Divinity War Realm. When Pei Shui heard that, her face became even paler. Do you plan to act? The Imperial Feather Realm Sun smiled while looking at the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun. After all, he has a great potential and he will surely rise in Kunlun Realm as long as he doesn't die. When he was done, he laughed and left. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's face was dark because the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's words could stir a conflict between him and Pei Shui. After a long time, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun made a decision and replied, let's go and take a look. He knew that Pei Shui might fall out with him if he didn't do anything. So out of fear, he made a move. However, Pei Shui wasn't completely sold, so she glared at the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's face while flying out of the city. Even the elders acted. How can Lin Yun possibly live? The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun sighed while shaking his head. Although the elder couldn't blatantly make a move, he glanced at Lin Yun from afar. This not only shattered Lin Yun's sky sword intent, but it also crushed his fortune in the heavenly path. A dead person like Lin Yun wasn't worthy of befriending. Is Lin Yun injured? He's probably badly injured. Otherwise the Realm Suns wouldn't have gone as far as using the Nirvana pellet. Clearly, they must be confident in killing him. Will Lin Yun be able to reach 4-phase city? If he really manages to make it to 4-phase city, the Nirvana pellets would have been a waste. The pursuit of all the realm suns instantly caused discussions to break out in Windmound City. Everyone was surprised because Lin Yun was very imposing when he slapped the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. They had no doubt that Lin Yun could make it to 4-phase city. But now that Lin Yun showed weakness, they weren't sure if Lin Yun would make it out alive. Outside Windmound City, Lin Yun's face was pale as he clutched his chest. Blood flowed out of his lips as he was in the worst condition of his life. He had never felt so weak before. He was surprised after sensing a terrifying gaze from afar that shattered his sky sword intent. The look was strong enough to leave fine cracks on his meridians, which gave him heavy injuries. Was that an Empyrean or a Divine Core expert? Lin Yun could tell that he encountered an existence so strong that he had no way of resisting. If the existence was willing, they could have killed Lin Yun. He deduced that the gaze originated from 4-phase city, so he needed to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, Lin Yun couldn't hold back his pain anymore as he threw up blood and fell to one knee. "It's that old fellow again." Yu Weiwei raised her head with cold killing intent flashing in her pupils. Right at this moment the gaze disappeared. "Was he the one who acted against you?" Knowing Yu Weiwei's strength, Lin Yun knew that there was no way the Realm Suns could have captured her. "Yeah. He's an elder of the profound sky sect who came from the Nether Divinity War Realm," said Yu Weiwei. "I see, but there's a limit to how much he can interfere. Otherwise, I would be dead," analyzed Lin Yun. The elders of the powerful sects were basically judges who were responsible for the test in the heavenly path. Logically speaking, they had to be impartial. But clearly, this elder had been taking care of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. Then again, this didn't mean that the elder could act recklessly. If he did, others would discover his interference. So he could only use his gaze to destroy Lin Yun's sword intent, which caused Lin Yun's sword intent to suffer a backlash. Although his injuries were serious, it still wasn't enough to take his life. The method was extremely subtle, so there were no traces of inference. Since it was easy for elders to interfere, the Realm Suns had no reason to be afraid in the heavenly path. Lin Yun felt a little helpless. So what if he was strong? He still couldn't deal with the shameless old geezer hiding in the background. It was the case for Yu Weiwei and it was the same for him. "Ha ha ha. Lin Yun, kneel and beg for death. I can consider giving you an easy death." A burst of laughter sounded out from Windmound City. At the same time, several powerful auras were bolting over. The Nirvana pellet? Yu Weiwei turned around and looked at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, who was faintly enveloped by a phoenix. How extravagant! Lin Yun had also heard of the Nirvana pellet. A single Nirvana pellet was equivalent to an extra life. As long as someone wasn't dead, they could instantly recover with the pellet and become stronger than before. The Realm Suns instantly charged out of the Windmound City and chased Lin Yun down. All three of them were emitting a terrifying aura as they stared at Lin Yun. "We can't let them get away. He has to die today no matter what." Ferocious roars echoed out as a ray of light arrived with immense pressure. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun had appeared and was unleashing his Phoenix Holy Spirit from within his body. Flaming Firmament Phoenix. The immense pressure descended and enveloped Lil Red. When the pressure descended, space seemed to be restricted, which caused Lil Red to slow down. "You're courting death." The Nether Divinity Realm Sun pushed his palm out as the flame phoenix flapped its wings. He manifested a sea of flames that gathered into a terrifying vortex. Then, his colossal palm descended towards Lil Red. Lin Yun's eyes blazed with flames as he made a fist with his right hand. Not only did he fully exhaust all his vitality, but he was also heavily injured from the backlash of his sword intent. The meridians in his body were a mess right now, so he couldn't even circulate his origin energy. His injuries were so bad that he didn't have the means to properly fight. The elder from the profound sky sect was too profound and only destroyed Lin Yun's sword intent. However, the backlash of Lin Yun's sword intent made all of his injuries several times worse. Right at this moment, Lil Red turned around and threw a punch. The punch was so strong that it caused blood to drip from the corner of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's lips. He was heavily injured by Lil Red's attack, but the Nether Divinity Realm Sun managed to slow Lil Red down even more. "Are you all right?" The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns looked at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun as they rushed over. "I'm fine. That beast's injuries are even heavier than mine. Chase after them." The Nether Divinity Realm Sun smiled sinisterly. Lil Red gasped for his air as the violent aura it was releasing gradually dissipated. At this moment, it could no longer maintain its Dracope form. Seeing that the Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns were about to arrive, Yu Weiwei said, "Big Brother Yun, we won't be able to make it to 4-Phase City." Lin Yun was stunned when he realized what Yu Weiwei was saying. Based on his current condition, if the Nether Divinity Realm Sun had laid an ambush on the way to 4-Phase City, they wouldn't make it. "If we can't make it to 4-Phase City, where should we go?" Suddenly, a light flashed through Lin Yun's eyes as he said, "Lil Red, return to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm." A torrential dragon aura burst out of Lil Red as it turned into its warhorse form. The Realm Suns unleashed their attacks to keep Lin Yun behind, but Lil Red was too fast. After transforming into the warhorse, it easily dodged the incoming attacks. "Damn it!" The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Sun cursed. Lil Red was clearly heavily injured, but it still managed to evade them. Just like that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Lin Yun couldn't catch his breath at all. Whenever his injuries got a little better, he would be forced to face the Realm Suns. Additionally, his injuries were getting worse with each day. Everyone was exhausted, especially Lin Yun. His lips had become pale and he couldn't open his eyes anymore. His consciousness even began to blur while he lay in Yu Weiwei's embrace. He kept getting weaker. Yu Weiwei bit her lips as she looked at the bracelet on her wrist several times. Due to her brightly colored personality, she could smile even in the worst scenario. But when she looked at the heavily injured Lin Yun at this moment, she was so anxious that she didn't even notice the heavy concern on her face. "Lil Red, faster!" Yu Weiwei called out to Lil Red. They needed to keep going because the Realm Suns were still chasing after them. 3 days ago, the Realm Suns almost managed to stop Lil Red, but Lin Yun drew his sword and pushed back 2 of the Realm Suns. Because of Lin Yun, they were able to persevere. When Lil Red finally brought Yu Weiwei and Lin Yun to a familiar plaza, they could see the entrance to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Yu Weiwei was puzzled because it was an entrance to a secret realm, but the entrance was no longer stable. If they went in, they might not be able to come out again. "Go in." Yu Weiwei struggled for a while, but she ultimately decided to try the gate. After all, it was Lin Yun's decision and she trusted him completely. Just like that, they entered the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. When they entered, the flaming gate became dimmer as if it would collapse at any moment. To the Forbidden Region. Lin Yun forced his eyes open as soon as they entered the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. The Forbidden Region was naturally the place where Yu Haoyan had died. Since the 3 Realm Suns wanted to take his life, he would drag them down with him. Outside the palace, the Realm Suns wore perplexed looks. They stared at the dim gate wondering what to do. However, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun had no hesitation as he charged in. "Chase after them no matter where they go. We have to personally ensure his death." The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns also hesitated briefly before they charged into the gate. Many people were gathered in a plaza after chasing Lin Yun for 7 days. Some had a grudge with Lin Yun, some were here on orders from the War Realms, and others were hoping to take advantage of Lin Yun. The 3 Realm Suns didn't hesitate to charge through the gate, but the rest of the people were hesitating. The Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun locked his brows together with fear flashing through his pupils. It was a secret realm that was dissipating. No one was sure when the entrance would collapse, but they would have to wait at least another millennium for it to open. Even if one had a great fortune from the secret realm, they would die after a millennium. Even if one was lucky enough to make it out of the secret realm after a millennium, the heavenly path would be closed. The 3 Realm Suns were willing to risk their lives because they had a deep feud with Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun massacred their forces and humiliated them in battle. In fact, he made the Nether Divinity Realm Sun kneel and then slapped the latter. The current rumors were exaggerating Lin Yun's battle, but they weren't that far from the truth. After all, Lin Yun demonstrated the power to fight the Realm Suns on his own. Lin Yun completely humiliated the War Realms, so he had to die. Otherwise, the three Realm Suns wouldn't have the face to join the final battle. It was even worse for them because they used despicable means to fight Lin Yun and still lost. There was even suspicion towards the Realm Suns as Lin Yun suddenly became heavily injured. Lin Yun had 8 demonic astral flowers in his aura ocean when he confronted the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. So even if he was injured, it shouldn't be a problem for him to head to Four-Phase City. But when he left Wind Mound City, his aura dropped all of a sudden. Some people speculated that someone acted in the dark to help the Nether Divinity Realm Sun dark. Although they were baseless rumors, it was enough to put the Nether Divinity Realm Sun under a microscope. If the Nether Divinity Realm Sun could kill Lin Yun, no one would care that he used despicable means. Naturally, he had to follow Lin Yun into the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm to accomplish this goal. However, no one else felt the pressure that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was feeling. Instead, they were able to stop themselves from entering the Forbidden Realm. There are many forbidden regions in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. He's probably going into one of them. I bet he's planning to die there, so it won't benefit the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun muttered his thoughts. His voice wasn't loud, but it had caused a series of agreements. By now, everyone knew that Lin Yun had many treasures aside from the Azure Dragon True Bone. In fact, his Holy Spirit martial technique was enough to tempt many people. So there was no question that the 3 war realms would benefit a lot if they managed to capture Lin Yun. However, with Lin Yun's pride, he was most likely headed for the Forbidden Region. Pei Shue's face changed drastically when she heard that, because she didn't think that about the Forbidden Region in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. So without any hesitation, she charged into the gate. Damn it! The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun gritted his teeth with cold light flashing through his pupils. Why couldn't Lin Yun die peacefully? Why did Lin Yun have to cause him so much trouble? Although his eyes were flickering, he still flew into the flaming gate. After all, Pei Shui had a divine blood fruit in her body, and he had promised a powerful figure in Kunlun Realm that he would bring the fruit out. So no matter what, he couldn't let Pei Shui die. In that split moment, more people charged into the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Many people were ready to give up when the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun was speaking. But after watching him charge through the gate, they thought that he was purposefully tricking them. Lil Red was familiar with the Forbidden Realm, so it instantly took Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei to the Forbidden Region. The Forbidden Region was where Yu Haoyan died, which proved how terrifying the Forbidden Region was. This entire region was enveloped in mist with corpses all over the ground. No one could imagine what was in the Forbidden Region, but no one wanted to explore it. "This place is dangerous and we might not be able to come back out if we go in," said Yu Weiwei tactfully. "Honestly, I don't want you to enter with me," replied Lin Yun. "No," Yu Weiwei quickly said with tears welling up in her eyes. "If we have to die, I want to die together with you. You can't leave me behind." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun said, "That's why I didn't leave you behind. If anyone else went in, they might die. But if it's me, we might have a chance." He had some confidence as long as he didn't venture into the depths of the Forbidden Region. After all, this was the same Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm that he obtained the strongest inheritance from. Technically speaking, the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm was his home ground. No one could compete with him in terms of luck in this place. If the Azure Dragon Palace was around, then he might be under the protection of the spirit in the palace. "I trust you, Big Brother Yun. I believe that we won't die here." Yu Weiwei smiled with her pupils shining brightly. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, the 3 of them entered the Forbidden Region. There were incessant howls in the mist, but Lin Yun wasn't affected by them because of his firm determination. However, he also started to wonder if he was about to die. After all, Yu Haoyan was also forced into this Forbidden Region back then. Faintly, he could sense the existence of karma. However, that thought was instantly destroyed by Lin Yun's heart as a swordsman. As a swordsman, he didn't believe in karma. The only thing that he believed in was the sword in his hand. An hour later, the Realm Sons stopped outside the Forbidden Region. The three Realm Sons wore ugly expressions because Lin Yun was determined to not give them any benefits. But if the Nether Divinity Realm Sun couldn't kill Lin Yun personally, the slap to the face would always be a thorn in his heart. They actually entered the Forbidden Region. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun was right. Lin Yun really forced himself into a dead end. What a pity. Many people had sadness on their faces because they were looking forward to watching Lin Yun in the final battle. They were sad that they wouldn't get to see him compete with the War Realms. Arg! At this moment, a series of screams sounded out from the Forbidden Region. The followers of the Realm Sons were forced into the Forbidden Region to chase after Lin Yun. Unfortunately for them, they were instantly destroyed. A few people managed to run out of the mist, but they swiftly withered and turned into dried corpses. Many people were forced to reevaluate their Diasra to obey. This Forbidden Region devours vitality. The profound Dragon Realm Son's face was pale after he examined a few corpses. The entire Forbidden Region will devour the vitality of anyone who steps into it. His conclusion made many people feel chills. Just what kind of Forbidden Region was this terrifying? Suddenly, the entire Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm began to tremble while cracks appeared in the air. The entrance is about to collapse. Quick, we have to leave. The collapse of the entrance made many people nervous. They didn't want to stay any longer than necessary. Let's go. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun forcibly suppressed Pei Shui and quickly left the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. As the cracks became even more terrifying, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face turned dark. It took a while before he spoke. Let's go. Completely destroy the entrance when we get out. I want to make sure he can't make it out. The flames on the gate slowly extinguished, which meant that the entrance to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm was closed. All those who were still in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm were trapped. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun silently watched as the gate closed. Young Master, Lin Yun definitely died in the Forbidden Region. His journey in Heavenly Path has come to an end, so he will no longer pose any threat to you, said one of the War Realm's servants. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun locked his brows together and muttered, "He has the Azure Dragon True Bone, so I have a feeling that he won't die in there. So what? Even if he makes it out of the Forbidden Region, there's no way he can leave the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Furthermore, if he ended up in the Forbidden Region, the Azure Dragon True Bone won't be able to save him," smiled the profound Dragon Realm Sun. The Elysium Trigram Realm Sun was in a pretty good mood now that Lin Yun was in a dangerous situation. Unlike the profound Dragon Realm Sun, he knew that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was concerned about Yu Weiwei's life, not Lin Yun's life. Unfortunately for the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, Yu Weiwei's feelings were too deep for Lin Yun. After all, she entered the Forbidden Region with Lin Yun. Now, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun had a thorn in his heart. As a prideful person, he couldn't accept that he lost to someone from a lower realm. Lin Yun is dead, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun said with his booming voice. From now on, Lin Yun is no more. This is the outcome of anyone who challenges the Nether Divinity War Realm. His voice was indifferent as he declared his victory. In this way, he let everyone know that he was superior to Lin Yun. Although there were people filled with disdain for the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, no one dared to reveal their displeasure. After all, Lin Yun's outcome had already proven that the War Realms couldn't be provoked. Despite Lin Yun's strength, his outcome was death. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun smiled because he was ultimately the last one standing. It was just a shame that Yu Weiwei was gone. Then again, there were plenty of women in Kunlun Realm. As for the slap Lin Yun had given him, it no longer mattered to him. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun adjusted his perspective and glanced at the altar before leaving. Lin Yun could only blame the fact that he came from the lower realms. The Forbidden Region was a lot more perilous than Lin Yun had imagined, so he felt his vitality draining away. However, his intuition was correct. The Azure Dragon True Bone reacted when he entered the Forbidden Region as a faint dragon energy emitted out of the True Bone. The dragon energy enveloped Lil Red and Yu Weiwei as well. Although their vitality was being sapped away every single moment, the speed of its disappearance was much slower than before. If Lin Yun didn't have the Azure Dragon True Bone, he probably would have died after an hour. Then again, that didn't mean that he was completely safe now. After all, he only unlocked the first layer of the Azure Dragon True Bone. If he stayed here for too long, death was imminent. The entrance seems to have disappeared, Yu Weiwei muttered. But she didn't dare to look at Lin Yun. It has, Lin Yun replied. He could sense the fluctuation outside, which was well within his expectations. He already knew that the entrance would close before he came in, but they didn't have any other choice. He also wouldn't come here if there were alternatives. Let's go. They're probably gone now. Lin Yun didn't want to stay in this forbidden region for too long now that the Realm Sons were gone. It was probably safe outside, so he could give the Azure Dragon Palace a try. Lin Yun was hopeful for the Azure Dragon Palace. After all, he had obtained the inheritance there that also doubled as the Azure Dragon Lord's acknowledgement. If he could get to the palace spirit might be able to help. However, Lin Yun underestimated the forbidden region as he couldn't find the exit. Just like that, they were trapped in the forbidden region. At this moment, Yu Weiwei coughed and threw up a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale from all the injuries and blood that she was losing. Let me take a look at your injuries. Lin Yun locked his brows together because he knew for a while that Yu Weiwei was injured. Additionally, he could sense that her origin energy was sealed. She was no different from an ordinary person right now. He didn't say anything earlier because they were fleeing for their lives. But now he could. This is a forbidden region. There will be consequences if you use origin energy, said Yu Weiwei while looking around. She could sense a mysterious aura flowing around in the atmosphere. It's fine. Lin Yun wasn't bothered by her words and lifted her off of Lil Red. He then locked his brows as he examined her injuries. Yu Weiwei's injuries weren't serious, but the seal on her body was extremely vicious. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun left behind several fine needles within her body that made up a few seals. Every time she activated her origin energy, the seals would release a poison. The poison would give her unimaginable pain. There were thousands of needles that would squirm as soon as she used her origin energy. Since she used her origin energy before, she had damage on her meridians. Lin Yun couldn't begin to imagine what kind of suffering Yu Weiwei went through. Nether Divinity Realm Sun. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold-killing aura. If he knew this, he would have killed the Nether Divinity Realm Sun even if it meant sacrificing himself. Bear with it a little. Lin Yun sucked in a cold breath. The needles might be problematic for others, but he had the Sky Sword intent. It was easy to shatter the needles as long as one could bear the pain. Don't worry about it, Big Brother Yun. I can wait. Yu Weiwei smiled. You're in this state, but you're still smiling, said Lin Yun. He couldn't believe her attitude with the suffering she went through. It doesn't hurt as long as I'm with you. Yu Weiwei chuckled as her eyes narrowed into slits. Looking at Yu Weiwei, Lin Yun decided to get started. Here we go. Placing a palm on Yu Weiwei's back, Lin Yun's sword intent flowed into Yu Weiwei's body. When his sky sword intent poured into Yu Weiwei's meridians, her face became distorted from the pain. Her meridians were getting damaged a little despite Lin Yun's precise control. However, the pain didn't last long at all. The needles were quickly destroyed by Lin Yun. Then, he meticulously spent his origin energy searching every corner of Yu Weiwei's body for needles. I'm fine now, Big Brother Yun. It didn't take long for Yu Weiwei to blush because this was the first time they had such an intimate interaction. Allowing Lin Yun's sword intent to flow throughout her body was the same as letting Lin Yun see her entire body. Lin Yun soon woke up. He found a seal in Yu Weiwei's body, but it didn't seem to bring any harm to her. Instead, it seemed like it sealed her cultivation. After extracting his sword intent from Yu Weiwei's body, the latter suddenly felt powerless and muttered weakly, Big Brother Lin, I'm tired. Rest well. Lin Yun placed Yu Weiwei on Lil Red. He wanted her to lay down because she needed as much rest as she could get. The next time she woke up, she would be able to recover from her injuries. After Yu Weiwei fell asleep, Lin Yun and Lil Red traveled through the forbidden region. They cautiously walked with the feeling that something would appear out of the mist at any moment. Since they couldn't find the way back, they had no choice but to keep walking forward. Suddenly, a familiar humming noise rang in the distance that made Lin Yun's face change. He could sense a familiar sword intent that wasn't here before. He had a feeling that someone was trying to lure him over. Is that? After a long hesitation, the humming noise became even sharper than before. Let's go and take a look. Lin Yun maintained his caution as he headed towards the sword intent. An hour later, a rusty sword appeared in his vision. It was a plain and simple sword. The sword was piercing the forehead of a corpse with Lin Yun's sword intent. Lin Yun found Yu Haoyan's body, which brought back memories. Even though Yu Haoyan was dead, he remembered that he threw the sword to ensure that the former wouldn't appear ever again. Luckily for Lin Yun, he killed Yu Haoyan before the latter got to the depths of the Forbidden Region. "This is the land of the battle of gods," said Yu Weiwei with a grave expression after waking up. Land of the battle of gods? Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that. Then, he turned around and smiled. "Weiwei, you're awake. Humph. You're finally calling me Weiwei now." Yu Weiwei's face became rosy once more as her eyes shined brightly. Her eyes were spiritual and captivating, just like before. Additionally, her charming and bewitching temperament were back. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he recovered from Yu Weiwei's beauty. He knew the difference between Yu Weiwei and Weiwei, so he forced out a smile. Maybe because it sounded more proper back then. "Humph, you're not allowed to call me that way anymore. Otherwise, I won't call you Big Brother Yun anymore." Yu Weiwei smiled and jumped off of Lil Red. Then, she looked at the corpse and said, "Whose corpse is this?" "Yu Haoyan," said Lin Yun calmly. "Good. If he didn't die, he would end becoming a formidable foe in the future. He should have died in the profound Amber Realm. He's lucky that he made it this far in the heavenly path." Yu Weiwei didn't have a favorable opinion about Yu Haoyan. They had a grudge back in the banquet, not to mention that he was also an enemy of Lin Yun. After a brief pause, Yu Weiwei looked up ahead and continued, "Big Brother Yun, do you know what the land of the battle of gods is? Is it where the battles between gods take place? I heard that places like this can give birth to a divine blood fruit," said Lin Yun. He didn't know much about the land of the battle of gods, but he did manage to get some information from Pei Shui. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun and smiled. "It looks like Big Brother Yun has some knowledge about the land of the battle of gods. But not all land of the battle of gods can give birth to the divine blood fruit. The region needs blood from the gods, and it also needs luck. The battle between gods is extremely complicated. First, it's rare for a god to bleed. Second, it's more rare for a god to fall. It seems like there were many gods heavily injured in the land of the battle of gods, which is why the will in their divine blood still hasn't dissipated," explained Yu Weiwei. "A god's will doesn't have to dissipate? Exactly how strong were they?" Lin Yun was shocked. "I'm not sure," said Yu Weiwei with a grave expression. "After the Golden Age, the last god fell. There hasn't been a birth of a new god ever since. No one really knows how strong the gods were, but we have some information from ancient records." As she spoke, the silver bracelet on her wrist began to shine. When Lin Yun looked at it, he could see densely packed saint runes that were engraved on the bracelet. Yu Weiwei began to pour her origin energy into the bracelet, which caused a spatial fluctuation that made a mirror appear in Yu Weiwei's hand. She was wearing an interspatial bracelet, which was superior to interspatial pouches. After all, it had a larger storage space. Furthermore, there was a miniature array among the saint runes that needed origin energy to activate. However, since her meridians were sealed before, she couldn't use the bracelet. Despite being unable to use the bracelet, no one could take it off her. Otherwise, they would have to deal with the array on the bracelet. Lin Yun was curious about the bracelet, but he was even more curious about the mirror that Yu Weiwei was holding. This is the time-turning mirror. Can turn back time. If there were powerful gods fighting here, there will be traces even if 100,000 years have passed. I can use this mirror to find the divine blood fruit, said Yu Weiwei. Divine blood fruit? Lin Yun's eyes flashed when he heard that. We won't be able to see anything here, but this forbidden region is definitely a land of the battle of gods. There's a high chance that a divine blood fruit is around here, said Yu Weiwei. Then, she gently waved the mirror in her hand and unleashed beams of light into the forbidden region. In the next second, heaven and earth began to change as countless scenes appeared in the depth of the forbidden region. Countless stars fell as the battle between the gods was blurred and distorted. One thing that Lin Yun noticed immediately was that the ancient heavenly path was unlike the heavenly path now. It was unimaginably massive. Suddenly, Lin Yun saw a flash of light before him. When the sword ray flashed, it felt like countless years had passed in the blink of an eye. Then, Lin Yun saw a figure fighting a god. The god let out a painful cry and was sent flying while his blood was vaporized. The immense power formed a terrifying black hole as 9 dazzling droplets of blood fell to the ground. Over there! Lin Yun was fully entranced by the profundity of the sword, so Yu Weiwei's voice startled him awake. When Lin Yun raised his head, the scene in the sky had already disappeared. Without any hesitation, Yu Weiwei rode Lil Red towards the location where the droplets of blood fell. Lin Yun followed closely behind, and after an hour, they stopped at a cliff. The cliff was terrifyingly dark as the abyss below looked like it would swallow their souls. It should be somewhere here. There were 9 total droplets of divine blood. Yu Weiwei looked at the abyss and took out the time-turning mirror before shining it below the cliff. When the time-turning mirror faced a direction and shot a beam out, a golden fruit appeared in Yu Weiwei and Lin Yun's sight. The golden fruit had 7 leaves and emitted an unrivaled aura. With just one glance, Lin Yun felt the urge to eat the fruit. The temptation was great, but Lin Yun managed to hold himself back with his sword intent. Stop! When he saw Yu Weiwei walking towards the cliff, his face changed. He quickly pulled her back, which forced her to fall on top of him. Lowering his head, Lin Yun looked at Yu Weiwei and asked, "Are you all right?" Yu Weiwei was startled awake as fear flashed through her pupils. It actually has 7 divine leaves. How unbelievable! The other 3 divine blood fruits didn't have a single leaf. The leaves and fruit cannot be refined, but there's dew on the leaves. If it's only the dew, Big Brother Yun, you can give it a try. Yu Weiwei only thought about helping Lin Yun instead of herself. So when she looked at Lin Yun to encourage him, she was shocked. Panic filled her face as she watched blood drip from Lin Yun's eyes. With a napkin, she wiped the blood off of Lin Yun's face and said, "Big Brother Yun, why are your eyes bleeding?" After hearing Yu Weiwei's words, Lin Yun realized that there was a stinging pain in his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes and opened them again, but blood was still flowing from his eyes. Lin Yun furrowed his brows as he touched the blood on his face. He had no idea when he suffered this injury. This is weird. If this went on, there was a high possibility that he would go blind. Suddenly, Yu Weiwei thought of something and asked nervously, "Big Brother Yun, did you see anything in the fight between the gods?" "It was blurry in the beginning, but I managed to see a wisp of sword ray," said Lin Yun. Could it be that the sword ray was the cause? Yu Weiwei's face changed when she heard that and said, "This is bad." "You didn't see that sword ray?" asked Lin Yun. "I didn't," responded Yu Weiwei. Everything started to make sense. The problem was due to the sword ray. Maybe it was because of his sky sword intent that he saw the sword ray. Then again, it was fortunate that he only saw a wisp of the sword ray. Otherwise, he would be dead right now. Luckily, the wisp alone was enough to fill Lin Yun with Dao rhyme profundities. This meant that there was a wisp of sword ray lingering in his pupils that would blind him if he couldn't refine it. But refining it was the same as fighting the god that he watched. It was practically an impossible act for the current Lin Yun. As he pondered, Yu Weiwei took out a piece of white cloth and rubbed some medicine on it. Then, she tied it around Lin Yun's eyes. "Sword of the Beginning," muttered Lin Yun. "What?" Yu Weiwei asked nervously. "That's the name of the sword ray. I just realized it. Perhaps I might have a chance to refine this wisp of sword ray," said Lin Yun. "Maybe I can also give the divine blood fruit an attempt." Although he couldn't see anything right now, he could sense everything with his origin energy and sword intent. If he couldn't see the divine blood fruit clearly, perhaps he might be able to resist the temptation. After all, those who saw the divine blood fruit weren't able to resist its temptation. Plus, they wouldn't be able to close their eyes when facing it. But now, Lin Yun couldn't even open his eyes no matter how tempted he was. "Are you really able to do it?" Yu Weiwei asked anxiously. Lin Yun wasn't entirely confident because there might be dangers in the abyss, but he still wanted to give it a go. With a piece of white cloth covering his eyes, Lin Yun walked to the edge of the cliff. Under the light from the time-turning mirror, the divine blood fruit glistened with dew. Lin Yun couldn't see it right now, but he could sense the existence of the divine blood fruit. It was an extremely rare divine blood fruit that far exceeded the value of the other three. It made sense that the temptation for this divine blood fruit was a lot stronger than normal. After all, Lin Yun was tempted to eat it. Even Yu Weiwei, who had a divine blood fruit, nearly fell for its temptation. "Big brother Yun, why don't we wait? Your eyes are still bleeding." Yu Weiwei didn't dare to look at the abyss because of her fear of the divine blood fruit. "No need. If I refine the sword ray right now, I won't be able to retrieve the divine blood fruit after my eyes recover," analyzed Lin Yun calmly. Lin Yun might not be able to refine the leaves and fruit right now, but he might be able to refine the dew on the leaves. If he could do it, then it would be a huge asset for him. As for the actual fruit, he would have to wait. The divine blood fruit was a fortune for powerhouses, so there was no way someone in the heavenly soul realm could refine it. Even Lin Yun couldn't ensure that he could maintain his clarity if got too close to it. But now that he had temporarily lost his eyesight, he had a good chance before him. "Big brother Yun, you have to be careful. You have to put it in this bottle immediately after taking it. No ordinary item can contain the divine blood fruit except for this bottle. There's pure water inside that can contain the divine blood fruit." Yu Weiwei clearly had preparations as she had a container for the fruit. After understanding how to use the bottle, Lin Yun put it away and took a deep breath. Then he jumped off the cliff. He couldn't see anything, but he could sense the divine blood fruit clearly with his origin energy. When Lin Yun was 1,000 meters away from the divine blood fruit, various phenomena began to appear. Halos full of immense power formed around the divine blood fruit. In the blink of an eye, the lights formed a figure. The divine blood fruit had sensed danger and was defending itself. Clearly, the fruit had some kind of intelligence. After all, even ordinary herbs had the intelligence of a kid after 10,000 years. However, the divine blood fruit's intelligence couldn't be compared to a kid as it had a pretty evolved intelligence. The figure threw a punch at Lin Yun full sword profundities. Countering this, light emitted from the surface of Lin Yun's body as he faced the attack with his own sword intent. "Comet Moon!" Lin Yun clenched his fist and threw an attack towards the figure. The figure was blown away, allowing Lin Yun to get 200 meters closer to the divine blood fruit. As its phenomena were destroyed, the divine blood fruit emitted a dark blood light. Then, all 7 of its petals moved, unleashing elemental martial intents such as wind, flame, lightning, and ice. Each elemental martial intent formed a fatal attack that caught Lin Yun by surprise. Each one of the attacks was a Holy Spirit martial technique. It was only natural that Lin Yun was surprised. It seemed like each leaf contained martial intent and Tao rhyme of the god. Lin Yun began to theorize that the attacks would transcend Holy Spirit martial techniques after the divine blood fruit grew to a certain extent. But before he could think more about it, 7 different Holy Spirit martial techniques flew towards him. Lin Yun didn't dare to face the attacks head-on, so he condensed a pair of golden crow wings behind him. Flower Burial Sword. Lin Yun waved his hand and summoned the Flower Burial Sword along with the 2 Holy Spirits from within his body. With the golden crow on his left and the silver phoenix on his right, all darkness in the abyss was dispelled. Solaris Lunar. Lin Yun roared as the spirits manifested a sun and moon. Then, he executed the 3rd form of the 3 heavenly divides. When the boundless sword ray shot out, it tore out a hole through the incoming attacks. However, the attacks continued to make their way over. In the next second, the dragon images around Lin Yun shattered as he flew in the sky. The combination of the 7 Holy Spirit martial techniques was too strong. After all, the Azure Dragon Saint armor was able to resist the strongest attacks of 2 realm suns. Since his armor shattered, he decided to fly back to the cliff. At this moment, light was shining on the surface of Yu Weiwei's body. She seemed to be circulating her cultivation technique as her hair fluttered wildly and revealed a crimson mark on her forehead. Her face was also pale as she was still recovering her strength. What kind of cultivation technique is that? Lin Yun couldn't see, but he could sense the demonic aura coming from Yu Weiwei. However, the demonic aura was extremely pure and not violent like what he had sensed in the past. Although he had a feeling that Yu Weiwei was from the demon clan, her origin seemed to be a lot more terrifying than he had imagined. Big brother Lin, you're up. Yu Weiwei opened her eyes and the crimson mark on her forehead disappeared. Her gaze was a lot gentler now, as she didn't bother to hide her expressions. Lin Yun nodded his head and explained what he experienced. When Yu Weiwei heard his words, she locked her brows together and bit her lips. 7 martial intents and 7 Holy Spirit martial techniques overlapping together. Even an ordinary Empyrean might not be able to face that head-on. It looks like it won't be easy to obtain the divine blood fruit. Lin Yun didn't say anything because he avoided most of the attack. Since the Azure Dragon Saint armor shattered, he knew that he could easily die if he wasn't careful. Without reaching the Empyrean realm, Lin Yun didn't have much hope in obtaining the divine blood fruit. Perhaps I can do this, Lin Yun said after a brief moment of hesitation. If he actually refined the sword ray in his eyes, he could face the 7 Holy Spirit martial techniques. He didn't need to destroy them, but he needed just enough more help to get the fruit into the bottle. With the power of that sword ray, it might be possible. Then again, it was also a dangerous method. Haha, Big Brother Yun, that method might actually work. Yu Weiwei looked around before she held her chin. Normally speaking, it's hard to refine that wisp of sword ray, but you might have a high chance if you use that divine blood fruit. Yu Weiwei was smart, so she thought about many things that Lin Yun overlooked. I thought you would stop me, smiled Lin Yun. Humph, I won't stop you from doing what you want to do, but if you end up dying down there, I'll die alongside you because you're my big brother Yun. Yu Weiwei smiled. She knew that Lin Yun couldn't see her right now, so she didn't feel shy when she looked at him. But even though Lin Yun couldn't see with his eyes, he could still sense how bewitching Yu Weiwei was. Fortunately for him, he couldn't see her smile. A fragrant breeze blew past Lin Yun as Yu Weiwei shoved a pellet into Lin Yun's mouth. When she saw that Lin Yun was caught by surprise, she smiled. Big brother Yun, just hold that saint pellet in your mouth to replenish your vitality. Lin Yun knew that this saint pellet was precious, so he simply nodded and jumped off the cliff. He wanted to refine the sword ray in the abyss to grab the divine blood fruit. The speed of Lin Yun's descent slowed down when he recalled the wisp of sword ray in his eyes. Light was shining through the cloth covering his eyes, which meant that his injuries were getting worse. How troublesome! He knew that he didn't have much time left. If he couldn't refine the sword ray in the short amount of time that he had, he might lose his sight forever. He might even get buried in the abyss. However, Lin Yun had no intention of admitting defeat. Plus, he didn't want Yu Weiwei to die here with him. So what if it was a god? As long as Lin Yun had his sword, he could face anything in his way. In the next second, he wielded the flower burial sword and charged towards the divine blood fruit. Once again, Lin Yun clashed with the divine blood fruit. But unlike the previous time, this time was more dangerous. After all, he couldn't afford to leave anymore because he had to comprehend the sword of the beginning. Even if he didn't end up dying, he would lose his sight. The loss of sight wasn't something that Lin Yun could accept. To a heavenly soul realm cultivator, the eyes weren't just needed to differentiate objects but also for examining Dao Rhyme. The eyes contained part of one's spirit, which would be a huge loss to Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed as Lin Yun tried to comprehend the profundity of the sword of the beginning. He was able to comprehend most of the sword ray, but he still couldn't grasp its essence. Any time he swung his sword to test his comprehension, he would light up the abyss with his sword ray. He had reached the point where the light seemed to last for an eternity, which meant that he achieved the light of the beginning. With my current attainment in the sword, it's weird that I still can't grasp the essence. Lin Yun was anxious. He knew that a god couldn't be looked at directly, but he really wanted to look at the god again to see the sword. Lin Yun was a prideful person, so he was happy that his attainment in the sword was famous throughout the heavenly path. So he was getting frustrated with his setback. If he was unsuccessful, he would lose his life to the divine blood fruit. Right at this moment, a tender voice sounded out in Lin Yun's mind. The gods have witnessed countless splendors, like the rising and setting of the sun or the destruction of worlds. Everyone sees a different scene, so everyone has their own sword of the beginning. Death to those who mimic and life to those who learn this. When that voice echoed out, Lin Yun was startled. He threw up a mouthful of blood as he was struck by the divine blood fruit. Swinging his flower burial sword, Lin Yun pushed the two holy spirits to the limit. He suddenly realized that the voice belonged to the ice phoenix. Indeed, everyone has their own splendor. It looks like I fell into an endless cycle. I have to find my own splendor and condense it into my sword. The simplest ones are probably the sunrise and sunset. I still don't have many experiences with sunsets. Oh, that's right, sunrise. That's the most glorious moment I've seen. Lin Yun suddenly gained an insight. Crushing the Saint pellet in his mouth to replenish his vitality, Lin Yun emitted a dazzling sword ray from his body. At the same time, the aura from his two holy spirits began to surge. At the same time, a flute sounded out. The song was coming from Yu Weiwei, who sensed Lin Yun's chaotic emotions. If someone was here, they would notice that the demonic astral flowers in Lin Yun's aura oceans were beginning to blaze. Additionally, his body was turning glossy like a jade. At this moment, an unrivaled aura exploded out of Lin Yun as his sword ray dyed the surroundings red. The once dead abyss looked like it was coming to life. That's right. The brightest splendor that I have ever witnessed was with the sunrise. This is the sword of the beginning that solely belongs to me. With his aura at its pinnacle, Lin Yun's sword ray tore through the seven holy spirits. His attack made him look like a deity as his blazing sword ray shined brightly. His attack was so strong that the divine blood fruit let out a terrified scream. Knowing that this was the perfect opportunity, Lin Yun charged at the divine blood fruit. Come here. When Lin Yun got close to the divine blood fruit, he took out the bottle that Yu Weiwei gave him. As his origin circulated through it, the bottle unleashed a powerful suction force that swallowed the divine blood fruit. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun removed the bandage covering his eyes. When he opened his eyes, his pupils shined brightly. Not only did he recover from his injuries entirely, but his eyes were so sharp that they could even pierce through space. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe that Lin Yun was only in the heavenly soul realm. What powerful strength! I bet I can face Empyreans or divine core realm experts now. Lin Yun was shocked. Sounded crazy, but he was right. If he managed to plant the seed of fear in the heart of someone, he could crush their will and defeat them instantly. This was the benefit of refining the sword ray. It was all thanks to the time-turning mirror that he obtained the divine blood fruit and saw the sword ray. Then again, grasping the sword of the beginning was more important than either of these encounters. After all, the will of transcendent geniuses was terrifying, so planting the seed of fear in their hearts was a new method for Lin Yun to rely on. But he might not even need to resort to that method. His sword was so strong that other cultivators might not be able to face it head-on. I should talk to Yu Weiwei. Then, Lin Yun flew up to the top of the cliff with the sound of Yu Weiwei's flute continuing to play. In the blink of an eye, he exited the abyss and was greeted by the sight of Yu Weiwei playing her flute under the moonlight. Yu Weiwei was as beautiful as ever as a radiant luster emitted from the strands of her hair. Her eyes were closed, which revealed her pure temperament. She was also wearing her typical red dress that made her aura seem bewitching. All of these features combined made her a true demoness. Lin Yun had to calm himself down to make sure he wasn't affected by her beauty. Big brother Yun, you succeeded. Yu Weiwei placed the flute down and smiled with unconcealable joy in his eyes. Here, this is for you. Lin Yun smiled and handed the bottle over. Yu Weiwei was briefly stunned before she blushed. Big Brother Yun, I can't deny this gift. A divine blood fruit has great meaning to me, so I have to accept this. But how am I ever going to repay you? There's no rush. Lin Yun smiled at her and proceeded to say, let's talk about everything when we get out of her. Ah? Big Brother Yun, do you have a way out? Yu Weiwei asked in surprise. Nodding his head, Lin Yun replied, I was initially thinking of asking the palace spirit to transport us out, but it looks like there's no need for that now. This space isn't stable, so I might be able to cut open a door for us with the sword of the beginning. Yeah, you can try to refine the dew when we get out of here. If your physique can resist it, the fortune from the dew might even be greater than the Saint Spiritual Lake. Smiled Yu Weiwei. When Lin Yun heard the name Saint Spiritual Lake, he was stunned. He had almost forgotten about the lake. Basking in the Saint Spiritual Lake would mean that the final battle would start soon. He had many things to do before then. When Lin Yun thought about everything, he realized that the final battle was about 20 days away. The final battle was the final test in the heavenly path where each cultivator would be picked by a powerful sect in the Kunlun realm. Then again, this was the minimum requirement for entering the Kunlun realm. There was no guarantee that he would even get there since geniuses were plentiful in Kunlun realm. If one wasn't born in the Kunlun realm, they would have to go through the heavenly path. After all, those from the Kunlun realm were geniuses that were practically born in the sky. Geniuses from the lower realms had to do their very best just to see the geniuses in the sky. There were few who could make a name for themselves, but that didn't deter the lower realms from trying. However, the same couldn't be said for the realm sons. The heavenly path was just a game to them. With their noble status, they were qualified to compete with the geniuses from Kunlun realm. So ever since entering the heavenly path, the realm sons only cared about the final battle. After all, the champion could obtain a 9-leaf saint fruit, which was something that one could refine in the heavenly soul realm. Legends said that upon refining the 9-leaf saint fruit, one could make their 7 Xiantian souls reach the supreme realm. The nether divinity, profound dragon, and Elysium trigram realm sons didn't have a care in the world right now. After all, they thought that Lin Yun was dead. When Lin Yun thought about them, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was determined to kill all 3 of them even if it meant offending their respective clans. Are we going to leave this forbidden region first? Yu Weiwei asked with her brows locked together. After all, it was hard to differentiate the direction within the thick fog. No need to worry, said Lin Yun. The space in this forbidden region isn't stable. If we were somewhere else, my sword of the beginning might not be able to break through this realm. Luckily, that's not the case. Due to the ancient battle between the gods, the space here was no longer stable. So with the sword of the beginning, Lin Yun could tear a hole in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Let me try it right here. Lin Yun found a spot in the forbidden region and started picturing the sword of the beginning in his mind. In the next second, he had swung the flower burial sword, unleashing a dazzling sun that appeared behind him. It was so bright that all space seemed to freeze. It was as if the only light source was from Lin Yun's sword. The attack left a huge crack in the sky, which showed how powerful Lin Yun's new sword was. When Yu Weiwei saw this scene, her mouth dropped in disbelief. She couldn't believe the sheer power of the attack. She couldn't imagine a single person in the heavenly soul realm who could fend off Lin Yun's sword. Furthermore, the sword was only in its initial stages, so it had a lot of growth potential. Lin Yun let out a breath and grabbed onto Yu Weiwei's hand. Let's go! Just like that, the 2 of them charged out of the crack with Lil Red. When they discovered that they were out of the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, the 2 of them let out a breath. We're out. Yu Weiwei rejoiced. Big Brother Yun, you're really formidable. Lin Yun merely smiled in response because he didn't know if Yu Weiwei really meant that. Her strength was too hidden for him to decipher. Yu Weiwei spread her hands open and took out the jade bottle. When she poured her origin energy into it, the bottle began to shine brightly. At this moment, they could see the divine blood fruit and its 7 glittering leaves. Big Brother Yun, the price of this divine blood fruit is unimaginable. It's so precious that you can obtain the promise of a saint with it. I'm really happy that you're giving it to me, said Yu Weiwei with glittering eyes. I don't need it. It's for you anyways, replied Lin Yun calmly. He knew that this item was precious, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble. After all, he understood the crimes of possessing treasures that he couldn't protect. Since Yu Weiwei came for the heavenly path, there was no reason why he couldn't give it to her. Yu Weiwei rejoiced inwardly when she heard that. It turned out that she had a place in Lin Yun's heart. It seemed like he didn't just save her because of a casual promise that he made. She felt incredibly happy at this moment. So much so that her smile radiated like a full moon in the night sky. Although she was a demoness, Lin Yun could feel a trace of gentleness and bashfulness from her. Big brother Yun, the dew on the leaves are extremely miraculous. Which one do you want to refine? Each leaf contained a different Tao rhyme, which meant that the effects of each dew was different. Lin Yun already knew how miraculous the leaves were after fighting the divine blood fruit for 9 days. After all, each one of the leaves contained a different martial intent and a Holy Spirit martial technique. In total, there was the wind, flame, thunder, ice, earth, life, and death martial intents. The dew on the leaf of life could save someone who was dying, and the dew on the leaf of death could allow someone to comprehend death intent. Lin Yu knew he couldn't refine the life or death intent because he wasn't proficient in either of them. The only ones he was proficient in were wind and thunder. There were 10 droplets of dew on each of the leaves, so Lin Yun pondered briefly before he replied, "Can I have 1 droplet of thunder and wind?" He wanted to give these 2 a try. It was naturally best if he could refine everything, but he needed to be realistic. So he was just looking forward to the effects of refining the dew. Big brother Yun, you're not going to ask me why I need the divine blood fruit? Yu Weiwei asked. No need. It's enough for me if I know they will help you, replied Lin Yun. But I want to tell you. Yu Weiwei became a little angry and glared at Lin Yun. She was furious that Lin Yun wasn't concerned about her. Go ahead then. I'm pretty curious why you need it. Yu Weiwei's face quickly turned into a smile when she heard that. Clearly, Lin Yun was concerned about her. Without any hesitation, she replied, I need it to save my mother. My mother fell into a deep slumber when I was young, and she's been in a state between life and death. I can only wake her from her slumber with the divine blood fruit. My father is strong, but he also has many enemies. So it's too hard for him to obtain the divine blood fruit. He didn't want to pay the price to obtain it, so I snuck into the heavenly path for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't need your divine blood fruit. Lin Yun finally understood why Yu Weiwei was going through so much pain for the divine blood fruit. From the seal in her body, he could tell that her true cultivation was really strong. Clearly, she paid a great price to descend into the profound amber realm. If it wasn't for the divine blood fruit, she also wouldn't have gotten caught by the nether divinity realm sun. Looking at Yu Weiwei again, Lin Yun began to feel heartache for her. He couldn't imagine the pain she felt when her mother fell into that mysterious state. He also couldn't imagine the price she had to pay in order to descend to the profound amber realm, let alone leaving her home. When he first met her, she innocently smiled at him next to a lake. He never would have suspected that she was going through so much pain, nor did she ever tell him about it. It seemed like the only thing she wanted Lin Yun to remember was her smile. I'm done. Yu Weiwei smiled and took out 2 droplets of dew before Lin Yun had a chance to reply. 1 droplet of dew contained wind intent and the other contained thunder intent. Both of them contained boundless spiritual essence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun tossed the 2 droplets of dew into his mouth. In the next second, every corner of his body was filled with immense power that started to leak out of his pores. Lin Yun's eyes turned bloodshot as traces of blood started to flow down. It seemed like the pressure was so great that he was about to explode. Suddenly, Yu Weiwei retreated with the bottle. If she didn't retreat in time, she might have been injured from Lin Yun's pressure. He should be fine. Yu Weiwei comforted herself. Even the dew on the leaves weren't easy to refine. Lin Yun had to be careful or else he could lose his life. But he didn't have a choice because he had to catch up to the realm suns. All of the realm suns had great foundations, so Lin Yun had to make up for the gap. Plus, he revealed all of his trump cards. When the realm sons were done basking in the saint's spiritual lake, they would surely have a huge boost in their strength. Lin Yun's violent state lasted for a long time, which worried Yu Weiwei. But suddenly, a dragon roar echoed from within Lin Yun's body that calmed the violent energy surging within his body. At the same time, a dragon flew out of Lin Yun's body and coiled around him while emitting immense pressure. Success! Yu Weiwei rejoiced because Lin Yun's azure dragon sword aura was showing signs of evolving into a holy spirit. If he succeeded, then he would no longer have to exhaust his vitality and could only rely on his sword aura and dragon aura together. As Lin Yun refined the dew, the dragon around him began to look even more realistic. It looked like it was alive as its eyes shined brightly with a sword ray. Clearly, the azure dragon aura and Lin Yun's sword intent were merging well together. The body was created by the azure dragon and the eyes were manifested with sword intent. No one else in the world had this azure dragon sword aura except for Lin Yun. And now, Lin Yun's azure dragon was transforming into a holy spirit. It was a bizarre and practically unimaginable event. After all, only those who had cultivated a holy spirit martial technique could manifest the holy spirits. Even stranger was the fact that Lin Yun didn't use any of his vitality. But the transformation was still occurring. Yu Weiwei suppressed her excitement and took 2 more droplets of dew out of the bottle for Lin Yun. She passed them over to Lin Yun, who didn't hesitate to refine them. His body was becoming stronger and stronger with the help of the dew. At the same time, Lin Yun's cultivation also began to surge violently. It had been barely a month since he reached the 4th soul heavenly soul realm, but he was making swift progress thanks to the dew. He was surprised by the improvement, but he was worried that his cultivation was improving a little too quickly. It was a surreal feeling. Furthermore, he had no idea if his foundation was strong enough to undergo the tribulation. After all, every single tribulation was accompanied by demonic astral flowers, which was extremely dangerous. He only made it through the previous tribulation thanks to the azure dragon true bone. But he still had to unlock the 10 seals on it to make use of it again. So he couldn't allow his cultivation to progress too quickly. After he made up his mind, Lin Yun split his attention to refine the dew while pouring its spiritual energy essence into the Iris Sword Sutra. He wanted the Iris Sword Sutra to reach the 15th stage before undergoing his next tribulation. His Sword Sutra was his foundation, so he needed a solid foundation before making a breakthrough. Otherwise, his cultivation would be equivalent to a tall hollow building. If it was someone else, they would choose to make a breakthrough without any hesitation. Not many people were as calm and composed as Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Yu Weiwei held her chin in doubt because Lin Yun had already refined a total of 10 droplets of dew. His azure dragon sword aura had reached a terrifying height, so Yu Weiwei couldn't figure out why there was no improvement in Lin Yun's cultivation. That's weird. The spiritual energy in the dew was enough to make someone's cultivation rise rapidly. Why isn't there any increase to his cultivation aside from his sword aura? Yu Weiwei muttered. It was hard to make progress in one's cultivation after reaching the late phase of the heavenly soul realm. Since Lin Yun couldn't bask in the saint's spiritual lake, the dew was his only opportunity. After all, there wasn't an opportunity as good as this in Kunlun realm. Then again, Lin Yun must have a good reason for his odd behavior. 3 days later, Lin Yun was enveloped in a boundless dragon aura. The power of his azure dragon sword aura was similar to his holy spirits. Additionally, a sword hum echoed out of Lin Yun's body as iris flowers flew out of his body. In the next second, the iris flowers formed a sea of flowers behind him, each containing a terrifying amount of sword intent. His Iris Sword Sutra had reached the 15th stage, which was 1 stage away from complete mastery. When Yu Weiwei saw this scene, she finally figured out what was going on, so she took out the remaining 6 droplets. When Lin Yun sucked the dew into his mouth, the cultivation that he had been suppressing suddenly began to soar. Instantly, lightning flickered all over his body as he began making a breakthrough into the 5th soul heavenly soul realm. When Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a breath, he raised his head. Demonic astral flowers were descending from the dark sky, which made everything look apocalyptic. I knew it. Lin Yun squinted his eyes. His tribulation in the fifth soul was a lot stronger than the fourth soul. It was a good thing that he suppressed his cultivation until he made a breakthrough in his sword sutra. Additionally, he had the Azure Dragon Sword aura that had been tempered by the dew, so he felt more than prepared. Then again, he also refined the dew to improve his body. With all of these measures, he wanted to subdue 6 demonic astral flowers. It was an insane plan, but it would increase the number of demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans to 14. As Lin Yun underwent his tribulation for the fifth soul heavenly soul realm, the geniuses of the gold, purple, and white ranking were gathered at the Saint Spiritual Lake. The Saint Spiritual Lake was located at the top of a mountain where bright stars were reflected in the sky. At this moment, the stars seemed close enough for everyone to grab. This was the location of the final battle in the heavenly path. It was also where the geniuses would try to shine brightest. But before anyone fought, everyone on the ranking was given a chance to bask in the Saint Spiritual Lake. At the top of the mountain was a mirror hovering in the sky, and many people were gathered beneath it. Everyone who was present was emitting a terrifying aura. These were the elders of the various powerful sects in Kunlun realm who were here to pick disciples to join their sects. Although the geniuses from the lower realms were excellent choices, their main focus was on the 10 war realms. Because of the news that divine blood fruits would appear in the 9th heavenly path, all of the realm sons were gathered. It was unfortunate for everyone else since it would be hard to stand out with the realm sons taking all the glory. On the other hand, the sects wanted as many good seeds as possible, so they would still hand out invitations. After all, every war realm had a terrifying foundation, so the realm sons would be converted into a weapon for any sect. Under the mirror, the elders started to form seals to unlock the restriction enveloping the Saint Spiritual Lake. As the Saint Spiritual Lake began to shine brightly, a radiant voice descended down from the starry sky. The restriction in the Saint Spiritual Lake has been lifted. All outcomes will depend on your own effort. Those in the top 10 will obtain a Saint Spiritual Fruit, and the champion will obtain a 9-leaf Saint Fruit. Those with excellent performances will also have a chance to join the sects we're representing. The words made everyone excited because this was what they came for. Only the 10 realm sons were able to maintain their composure because they knew that the final battle was a stage only for them. All other geniuses would become their stepping stones. "They're just a bunch of ants," sneered the Nether Divinity Realm son, while he looked at several figures among the crowd. Naturally, he was looking at Luochan, Qinlin, Junmengchen, and those from the profound Amber Realm. All of them made it into the ranking and showed themselves despite knowing the enmity that the Nether Divinity Realm son had with Lin Yun. Interesting. They're here. The Profound Dragon and Elysium Trigram Realm sons were also looking at those groups. "Don't be in such a hurry. We'll teach them the meaning of regret in 3 days," smiled the Nether Divinity Realm son with killing aura surging in his pupils. When the seal enclosing the Saint Spiritual Lake opened, the violent spiritual energy and stars began to radiate. The atmosphere became dreamy as dense spiritual energy filled the air. In just one moment, everyone felt their pores open while their origin energy started to boil. The Saint Spiritual Lake. The hearts of everyone on the ranking began to throb violently before they charged towards the lake. Suddenly, a series of breaking noises rang out. "Don't move!" Luochan stopped Qinlin, Junmengchen, and Lin Yun's friends. But the others around them charged towards the lake and were crushed by an immense aura. When they raised their heads, fear filled their eyes because the realm suns were hovering above them in the sky. Every single one of them was emitting an immense aura from their bodies along with a brilliant radiance. Their aura alone had already suppressed all the geniuses who soared into the sky. In fact, the auras of everyone who was suppressed had practically crumbled. It was a silent reminder that the realm sons were here and that they would enter the Saint Spiritual Lake first. The warning instantly quelled everyone's excitement as they looked at the realm sons. How overbearing! Qinlin's eyes flashed with indignance when he saw the blatant disdain on the Nether Divinity Realm son's face. "Quiet down," said Luochen coldly. "Am I wrong? If Brother Lin Yun was here, there would be no room for the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. Brother Lin's name is clearly still on the ranking, but that guy is going around saying that Lin Yun is dead. He acts like he's the one who defeated Brother Lin, said Qin Lin in a disdainful tone. Qin Lin was someone who would speak up if he was unhappy. In this situation, he couldn't accept the fact that the Realm Suns were looking down on everyone, not to mention their attitude in the yellow sandy plain. Although the Realm Suns weren't there, they were the ones who made it difficult for Qin Lin to pass. It was fine if they were strong, but the 3 Realm Suns relied on a trap to deal with Lin Yun. They even sent their servants to their deaths while using a girl to threaten Lin Yun. In the end, the War Realms were nothing but losers, especially the Nether Divinity Realm Sun who was slapped by Lin Yun. Luo Qin fell into silence. It was clear that Lin Yun's name was still shining brightly on the ranking, which meant that he was still alive. However, they also knew that it was impossible for Lin Yun to come back. Since the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm's entrance closed, Lin Yun was trapped. Luo Qin and the others even circled the palace several times to find a way to reopen the entrance. However, each trip ended in failure. Those people are petty, so we better give up when the final battle starts, said Luo Qin with his brows locked together. I'm just complaining right now. I won't do anything rash. Qin Lin sighed in disappointment because he knew that he couldn't do anything. The Realm Suns were too strong. The 10 Realm Suns descended onto the Saint Spiritual Lake to occupy the best locations. When the 10 of them descended, everyone who was waiting began to charge forward. Luo Qin and his group managed to take the corner position of the Saint Spiritual Lake, which submerged them up to their chest. Then, their faces changed drastically because their cultivation was rapidly rising. At this moment, they concentrated on absorbing the golden sparkles that were entering their bodies. Everyone could sense their cells swelling as their physiques underwent a transformation. In just a single breath's time, explosive power filled their bodies. How unbelievable, said Luo Qin, who raised his hand with a grave expression. He long heard rumors that the Saint Spiritual Lake could allow someone to undergo a drastic transformation that would boost their strength if their foundation was sturdy enough. The golden sparkles that Luo Qin was refining came from the 9-leaf saint fruit that was rumored to be located in the depth of the Saint Spiritual Lake. The leaf would bloom once every millennium and would mature after all 9 leaves fully bloomed. It was the reason why the Saint Spiritual Lake was so magical. With such a great boost in strength at the border of the lake, Luo Qin couldn't imagine how great the boost would be at the center of the lake. But with the Realm Suns occupying the middle, no one dared to move. On top of that, the servants of the Realm Suns were preventing anyone from getting close to the middle. With the greatest resources in the Saint Spiritual Lake occupied by the Realm Suns, the other geniuses could only cultivate at the border of the lake. Although they would become strong, the Realm Suns would become even stronger because of where they were cultivating. Just thinking about it made Luo Qin feel despair. He knew that even if Lin Yun could make it out of the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, he wouldn't be able to compete with the Realm Suns anymore. Unbelievable. I can sense that I will reach the 5th soul Heavenly Soul Realm in 3 days, said Qin Lin with joy flashing in his pupils. Even the other geniuses were rejoicing in excitement. Luo Qin merely sighed inwardly and didn't say a word. After everyone's initial joy for entering the Saint Spiritual Lake, the surroundings grew quiet. Everyone was focusing on refining the golden sparkles in the lake. The process wasn't as smooth as everyone imagined. Half a day later, many people had no choice but to stop because they noticed that the number of golden sparkles had decreased. Now, they could only refine 10 golden sparkles in 6 hours. 2 days later, the majority of the people had woken up because they realized that there weren't any more golden sparkles. Even so, everyone had a great boost in their strength along with a breakthrough in their cultivation. Luckily, everyone's strength had doubled. However, they were all looking at the center of the Saint Spiritual Lake with disappointment. The Realm Suns were glowing with golden radiance while golden sparkles enveloped them in the air. Damn it! Qin Lin cursed because he was trapped in the bottleneck of the 4th soul Heavenly Soul Realm. He was half a step away from making a breakthrough to the 5th soul, but there was nothing he could do since all the golden sparkles had been exhausted. On the other hand, Luo Qin was calm because he had already predicted this situation. The saint's spiritual lake had greatly boosted his strength and allowed his body to undergo a transformation. However, he didn't bother with his cultivation and focused on transforming his physique. Additionally, Luo Chun could sense a Tao rhyme in the lake. The 9-leaf saint fruit was a 1,000-year-old saint herb, so it definitely had a powerful Tao. It was a shame that he couldn't comprehend the Tao rhyme from where he was submerged. Only the realm sons could do so. Right at this moment, a commotion rang out on the saint's spiritual lake as everyone watched a rainbow glow appear behind the realm sons. My heavens! Not only did they have a great boost in their strength, but their martial intents also transformed. It seems like their holy spirits are transforming too. Unbelievable. Just how did they manage to do it? Many people's faces changed upon seeing this because they were shocked by the phenomena surrounding the 10 realm sons. The effects of the saint's spiritual lake weren't just limited to one's cultivation and physique, but it also extended to the Tao rhyme. Suddenly, the entire world began to tremble. The Nether Divinity Realm Son was the first to open his eyes as he made his breakthrough into the 6th soul heavenly soul realm. When his tribulation began to form, bewitching flowers descended from the sky. Demonic astral flowers. Many people's faces changed when they saw this scene. It seemed like the Nether Divinity Realm Son wanted to subdue the demonic astral flowers. After all, the fact that Lin Yun had more demonic astral flowers left a scar in his heart. If it wasn't for the demonic astral flowers, the slap from Lin Yun wouldn't have sent him flying. Since Lin Yun had a total of 8 demonic astral flowers, he wanted to obtain 9. So even if Lin Yun made it out of the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, the Nether Divinity Realm Son could suppress him and repay the humiliation he suffered. Back at the palace, Lin Yun made it through his 5th soul tribulation. He ended up refining a total of 20 droplets of dew. Even though he spent a lot on his tribulation, his harvest was great. He managed to refine a total of 7 demonic astral flowers, which gave all 5 of his aura oceans 3 demonic astral flowers. As countless petals flew out of Lin Yun's body, the demonic astral flowers formed a sea of flowers. There were 15 demonic astral flowers that formed 15 layers of flowers. With 15 layers of flowers combining together, the pressure Lin Yun was giving off had reached an unprecedented height that made his body glow. If others didn't have a strong enough cultivation, they wouldn't be able to see his appearance clearly. In terms of origin energy, I'm at least 5 times stronger than when I was in Wind Mound City, said Lin Yun proudly. The surrounding space was trembling as his pupils shined brightly. He was strong back in Wind Mound City mainly because of his sword intent and Holy Spirit martial intent. His cultivation didn't impress anyone. In fact, the commonly held opinion was that Lin Yun could only compete with the Realm Sons due to his heaven-defying sword intent. But now that he had refined 20 droplets of dew, his foundation was at least as good as the Realm Sons. After all, the effects of the dew far exceeded basking in the saint's spiritual lake. Enveloped in the layers of flowers, Lin Yun began to perform the Divine Glory Sun Fist and Divine Glory Moon Fist. The light coming from his punches lit up the entire plaza and created cracks on all the surrounding buildings. Come back! When Lin Yun was done, he barked and retracted all the flowers into his body. Although his terrifying aura was restrained, he still looked extraordinary. He was so extraordinary that Yu Weiwei let out a sigh when she looked at him. Lin Yun's dangerous subjugation of the 7 demonic astral flowers caused her heart to throb violently. But now that Lin Yun could perfectly control the demonic astral flowers, Yu Weiwei couldn't help wearing a charming smile. When Lin Yun was done, he took a step forward and appeared before Yu Weiwei. Big brother Yun, how do you feel right now? Yu Weiwei smiled. 3 demonic astral flowers in each of my aura oceans is the limit for me right now. I heard that the highest limit for the heavenly soul realm is 7 demonic astral flowers, replied Lin Yun. It's rare for anyone to achieve that even in Kunlun realm, not to mention that it requires a higher cultivation, chuckled Yu Weiwei. Big brother Yun, you're already very formidable. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. Yu Weiwei's smile was extremely charming to Lin Yun. Let's go, said Lin Yun. It's time for us to join the final battle. He didn't say it, but it was also time for him to kill some people. At the center of the saint's spiritual lake, the realm suns were emitting a terrifying aura as they opened their eyes. Every single one of them had reached the pinnacle fifth soul heavenly soul realm, and they could make a breakthrough anytime they wanted to. However, each of them wisely chose to stabilize their foundation. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky as demonic astral flowers began to descend from the sky. Explosions were constantly coming from the sea of flames. Ordinary geniuses in the fifth soul would be incinerated if they came in contact with the demonic astral flowers. However, the realm suns were subduing the demonic astral flowers. They were even integrating the demonic astral flowers into their aura oceans. It was a shocking sight for the crowd to see. They watched in silence as the realm suns subdued the demonic astral flowers. Clearly, the realm suns were serious when they declared that only the realm suns could participate in the final battle. Even if the other geniuses joined the final battle, they wouldn't cause any waves. After all, the realm suns sealed off the yellow sandy plain and humiliated countless geniuses. With this thorn in many people's hearts, many people felt powerless. Aren't they a little too strong? Qin Lin smiled bitterly. He was unhappy with the nether divinity realm sun, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't even dare to complain anymore after witnessing the absurd tribulation. Deep down, he was hoping that Lin Yun would stay far away because the realm suns were much too strong for Lin Yun after the baptism of the Saint Spiritual Lake. Similarly, no one believed they could compete with the realm suns. Suddenly, the nether divinity realm sun began to shine brightly after subduing another demonic astral flower. He actually succeeded? That's the sixth flower, right? He now has 10 demonic astral flowers, including the 4 he had from the start. It looks like he was really humiliated by Lin Yun. I bet he has been refining tons of treasures recently. With his current strength, he could easily suppress Lin Yun now. It looks like the nether divinity realm sun is putting his life on the line. The act of subduing the demonic astral flowers was dangerous, and everyone thought the nether divinity realm sun reached his limit after subduing the 5th flower. However, he proved everyone wrong by subduing a 6th demonic astral flower. When all the radiance dissipated, the nether divinity realm sun began to laugh because he knew that he had succeeded. He then swept his gaze at the other realm suns with pride in his eyes. Even the imperial feather realm sun swept a glance at him. But the imperial feather realm sun wasn't afraid because he had consumed a 1,000-year-old saint herb before entering the saint spiritual lake. So he was confident about becoming the champion. When he raised his head, he could still see Lin Yun's name shining as the champion of the gold ranking. It was a name so dazzling that he couldn't neglect it. After the battle in Wind Mound City, the 10 realm suns were ranked behind him. Although it was a rough ranking, he couldn't accept the fact that Lin Yun's ranking was ahead of his. It proved that Lin Yun wasn't dead and that he was living well in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. It was embarrassing because he was the one who said that Lin Yun was dead after entering the Forbidden Region. That fellow's name is really annoying. The Profound Dragon and Elysium Dragon Realm Suns came over to the Nether Divinity Realm Sun after they were done refining 5 demonic astral flowers each. It doesn't matter how dazzling his name is. He's still trapped in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, said the Elysium Trigram Realm Sun coldly. All of them had grown twice as strong, especially the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. His strength had reached an unfathomable height. In fact, it wouldn't be a surprise if he became the champion. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun smiled coldly. I really hope that he can come out. I didn't have enough fun with him before he ran into the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. The other Realm Suns looked at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun strangely. Then why didn't he say it was fun when Lin Yun beat him up? Does he enjoy getting slapped in the face? Although the Realm Suns were thinking these thoughts, none of them said a word. After all, the final battle was imminent. For hours later, an aged voice sounded out once more. Time's up. Those who want to join the final battle can leave. Based on ancestral teachings, life and death will be of no concern in the final battle. So the moment someone admits defeat, they can't be attacked. Make your decision wisely. The moment the voice sounded out, an uproar was heard on the Saint Spiritual Lake. Many people were hesitant for the final battle because they didn't want to lose their lives if they couldn't admit defeat in time. Safety wasn't guaranteed in the final battle, so the elders' words were a reminder to everyone. However, many people felt a dilemma because they benefited greatly from the Saint's spiritual lake. Although the benefits they received weren't comparable to what the Realm Sons experienced, they still transformed. In just 3 days, they had grown 1-fold stronger as they still had a lot of spiritual energy that they needed to refine. Then again, it would be a pity if they lost their lives on an impossible challenge because giving up was the same as giving up on the Kunlun realm. However, the elderly voice didn't care about everyone's thoughts and continued. The rules for the final battle are simple. The 9-leaf saint fruit will reach maturity in an hour. The leaves take 9,000 years to bloom, and all of the accumulated flower fragrance from the past 9,000 years will condense into floral saint liquid. The ranking for the final battle will be decided by the amount of floral saint liquid. The rules were simple, so everyone understood what to do. Whoever collected the most floral saint liquid would be crowned the champion. Naturally, the competition would be intense to become the champion and to capture the attention of the elders. It would be a bloodbath once the fruit matured. The commotion became softer as everyone began to hesitate. They could always obtain some floral saint liquid before giving up. Otherwise, they would be left with nothing. There was no doubt that the floral saint liquid was a lot more precious than the golden sparkles in the lake. Big Brother Luo, what should we do now? Qinlin, Junmengchen, and those from the profound Amber Realm all turned to look at Luo Chen because he was their leader. Luo Chen's eyes began to flicker as he fell into deep thoughts. There was no question that his companions were tempted by the floral saint liquid, so they wanted to participate in the final battle. However, Luo Chen had a bad feeling. Let's give up. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun probably won't let us go if we join the final battle, said Luo Chen. He sensed a strong killing aura a few days ago that kept him guarded. Qin Lin and the rest didn't hesitate to give up because Luo Chen was their leader. When Luo Chen's group gave up, everyone looked over in confusion. They couldn't believe that Luo Chen's group was heading for the shore. They're going to give up? It makes no sense with their strength. Luo Chen, Qin Lin, and Jun Mengchan all have the strength to reach the top 20 in purple ranking. Luo Chen can even make it into the top 10. Why are they giving up on the opportunity to join a powerful sect? What can they do? Everyone knows about their relationship with Lin Yun. After all, they were the ones who helped Lin Yun buy the True Dragon Saint Liquid and Blood Flame pellets in 4-Phase City. Weren't they courting death when they decided to help Lin Yun back then? Luo Chen's group weren't nameless figures, so their departure instantly attracted everyone's attention. But it only took a moment for everyone to understand what was going on. With the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's temper, there was no way he would let Luo Chen's group off that easily. After all, there was no way the Nether Divinity Realm Sun would let this matter rest easy as long as Lin Yun's name was still on the golden ranking. We're here. The group let out a sigh the moment they reached the shore. But in the next second, a cold aura swept out and enveloped the entire region. Luo Chen's face changed when he felt the aura. A figure descended before Luo Chen's group and said, "You want to leave? Aren't you a little too naive to think that you can leave with me around?" The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face radiated with dark killing intent. He unleashed his pressure that made everyone aside from Luo Chen throw up a mouthful of blood. Luo Chen was barely able to resist the pressure and said, "Nether Divinity Realm Sun, we gave up. Is there really any reason for you to take things this far?" The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's eyes flashed with mockery as he sneered. "You don't have to speak so loudly. Since you gave up, do you think the elders will pay any attention to you? Do you dare to admit that you helped Lin Yun back in 4-Phase City?" Hearing that, Luo Chen's face changed and gritted his teeth. "I admit my actions, but I'm the only one responsible. Let them go." "Ha ha ha. Great. I like straightforward people like you. Then get down on your knees." The Nether Divinity Realm Sun laughed before he suddenly made his move. Due to how strong he was, many people couldn't see how he attacked. They could only feel the mountain of pressure from his hands. As his palm descended down, Luo Chen threw up a mouthful of blood while his bones cracked and forced him to his knees. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's sudden slap left everyone shocked. However, the onslaught didn't stop there. A black light rose up from the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's body as his hair fluttered in the wind violently. Big Brother Luo. Qin Lin's party became anxious. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun merely looked down at them with disdain. The other leg. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to help you? Luo Chen's face was nasty as he stopped Qin Lin and the others from helping. I'm the only one responsible, so I'll kneel. When he placed his other knee down, Qin Lin's party looked at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun with flames blazing in their pupils. Even the spectators were shaking their heads because Luo Chen's situation was too miserable. After all, most people would rather die than suffer this kind of humiliation. However, no one said a word because they couldn't afford to provoke the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. After all, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was now in the sixth soul heavenly soul realm with 10 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. I shouldn't have gone against you. Can you let us go now? Luo Chen gave the Nether Divinity Realm Sun what he wanted, but the Nether Divinity Realm Sun wasn't satisfied. Swinging his hand out, he slapped Luo Chen's face. Since you know you're in the wrong, it's not too much for me to give you a slap, right? The Nether Divinity Realm Sun sneered at Luo Chen with ridicule. His words made Luo Chen spit up a mouthful of blood in anger. Luo Chen's eyes became bloodshot as he clenched his fist tightly. He was on the verge of losing control of his anger. Lin Yun had saved his life, so Luo Chen wouldn't hesitate to repay Lin Yun with his life. But he still had his friends and Lin Yun's friends from the profound Amber Realm to worry about. No, it's not much. Now, can you let my friends go? Luo Chen said. The moment Luo Chen was done speaking, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun gave him another slap and chuckled. So it turns out that you're this cheap. Since you're happy about my slap, I'll give you another. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun continued to give Luo Chen a series of slaps, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They all knew that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was venting out his hatred for Lin Yun on Luo Chen. It was shameless. You bastard! Qin Lin and the rest instantly flew into a rage and charged towards the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. Haha, you can't blame me now, Luo Chen. How can I possibly accept a bunch of ants acting against me? The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's eyes flashed with a vicious light before he laughed and suddenly moved. The difference in strength was simply too huge. Qin Lin and the others were sent flying away with just an attack. Then they fell into the Saint's spiritual liquid. You fooled me. Luo Chen immediately bounced up from his seat. Get lost. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun kicked Luo Chen's ribs and caused them to crack. In the end, he too landed in the Saint's spiritual liquid. You ants. Did you really think that I would let you off? The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face was cold as soared into the sky. Then he walked towards the Saint's spiritual lake. At this moment, everyone realized that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was playing around. He never had any intentions of letting Lin Yun's friends go. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was too vicious. He disregarded his identity and attacked those that were lower than him. No one can save you. This is the consequence for going against me. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun sped towards the Saint's spiritual lake and looked at Luo Chen's group indifferently. Humph, you want to kill us? Killing us won't change the fact that Lin Yun slapped you. You're nothing but trash. You can't even compare to one of Brother Lin's fingers. Qin Lin mocked. Lin Yun? He's just a lowly bastard who I chased into the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. He's destined to die there. He's the same as a dog. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun snorted at Qin Lin's words. You're really shameless. Qin Lin sneered. Those who don't know the truth might actually believe you. You're courting death. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's eyes flashed with a cold light. But just when he walked over to Qin Lin, Luo Chen stood up and said coldly, You have to walk over my dead body if you want to touch him. You piece of trash. It looks like my slaps weren't enough. I guess I have to fulfill your wish. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun glared at Luo Chen with anger in his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson light streaked across the sky. Then, a youth carrying a sword box descended from the sky. The crimson bolt was filled with a violent aura that created ripples on the surface of the lake. The fluctuation on the surface of the lake was so strong that everyone started to pay attention to what was going on. When they looked carefully, they realized that it was a dragon-blooded horse and not lightning. Since the horse moved so fast, it gave others the impression that it was a bolt of lightning. Who would have thought that a familiar figure would be descending front he back of the dragon-blooded horse? The youth donned in azure clothes with a purple mark on his forehead was back. Lin Yun. Everyone in Saint Spiritual Lake was shocked when they saw Lin Yun. Even the 9 realm sons couldn't help looking at Lin Yun in shock. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun was here. After all, the entrance of the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm was closed, so Lin Yun should still be trapped. After all, even the elders of the powerful sects couldn't forcibly open the entrance to the Forbidden Realm. Under the heavenly path mirror in the starry sky, the elders from the various sects were rejoicing at the sight of Lin Yun. This brat really has great fortune to make it out of the Forbidden Realm. Absolutely brilliant. He even made it on time for the final battle. Haha. He belongs to us, the Thunder Sect. Humph, the Thunder Sect might be known for its offensive capabilities, but you guys aren't proficient in the way of swords. My flying snowmanner is more suitable in this sense. This brat has a strong physique. He can come to my Skynet sect. All of the elders became excited when they saw Lin Yun. Only one elder had a sunken face, Elder Jinju from the Profound Sky sect. He smiled. There's no need to compete over him since he's destined to die. After all, there's no point in fighting over a dead person. The other elders were briefly stunned when they heard Elder Jinju. They knew that Elder Jinju had a deep relationship with the Saint Clan in the Nether Divinity War realm. Since Lin Yun had a deep grudge with the Nether Divinity Realm Son, Elder Jinju was naturally unhappy with Lin Yun's appearance. The Profound Sky Sect was a super powerhouse in the ancient Barren Domain. So the elders weren't sure if they would provoke the enmity of the Profound Sky Sect if they recruited Lin Yun. Still, they had to fight for Lin Yun on the surface. While the elders were discussing, the Saint Spiritual Lake exploded because Lin Yun descended like a sharp sword on top of the surface of the water. Brother Lin. Qin Lin and his group were briefly stunned upon seeing Lin Yun. But they soon thought of something and their faces changed. Lin Yun, you have to be careful. The Nether Divinity Realm Son reached the 6th soul Heavenly Soul Realm, and he has a total of 10 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. Lin Yun's appearance made them rejoice, but they began to worry about his safety. After basking in the Saint Spiritual Lake, the Nether Divinity Realm Son had undergone a drastic transformation while Lin Yun was trapped in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm and hadn't basked in the Saint Spiritual Lake. They didn't think that Lin Yun was qualified to face any of the Realm Sons anymore. When Lin Yun heard their words, he turned to look at them. Then, when he saw Luo Chen's face, rage filled his mind. Luo Chen's face was swollen and he looked like a bloody mess. Who did that? Lin Yun asked. However, Luo Chen merely shook his head and refused to reply. Qin Lin, please speak. Lin Yun didn't force Luo Chen to reply and turned to look at Qin Lin. However, Qin Lin didn't say a word when he saw an eye signal from Luo Chen. Everyone knew that Lin Yun would lose it if they told him what happened. Qin Lin wasn't stupid and he knew that Luo Chen didn't want Lin Yun's mindset to be affected. If that happened, Lin Yun wouldn't have a chance in the final battle. Ha ha ha. Tell him how I humiliated that piece of trash and how that piece of trash kneeled to me. I want Lin Yun to hear how much he begged me to let you all go. Tell him that I slapped the face of that piece of trash. The Nether Divinity Realm Son suddenly burst out in laughter. He was happy that Lin Yun came. After all, he wouldn't be able to repay the humiliation Lin Yun gave him if he couldn't get revenge. Becoming the champion would be meaningless without revenge. After all, it wasn't as satisfying to slap Luo Chen's face if he could slap Lin Yun. The Nether Divinity Realm Son continued to speak. Tell him how terrible you all felt when Luo Chen knelt before me. Tell him how Luo Chen begged me to slap his face. Qin Lin's face was ugly because the Nether Divinity Realm Son's words were too nasty. He was humiliating all of them without any reservation. However, as much as Qin Lin hated those words, they were the truth. All of them were garbage who could only watch Luo Chen humiliate himself. On top of that, the Nether Divinity Realm Son tricked them. The Nether Divinity Realm Son never had any intentions of letting them go. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun began to laugh while the Saint Spiritual Lake fell into silence. Everyone was looking at Lin Yun with pity in their eyes. So what if Lin Yun came back? There was nothing he could do about this situation since the Realm Suns already went through the baptism of the Saint Spiritual Lake. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't care what people were thinking. After all, he was in a foul mood. He couldn't stand the fact that his friends were suffering on his behalf. He was enraged that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun targeted his friends instead of him. Lin Yun swept his glance at the Nether Divinity Realm Sun with a boundless killing aura that made the entire Saint Spiritual Lake tremble. Is this fellow insane? Doesn't he know that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun is in the 6th soul heavenly soul realm with 10 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans? Everyone looked at Lin Yun with doubt. Could it be that he wanted to repeat his legend from Wind Mound City? Sever one of your arms and I will give you an easy death in the final battle. Lin Yun barked. His words made the hearts of everyone sink because Lin Yun was still as arrogant as before. He must have no idea how powerful the Saint Spiritual Lake was because the two of them were no longer on the same level. Right at this moment, various phenomena began to appear as the surrounding space became heavy. When everyone took a deep breath, they could sense their blood boiling. Golden droplets were rising out of the water to signify the start of the final battle. But no one moved because all eyes were on Lin Yun and the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. The battle shouldn't have any suspense, but for some reason, no one could look away. Break an arm. Lin Yun's words stunned the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. It was like he just heard the biggest joke of the century as he laughed with disdain. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun, do you really think you can repeat what you did in Wind Mound City? Let me tell you, I'm a lot stronger than you can imagine. Now, I'm going to make you regret being born. 3 moves. I'll destroy you within 3 moves, Lin Yun said. His words made the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face turn black, because he was in the 6th soul, heavenly soul realm with 10 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. He hated Lin Yun's arrogance because it reminded him of Wind Mound City. You're courting death. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun flew into a rage, unleashing his cultivation in the 6th soul in a split second. Very quickly, his figure began to blur as his hand was about to land on Lin Yun's head. He wanted to suppress Lin Yun and make the latter beg for mercy. You imbecile, kneel! The Nether Divinity Realm Sun barked as his voice radiated. He appeared before Lin Yun so fast that others could barely see what was going on. But Lin Yun suddenly raised his head with a dazzling light shining brightly from his pupils. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't believe that this gaze belonged to someone in the heavenly soul realm. When the Nether Divinity Realm Sun recovered from his shock, fear flickered in his eyes. Then, a resounding slap rang out, sending the Nether Divinity Realm Sun flying like a spinning top. After the first slap, Lin Yun took out a napkin to wipe his hand and said, "First move!" The slap not only left the Nether Divinity Realm Sun dumbfounded, but everyone else too. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was in the 6th soul with 10 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans, while Lin Yun hadn't even basked in the Saint Spiritual Lake. So everyone expected that Lin Yun would be heavily injured by the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. It was a surprising outcome to say the least. Even the elders in the sky were dumbfounded. They acknowledged Lin Yun's potential, but not his current strength. After all, Lin Yun didn't bask in the Saint Spiritual Lake like the Nether Divinity Realm Sun had. Slamming his palm on the lake, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun soared into the sky with a swollen face. He glared at Lin Yun and coldly said, "Looks like I underestimated you. It seems like you found an opportunity in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. But that won't be enough. No matter your harvest, there's no way it can compare to my harvest in the Saint Spiritual Lake. Is that so?" Lin Yun asked as he cleaned his hand with the napkin. He felt dirty after slapping the Nether Divinity Realm Sun in the face, but killing the Nether Divinity Realm Sun instantly would be letting him off too easily. Since the Nether Divinity Realm Sun humiliated Luo Chen, he had to pay the price. "You're courting death." The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was enraged when he saw Lin Yun's indifferent attitude. Instantly, all 10 demonic astral flowers began to bloom, radiating a light that made his body glow. "Lin Yun, watch out!" Qin Lin and his group called out subconsciously. They were far from the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, but they could still sense the immense aura coming from the latter. After all, the demonic astral flowers increased the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's aura to an unprecedented height. Even the people surrounding Qin Lin were nervous. They thought that Lin Yun got lucky and caught the Nether Divinity Realm Sun off guard. If the Nether Divinity Realm Sun became serious, would Lin Yun even have the chance to turn the tables around? With a vicious stare, dark light began to bloom behind the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. He was unleashing a secret technique belonging to the Nether Divinity War Realm. When he executed it, everyone could sense that his aura had become a lot heavier from the dark light. It was a strength that surprised the other Realm Suns. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's gaze was cold as he wouldn't make another mistake. He decided to empower himself with a secret technique that even Empyreans couldn't find a flaw in. "You can die now," the Nether Divinity Realm Sun roared. With explosive pressure, he made his move. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like he was frozen by the immense pressure. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's pressure enveloped Lin Yun to make the latter kneel. He wanted Lin Yun to feel the humiliation he felt in Wind Mound City. It was the perfect way to vent his anger. When his palm was about to descend onto Lin Yun, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun smiled ecstatically. However, Lin Yun's figure turned into golden fragments. Was that an afterimage? How is this possible? The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was confident that he had unleashed his aura entirely. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's eyes bulged out of his head when he realized that Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations. With every step, Lin Yun left behind afterimages full of lightning. Since each afterimage was filled with thunderstorm energy, it was hard for others to tell which image was real. Damn it! Where is he? But before the Nether Divinity Realm Sun could think, Lin Yun reached out to give him another slap. As Lin Yun's hand approached his face, a black vortex appeared behind the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. Empowered by 10 demonic astral flowers, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's attack was extremely terrifying, so he blew Lin Yun's figure into pieces. But once again, it was one of Lin Yun's afterimages. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun began to panic. When he turned around, Lin Yun was already charging over with thunderstorm energy in his palm. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was furious, so he threw a series of punches with countless black vortexes. Black light began to streak across the horizon, but all they hit were Lin Yun's afterimages. This is the power of having 10 demonic astral flowers? The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's performance shocked many people. However, once his aura reached its limit, he received a resounding slap to the face. Lightning exploded from Lin Yun's palm that sent the Nether Divinity Realm Sun flying with a swollen left cheek. "Second move," said Lin Yun. Everyone in the Saint Spiritual Lake was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? They were certain that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun would crush Lin Yun, but Lin Yun's thunderstorm intent was unbelievably strong. It wasn't this strong when he was in Wind Mound City. On top of that, he paired it with his Golden Crow 9 transformations, which managed to fool the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. "Haha! Well done!" Qin Lin roared with laughter as the Nether Divinity Realm Sun went flying. All the frustration he felt up to this point was finally resolved by Lin Yun. Although the reaction of Luo Chun and the others wasn't as great, they were still happy that Lin Yun was getting revenge for them. The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns could tell that something was wrong. But just when they were about to help, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun soared into the sky and roared, "Don't come over! I'll crush him myself and make him feel the humiliation I felt." However, the moment he finished speaking, Lin Yun charged forward once more. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun executed his Holy Spirit martial technique and unleashed a phoenix from his body. Soaring phoenix. A water screen rose behind him that started to distort the surrounding space. It was a powerful Holy Spirit martial technique from the Nether Divinity War Realm. Then, a sorrowful cry sounded out as Lin Yun grabbed the wings of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's Holy Spirit and tore it in two. He completely unleashed his Azure Dragon Sword aura, which was akin to a real dragon. This aura comparable to a Holy Spirit restricted the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's movements. In the next second, Lin Yun grabbed the right shoulder of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. Lin Yun's actions made the spectators cover their mouths, because they knew what was going to happen next. "You bastard, stop!" The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns charged over without any hesitation. "No, no, Lin Yun, spare me. I'll even kneel before you." The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was on the verge of crying as he tried to fall to his knees. "You have no qualification to kneel before me," said Lin Yun indifferently as he ripped off the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's right arm, causing the latter to scream out in pain. "Third move," said Lin Yun coldly. "I told you I only needed 3 moves. Now, I'm going to sever one of your arms to uphold my promise." Lin Yun's actions went beyond everyone's wildest imagination. He was simply too brutal. Not only did he defeat the Nether Divinity Realm Sun within 3 moves, but he even ripped off an arm. The current situation was way worse than if he had slapped the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face. After all, slapping the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was just simple humiliation, not a debilitating injury. It would cost the Nether Divinity Realm Sun a great price to recover. After all, every single part of the human body was precious for cultivation. It was the same reason why demonic beasts would transform into their humanoid form. Of course, this excluded those with heaven-defying bloodlines. After losing one arm, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun didn't have the means to obtain a high achievement in the competition. He was basically crippled. The brutal scene left the Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns dumbfounded. They flew towards the Nether Divinity Realm Sun instead of charging toward Lin Yun. Even the crowd couldn't believe that Lin Yun was bold enough to rip one of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's arms off. All of the Realm Suns were dumbfounded, including the mysterious Imperial Feather Realm Sun. "What was that earlier? Sword aura comparable to a Holy Spirit?" asked a Realm Sun with a grave expression. It was strange because Lin Yun ripped the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's Holy Spirit apart without bringing out his Holy Spirit. Everyone shook their heads because it didn't make sense. They suspected that Lin Yun did something else. After all, a sword aura comparable to a Holy Spirit meant that Lin Yun's sword intent was unfathomably strong. The profound Sky Sex Elder Jinju looked at the Heavenly Path mirror with disbelief. When he recovered from shock, rage started to fill his face. The other elders were also shocked because Lin Yun acted before they could respond. "How are you?" The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns helped the Nether Divinity Realm Sun up and stopped his bleeding. "Kill him no matter what," the Nether Divinity Realm Sun roared with bloodshot eyes. "Move!" Lin Yun barked at the Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns. This was just the beginning. Lin Yun planned to humiliate the Nether Divinity Realm Sun 1,000 times worse than what Luo Chun received. When Lin Yun unleashed his killing aura, the hearts of the Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Suns sank. They knew that Lin Yun had no intention of letting this matter rest. The Elysium Trigram Realm Sun roared, "Lin Yun, don't take it too far. The heavenly path is long. Plus, do you really think you can act so arrogantly when you're in Kunlun Realm?" The Profound Dragon Realm Sun continued, "Don't be too confident because you're nothing in Kunlun Realm. There are plenty of people who can deal with you there. You better get lost now or no one will be able to save you." Lin Yun ignored their chirping. As he walked forward, his sword aura started to rise. With every step he took, he circulated his sword sutras an entire cycle. After 3 steps, his sword aura had accumulated to an unprecedented height. Additionally, his killing aura was growing with his sword aura. "Bastard! Lin Yun, do you really want to force the Nether Divinity Realm Sun? It won't benefit you in any way in the final battle." The 2 Realm Suns gnashed their teeth. They could sense the power radiating from Lin Yun, and they could tell that benefited greatly in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Since Lin Yun defeated the Nether Divinity Realm Sun in 3 moves, no one knew how many trump cards he had left. "I'm not targeting the Nether Divinity Realm Sun." Lin Yun paused and then continued, "I'm coming after you two as well." Lin Yun had no intentions of letting any of them off. At this moment, His body was trembling from the amount of sword aura that he accumulated. His body was filled with unrivaled power that his physique couldn't bear. Lin Yun, don't push it. The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Sons were enraged by Lin Yun's attitude. Without any hesitation, they unleashed their holy spirits with 9 demonic astral flowers blazing in their aura oceans. After seeing the Nether Divinity Realm Sons' outcome, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Yun. They were also a lot stronger than before. So when they unleashed their holy spirits, they unleashed a pressure greater than the Nether Divinity Realm Sons' holy spirits. Since you want to flip the table and let the other Realm Sons benefit, don't blame us. The Elysium Trigram Realm Sons' eyes flashed coldly. Don't regret it later, said the Profound Dragon Realm Son. They both felt that they could at least heavily injure Lin Yun if they put their lives on the line. If that happened, Lin Yun would be powerless before the other Realm Sons. The other Realm Sons were watching the fight with playful gazes. The more intense the fight was, the more they would benefit. How unwise! The other Realm Sons won't hesitate to move if Lin Yun gets injured. They won't let him off if they see an opportunity. He's too rash. Everyone was surprised that Lin Yun wasn't backing down. Humph! The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Sons might be insignificant among the Realm Sons, but they're still Realm Sons, snorted the Imperial Diagram Realm Son with cold eyes. Profound Dragon Devouring Palm. Sky Demonic Elephant Devouring Palm. The 2 Realm Sons charged over at Lin Yun. The Profound Dragon Realm Son unleashed a gigantic dragon claw that tore space apart. Thousands of Dao runes were gathered on the center of the dragon claw, forming a complicated spiritual array with an ancient aura. The Elysium Trigram Realm Son also unleashed a demonic elephant to crush Lin Yun. There was no question that their Holy Spirit martial techniques were terrifying. At the very least, their techniques had improved a lot since Wind Mound City. Letting out a roar, Lin Yun's clothes began to flutter violently. He pushed his palm out with all of his accumulated sword aura. He was unleashing the power of his Azure Dragon sword aura that refined 20 droplets of dew. So, an Azure Dragon of 30 feet was now coiling around him. The powerful Azure Dragon emitted a violent thunderstorm while its eyes were full of flames. Then, 2 beams shot out of its eyes that struck the Holy Spirits. The Holy Spirits were instantly devoured by the flames. The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Sons both had disbelief on their faces. But they had no choice but to believe the reality before them. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword aura had reached its limit after 9 steps. He could still feel the immense pressure on his insides as he now had little tears on his organs. He had displayed his strongest attack that wouldn't have been possible without all the dew that Yu Weiwei gave him. The pain he currently felt was unimaginable, but it was numbed by his hatred. Shortly after, Lin Yun threw out a palm that crushed the Holy Spirits and the Realm Sons. The Elysium Trigram and Profound Dragon Realm Sons unleashed their hidden strength as they clashed with Lin Yun. They exchanged dozens of moves in a split second. But a brief moment later, the Realm Sons were sent flying with huge holes in their chests. Then they looked at Lin Yun in fear. Are these the so-called Realm Sons? Lin Yun exploded with powerful sword intent as he looked at the trembling Nether Divinity Realm Son. Then, he enveloped the Nether Divinity Realm Son in his sword aura. Stop! But just when Lin Yun was about to claim the Nether Divinity Realm Son's life, someone yelled. The voice came from the Imperial Diagram Realm Son. However, he wasn't alone. The other Realm Sons were also looking at Lin Yun with grave expressions. They finally can't hold back? Lin Yun wore a mocking smile because he didn't have a favorable impression of the Realm Sons. He knew that they were aiming for him secretly when he was heavily injured back in Wind Mound City. Let your grudge with those 3 come to an end here, said a Realm Son. You've already taken it too far. No matter what, he's still a Realm Sons. He's not on your level, yelled another Realm Son. Lin Yun, don't force us to become enemies, the Imperial Diagram Realm Son said. The Nether Divinity Realm Son smiled at Lin Yun with ridicule. No matter how the Realm Sons fought, they wouldn't allow one of their own to die at the hands of someone from a lower realm. Lin Yun's heart turned cold as he asked, "What if I insist on taking his life?" "You can try. But the moment he dies, you will too." A cold voice sounded out. It came from the most mysterious realm son, the Imperial Feather Realm Son. His voice made him sound like he was from the underworld as the entire Saint's spiritual lake started to tremble. His voice was cold, but it was also filled with pride as if he was a god. The crowd was stirred because they heard rumors that the Imperial Feather Realm Son seized a divine blood fruit. It made sense since his aura overwhelmed the other realm sons. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like he was abandoned by the entire world. Lin Yun didn't turn around, but he could sense 7 pairs of threatening eyes. It felt as though he would lose his life the moment he turned around, which placed him under immense pressure. Anyone else would have already submitted to the pressure. Why do I feel so reluctant? When Lin Yun saw the disdainful gaze from the Nether Divinity Realm Son, he realized why he didn't want to yield. Clenching his fist, Lin Yun's body began to tremble. "Since that's the case, you can all come at me together." Everyone looked at the back of Lin Yun's figure with shock in their eyes. They were shocked by Lin Yun's confidence, or rather, his arrogance. Rumor had it that Lin Yun was arrogant, but no one really knew how arrogant he really was. Just how arrogant was Lin Yun to say those words? The Imperial Feather Realm Son wasn't easy to deal with, let alone all of the Realm Sons together. Lin Yun was only in the 5th soul Heavenly Soul Realm, not to mention that he revealed his strongest attack. No matter how they looked at it, no one thought that Lin Yun could face all of the Realm Sons even though his sword intent had reached a heaven-defying level. After all, none of the Realm Sons were pushovers. Is Lin Yun insane? He isn't cowering before the 7 Realm Sons? Is he really insisting on killing the Nether Divinity Realm Son? He must be insane. How stupid can he be? The 7 Realm Sons are probably dumbfounded. The spectators flew into an uproar because they had no idea what Lin Yun was doing. The Realm Sons locked their brows together because Lin Yun put them in a difficult position. They weren't as shameless as the Nether Divinity Realm Son, so they didn't want to gang up on Lin Yun. With that, the Realm Sons and spectators fell silent. "How is it? Do you guys think I have that qualification?" asked Lin Yun. No one had expected Lin Yun to break the silence, but they could hear his fighting spirit when he spoke. He didn't turn around, but he still emitted a powerful aura. Clearly, he wanted to defeat all of the Realm Sons on his own. "Lin Yun, we have no intention of killing you. You just have to let the Nether Divinity Realm Son go," said the Imperial Diagram Realm Son. "That's right. You've already taken it too far, so there's no way we can watch you kill him. The Nether Divinity Realm Son is wrong, but he doesn't deserve to die. He wants to kill you, but aren't you still alive? Why must you take it so far?" The other Realm Sons began to speak up while displaying their powerful auras. Although they spoke in a righteous tone that sounded reasonable, they were annoying Lin Yun. How was it reasonable for the Nether Divinity Realm Son to kill him, but sinful for him to do the same? The Nether Divinity Realm Son set up the Demon Slaughtering Assembly to humiliate him, so was it too much to slap him a few times? The Nether Divinity Realm Son's failure to kill him allowed his strength to surge even more. So was he supposed to thank the Nether Divinity Realm Son? Just how laughable was that? Lin Yun smiled because he already knew that the Realm Sons were going to say something. However, they were more shameful than he thought they would be. When the Imperial Diagram Realm Son saw that Lin Yun's fighting spirit hadn't dissipated, rage flashed in his eyes. "Lin Yun, there's no way we will join hands to bully you. If news got out that 7 Realm Sons ganged up on you, we would turn into a laughingstock. Keep in mind that we're only expressing our goodwill to you. It's not like we're really afraid of you." "Get lost!" Lin Yun interrupted. "What did you say?" questioned the Imperial Diagram Realm Son with killing intent in his eyes. "You're starting to annoy me." Lin Yun turned around and his sky sword intent soared into the sky. A boundless sword aura descended from the sky along with thunderstorm energy that could shatter everything in the world. The Imperial Diagram Realm Son's face changed because he never expected that Lin Yun would attack so decisively and threw a punch at him. Who would have thought that Lin Yun had the guts to punch the Imperial Diagram Realm Son? When the 2 punches collided, the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's sleeves shattered and he was forced to his knees. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like a deity as he was wrapped in a torrential killing aura. This bold decision of his to attack dumbfounded the crowd. Everyone could tell that Lin Yun really wanted to take the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's life. Suddenly, a golden war armor appeared on the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's body. If it wasn't for this armor, he would have lost his life to Lin Yun's attack. As for Lin Yun, he was enveloped in his Azure Dragon Sword aura. Stop! The other Realm Suns unleashed their holy spirits and charged over at Lin Yun. Haha! Lin Yun, you really want to fall out with me? The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun sneered. He only stood up because he thought that he had a relationship with Lin Yun. But since Lin Yun didn't want any face, he would kill Lin Yun. Lin Yun responded to the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's question with a mighty slap. It was so strong that the water on the Saint Spiritual Lake exploded 100 feet into the air. The slap also made the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun spit up blood as he fell to his knees. The slap was even more brutal than the slap to the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's face. After all, it sent the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun flying over 1,000 meters away. Lin Yun ignored everyone that was charging at him as he stomped his foot on the ground. Spreading his arms apart, he chased after the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun like a golden crow through the air. A cold light flashed in the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's pupils because Lin Yun easily broke free from the holy spirits that were enveloping him. Although it looked casual, Lin Yun pulled off quite the feat. Lin Yun, do you really want to go against me? The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun stabilized himself as he gnashed his teeth. Lin Yun knew that the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun wanted to stall for time. However, there was no way Lin Yun would fall for it. He wasn't going to put himself in a disadvantageous situation and face the other 6 Realm Suns if he had a choice. Actually, I have something to tell you, said Lin Yun. He got closer and with every step, an iris flower bloomed beneath him. Go on, sneered the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun coldly. I loathed you from the first time I saw you. That slap just now felt extremely satisfying. Lin Yun smiled as he stood before the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun. You're courting death. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's gaze became sharp as a golden throne appeared beneath him. It was his holy spirit, the Emperor's throne. Get lost. The azure firmament tree with iris flower suddenly appeared behind Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun had pushed his sky sword intent to the limit. Various phenomena appeared as he suppressed the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's holy spirit. With a wave of his hand, the flower burial sword flew into Lin Yun's grasp. Then, he tore through the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's holy spirit before manifesting a lotus. Azure Lotus. Cracks spread across the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's armor while blood dripped everywhere. At the same time, a series of rumbling sounds rang out while Lin Yun's palm reached out towards the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's face changed because Lin Yun was too terrifying. His Dao armor was his trump card, but it was destroyed with just one attack from Lin Yun. Fortunately, he had his holy spirit or else he would have died. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's face turned sinister because he could tell that Lin Yun was targeting him. Lin Yun, what do you want? I don't remember a grudge between us. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun roared with half of his cheek now swollen. I want your life. Lin Yun's gaze turned cold because the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun was the person who interfered earlier, causing the 7 Realm Suns to take a stand. When the last phenomenon from the 3 heavenly divides bloomed, Lin Yun's sword hummed in the atmosphere. The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's face was flush with fear because he had never felt so afraid before. At this moment, it looked like the once arrogant Imperial Diagram Realm Sun was being reprimanded by a deity. Watching Lin Yun walk over, the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun began to panic. After all, he could sense that his holy spirit was on the verge of collapsing under Lin Yun's sword aura. Lin Yun, stop. The 6 other Realm Suns started to panic because they would become a laughingstock if they allowed Lin Yun to kill the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun. Everything happened too quickly. Lin Yun practically dominated the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun in a split second with the swing of his sword. Even though the realm sons brought out their holy spirits to deal with Lin Yun, the pressure wasn't enough. For the crowd, it was a spectacular sight to see many holy spirits at once. However, watching the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun in desperate straits put great pressure on the Realm Sons. They controlled their holy spirits as best they could and swiftly formed seals to deal with Lin Yun. As they approached Lin Yun, the pressure from their holy spirits had reached an unprecedented height. They were able to make the phenomenon of Lin Yun's attack start to crack. It was shocking that Lin Yun's sword intent managed to withstand the attack of numerous holy spirits. I'm really surprised that everyone stood up for us even though we don't have a good relationship, said the profound Dragon Realm Son. Help us? You're overthinking things. If they really wanted to help us, they would have stepped in the moment I got slapped. They're just using this as an excuse to suppress Lin Yun. After all, the prize of being the champion is a 9-leaf saint fruit. They can't allow Lin Yun to take everything so easily, snorted the Nether Divinity Realm Son. Your arm, said the Elysium Trigram Realm Son, as he walked over with a severed arm. The Nether Divinity Realm Son's face changed with rage blazing in his pupils. He replied, "That imbecile is really ruthless. I can only try and reconnect it once when we're in Kunlun Realm. The other Realm Sons are up to something. Let me tell you guys a secret." The two moved towards the Nether Divinity Realm Son, and their faces changed when they heard what the Nether Divinity Realm Son said. "Isn't there a restriction at the bottom of the lake?" The profound Dragon Realm Son whispered. Hee, so what if there's a restriction? Lin Yun is destined to die anyway. Lin Yun, we'll see who has the last laugh. The Nether Divinity Realm Son's gaze turned cold as he entered the Saint Spiritual Lake with the Elysium Trigram and profound Dragon Realm Sons. They managed to slip away while everyone was paying attention to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, why do you have to act like this? If you swing your sword aura will be exhausted by half. Then, the Holy Spirits will be able to kill you. There's no need for us to take it so far, said the Imperial Diagram Realm Son with fear flashing through his pupils. He was using his fear to conceal his actions while he poured his vitality into the throne behind him. But even so, he was trembling. Lin Yun, surrender now and we can consider letting you off, roared one of the Realm Sons. Lin Yun, did you hear that? Give up. We have no intention of making you an enemy as long as you're willing to let the Nether Divinity Realm Son go, said the Imperial Diagram Realm Son with more confidence on his face. The Realm Son's holy spirits gave him confidence that he would make it out alive. So he began to plan ways to make Lin Yun feel regret. After all, how could he possibly allow an ant act with such arrogance before him? Everyone in the Saint Spiritual Lake was nervous and didn't dare to utter a word as they stared at Lin Yun, waiting for him to make the decision. They all knew that Lin Yun wasn't in a good situation with 6 Realm Sons approach. Plus, he still had to face the Imperial Diagram Realm Son. If he was willing to take a step back now, he would still be attractive in the eyes of the powerful sections. What are you thinking? Do you still want to express your so-called goodwill to me even now? You're not the one making the decisions, I am. And I want your life. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Yun spat in the Imperial Diagram Realm Son's face. The Imperial Diagram Realm Son provoked him time and time again. In a certain sense, the Imperial Diagram Realm Son was even more annoying than the Nether Divinity Realm Son, so how could he let the Imperial Diagram Realm Son off? When the Imperial Diagram Realm Son, who was still trying to persuade Lin Yun, noticed Lin Yun's rising sword intent, his face became dark. With a roar, he took the initiative to launch an attack and screamed, "You want to kill me? Well, you can die first." With a sinister smile, the Imperial Diagram Realm Son charged towards Lin Yun. Throwing a punch, a majestic figure wearing a crown descended from the sky behind the Imperial Diagram Realm Son. His attack was so strong that the crowd began to exclaim. However, Lin Yun simply executed the Solaris Lunar attack to deal with the Imperial Diagram Realm Son. Practically in a split second, the 9 dragons enveloping the Imperial Diagram Realm Son shattered along with the throne. As the terrifying sword aura came crashing down, the Imperial Diagram Realm Son's holy spirit and armor shattered into pieces. Then the fragments pierced his chest. At this moment, He was spitting up blood everywhere as he had to execute everything. He had to shift the flower burial sword 2 inches away from his heart. There was no way he could resist this attack. With a sinister expression, the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun grabbed onto the flower burial sword. As blood dripped down from his palm, the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's breathing became heavy. Lin Yun, let me go. You still have the chance. Otherwise, there's no way you can resist all those holy spirits. Even if you manage to kill me, you won't be able to escape. As Lin Yun looked at the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's blood dripping down from the sword, he locked his brows together. When the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun saw this, he immediately rejoiced. You're hesitating. There's no need to hesitate. Let me go and I promise that. But before he could finish, Lin Yun began to pour his origin energy into his sword. Then, he pulled it out while simultaneously leaving a crimson line on the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's neck. After that, the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's vitality began to slip away while he swiftly grabbed his throat. He was looking at Lin Yun with confusion and unwillingness. I wasn't hesitating. I just couldn't believe that you dirted my sword with your hand, said Lin Yun. You! The Imperial Diagram Realm Sun suddenly clenched his fist. But just when he was about to take a step forward, his neck exploded and his head was sent flying away. Just like that, the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun's headless corpse collapsed to the ground. From this moment onwards, the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun no longer existed. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. The once invincible Realm Suns were no longer invincible with the death of the first Realm Sun. The Realm Suns were once known as forbidden existences who couldn't be provoked. This was the first time a Realm Sun had ever died in the heavenly path. In the next second, Lin Yun found himself in the situation that the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun predicted. After Lin Yun unleashed his attack, the other Realm Suns came down hard on him with their holy spirits. Everything took place quickly, so Lin Yun didn't have the time to bring out his holy spirit or unleash his counterattack. In the end, his sword intent was suppressed by the Realm Suns. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun summoned his Azure Dragon Saint armor as the Azure Dragon True Bone, while his chest began to bloom brightly. 18 purple golden dragon runes began to manifest on the surface of his body. When the holy spirits charged over, they instantly shattered the 18 dragons around Lin Yun and his armor was crushed. Additionally, his Azure Dragon Sword aura was also crushed as he lost the origin energy to protect himself. The combined attacks from the Realm Suns even caused the Saint's spiritual lake to start trembling violently. So many people in the surroundings were also caught up in the attack. Is it over? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. Then again, they had predicted something like this would happen once Lin Yun challenged the Realm Suns. Although Lin Yun managed to suppress the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun, he only dealt with one of 10 Realm Suns. When everything settled down, Lin Yun was covered with injuries. Additionally, his sword was nowhere to be seen. As for the Realm Suns, they were gasping for air. Logically speaking, Lin Yun should have died from their attacks. However, Lin Yun somehow managed to survive the ordeal. He didn't die? Although Lin Yun was covered with injuries and was greatly weakened, he was still alive. Right at this moment, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun arrived above Lin Yun and looked down. Flower burial. Let me send you on your way. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun then reached out, grabbing Lin Yun and stabbing the latter's chest. Instantly, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun held a bone in his hand. The bone was enveloped in a thunderstorm with a divine rune engraved on it. He had actually dug out Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone. It was a terrifying sight that made everyone shiver. The bone was stained with blood and emitted an immense dragon aura. It was so bright that it made the surroundings shine. No one had ever seen the Azure Dragon True Bone before, but they instantly recognized it when they saw it in the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's hand. At this moment, they knew that the mysterious Realm Sun couldn't be underestimated, especially when he was the one who forcibly seized a divine blood fruit. Not many people had seen him attack, but it was shocking whenever someone saw it. Like right now when he had instantly dug out Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone. Although Lin Yun was already injured by the Realm Suns, It was still unbelievable that the Imperial Feather Realm Sun extracted Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone so quickly. There were rumors that Lin Yun had already fused with his Azure Dragon True Bone, which meant it wasn't easy to steal. After all, Lin Yun would definitely retaliate as long as he still had a breath left. But not only did the Imperial Feather Realm Sun dig out Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone, he rendered Lin Yun motionless. At this moment, Lin Yun could sense that his origin energy and sword intent were being restricted. How is that possible? Luo Chen's party was the most shocked right now. After all, they had witnessed the demonic spirit get heavily injured when it tried to retrieve Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone back in the Azure Dragon Palace. If even that demonic spirit failed, how could the Imperial Feather Realm Sun succeed? Everyone was filled with doubt because no one really saw what the Imperial Feather Realm Sun did. In fact, they didn't even see when the Imperial Feather Realm Sun appeared in front of Lin Yun. But regardless of their doubt, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was standing with the Azure Dragon True Bone in his hand. The eyes of the 5 other Realm Suns flashed as they looked at the Imperial Feather Realm Sun with complicated gazes. They were the ones who were heavily injured, but the Azure Dragon True Bone went to the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Naturally, none of them were happy. However, they exhausted too much of their energy to do something. Then again, even if they were in top shape, some of them wouldn't dare to compete with the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun was extremely mysterious among the 10 war realms, and no one could really see through him. Something doesn't seem right. Suddenly, the Realm Suns looked at the Imperial Feather Realm Sun with confusion. There was something odd about the Imperial Feather Realm Sun obtaining the Azure Dragon True Bone. Just when everyone was feeling uncertain, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun suddenly moved. The Azure Dragon True Bone was releasing a series of dragon roars, while thunderclouds rumbled in the sky. An ancient aura also began to leak out of the as profound runes began to appear. A divine rune. Holy shit, that's a complete divine rune. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun is suffering a backlash because the Azure Dragon True Bone hasn't submitted to him. That's a complete divine rune. There's a high possibility that this bone came from an Azure Dragon King. Discussions broke out as everyone looked at the Azure Dragon True Bone. No one was sure if the Imperial Feather Realm Sun would succeed or if he would end up in a terrible state. While everyone's attention was on the Imperial Feather Realm Sun, Lin Yun's body suddenly fell into the lake. Is he dead? He's already heavily injured. Since he lost his Azure Dragon True Bone, there's no way he can still be alive. Humph. Even if he doesn't die, he's bound to be crippled. But it was impressive that he dragged the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun down with him and crippled the arm of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. With the restrictions in the lake, there won't be a flower burial Lin Yun ever again. The Realm Suns swept a few glances at Lin Yun before they turned their attention away. Big Brother Yun, Yu Weiwei cried out when she saw the scene from Lil Red's back. Without any hesitation, she flew towards the Saint Spiritual Lake with rage in her pupils. Since Lin Yun had died, everyone else needed to die. How dare you? But the moment she moved, the heavenly path mirror in the starry sky restricted her movement. All of the elders from the sects were looking at her coldly. Lass, since you're not participating in the final battle, you're not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, we won't leave you alone. The profound sky sect's elder Jinju said coldly while looking at Yu Weiwei. You old bastard. Yu Weiwei gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do under the heavenly path mirror's restriction. When the divine rune and the dragon aura in the Azure Dragon True Bone compressed and exploded, it unleashed a golden halo that sent the 5 Realm Suns flying away. When they fell to the ground, all 5 of them threw up blood. Then, they looked at the Azure Dragon True Bone with renewed fear. I'm lucky that he only unlocked 1 seal, or else I would have been in trouble. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun's eyes were filled with fear because he knew how rash it was to steal Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone. Sensing the gazes from the other Realm Suns, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun said, I definitely won't take this for myself since all of you have contributed. If anyone manages to become the champion in the final battle, I'll give them the Azure Dragon True Bone. Then again, if I can become the champion, I'll fork out items of equal value. What do you guys think? Although some of the realm sons weren't happy, there was nothing they could do. Seeing that no one had an objection, the Imperial Feather Realm Son continued. You guys have exhausted a great deal of energy, and I was also injured. Why don't we start the final battle an hour from now? Agreed. That would be best. The other Realm Sons were happy to oblige to the suggestion. After all, they had exhausted a great deal of their vitality. Not to mention that they were also caught by surprise by the Azure Dragon Truebone's explosion. Once everyone agreed, the Imperial Feather Realm Son threw up a mouthful of blood while his face turned pale. Everyone realized that the Imperial Feather Realm Son was heavily injured, more injured than anyone else. The Realm Sons realized that they had been tricked. Everyone started scheming as they looked at the Imperial Feather Realm Son. However, the Imperial Feather Realm Son merely sat down and smiled. Let's fight an hour from now. As Realm Sons, we naturally have to keep to our words. After he was done speaking, he began to circulate his cultivation technique. He began drawing the floral saint liquid from the atmosphere into this body. Even though the other Realm Sons realized that they were tricked by the Imperial Feather Realm Son, they couldn't do anything. So they sat down and began to recover too. When the spectators saw this scene, they immediately began to devour the floral saint liquid. Just like that, the intense fight from earlier had become calm while everyone started fighting over the floral saint liquid. But everyone knew that this was just calm before the storm. The Realm Sons were destined to be the main contenders for the floral saint liquid. After all, their region had the most floral saint liquid around. Naturally, no one tried to steal from the Realm Sons. After all, they were still thinking about the battle with Lin Yun. When Lin Yun fell into the lake, his thoughts began to blur as he sensed his vitality quickly disappear. He relied on the Azure Dragon True Bone to summon the Azure Dragon Saint Armor to defend against the attacks of the 5 Holy Spirits. However, he was still heavily injured. So when the Imperial Feather Realm Son came at him, his sword intent couldn't respond in time. It resulted in the Azure Dragon True Bone getting taken away. The Imperial Feather Realm Son was too fast, which caught Lin Yun off guard. And now, Lin Yun couldn't do anything. He had to accept the fact that his Azure Dragon True Bone was stolen for the time being. However, his fighting spirit was as lively as ever. Despite his fighting spirit, Lin Yun was still losing consciousness. After all, he was heavily injured. He began to wonder if he was feeling death because his thoughts were fading away or if he just didn't have the energy to gather his thoughts. Humph. With this Empress around, you won't die that easily. Just when Lin Yun's consciousness was about to fade away, an ancient and domineering feminine voice sounded out in his mind. It was an unfamiliar voice, but at the same time it felt familiar. Lin Yun was in a hazy space between reality and illusion. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that the injury on his chest left behind by the Imperial Feather Realm Son had disappeared. Where am I? Shouldn't I be at the bottom of the lake? He heard a voice before his consciousness completely faded, and when he reopened his eyes, he was here. When he raised his head, he saw a tree in the distance decorated with many iris flowers. It was a familiar that helped Lin Yun realize he was in his subconscious. When the demonic spirit tried to take over his body, he was also forced into this space. Lin Yun looked around, but the ice phoenix was nowhere to be seen. He still remembered the first time he saw the ice phoenix and the great shock it brought him. It even caught the demonic spirit by surprise and destroyed it with just a single glance. If it wasn't for the ice phoenix, his body might have been taken over by the demonic spirit. Senior, is that you? Lin Yun asked after looking around. Humph. If it wasn't me, how else would you get here? The familiar feminine voice sounded out in the space, causing Lin Yun to turn his head around. He could see a ball of light and the back of the figure that emitted a terrifying and ancient aura. Senior, Lin Yun's voice trembled. Mortal, why aren't you kneeling before me? Asked the figure. The words made Lin Yun lock his brows as he replied, I don't even kneel to heaven. Humph. What heaven and earth? Heaven and earth weren't even around when I was born. I've just awoken and I need a servant, said the figure with disdain. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. Just where did this ice phoenix come from? Did it really exist before heaven and earth were created? I'm 18 years old, 1 year for each era. I was born before heaven and earth, and I won't die even if heaven and earth are destroyed. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. So why aren't you kneeling? In ancient times, even gods and devils didn't dare to look at me directly. Lin Yun was even more shocked when he heard that. The Ice Phoenix had already broken free of the era restraints and was even more ancient than legends. But when Lin Yun saw her true appearance, he was shocked. She was an adorable little girl trying her best to look cold and disdainful. Humph! Why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Do you think I won't crush you with just one finger? The little girl put her arms on her waist, but Lin Yun couldn't sense any hostility coming from her. Instead, she was giving off a weak aura. Lin Yun walked forward as he fell into deep thoughts. Seeing this, the little girl spoke coldly. Humph! If you take another step forth, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Don't try to push it. Even the divine dragon would be afraid when I get furious. But before she could finish speaking, Lin Yun lifted her from the ground. Arg! Put me down or I'll really become furious. The little girl began to wave her hands around and looked at Lin Yun. Put me down quickly! I'm the Divine Phoenix Clans. Despite her protests, Lin Yun didn't listen. You're the 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earth's supreme heavenly slaughter empress, right? Hearing that, the little girl wore a prideful expression and said, Humph! Since you know my name, why aren't you putting me down? I don't like being lifted up. So our supreme heavenly slaughter empress has been lifted up in the past? Lin Yun smiled at the little girl's boasts. When the little girl heard that, her face turned red. Titi, that was from a servant of mine in the past. Lass, speak properly, said Lin Yun after gently smacking her butt. Why you dare to smack this empress's butt? I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's 4 seas, 8 barons. But before she could finish, Lin Yun gave her another smack. I'm born before heaven and earth. PK. This empress. PK. Pack. Sob. I'm so wee. Put me down. Don't smuack my butt anymore. Lin Yun only placed her down after she knew she was in the wrong. But after she broke free of his demonic claws, she immediately returned to her prideful self and pouted her lips. Now, can you tell me who you really are? Lin Yun asked. Humph, I told you. I'm born before heaven and earth, and I won't die even if heaven and earth are destroyed. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earth's supreme heavenly slaughter empress. The little girl raised her head proudly. In the beginning, Lin Yun didn't believe her, but he had no choice but to believe her now. She was probably the indigo ice phoenix he saw before. It seemed like she was a variant of the Ice Phoenix clan and was captured by the Iris Sword Saint in the past. Meaning, she was the link between the Iris Sword Sutra and the sword box he carried. Additionally, she seemed weak despite extinguishing the demonic spirit with just a glance. It seemed like she had a special innate talent. Your name is too long. I'll call you Lil Purple from now on, said Lin Yun. No way. That's a terrible name. There's no way this empress is using that name, said the little girl with disdain. What about Boo then? Since you love boasting so much, replied Lin Yun. The little girl's face blushed when she heard that and said, I think Lil Purple sounds better. Lin Yun smiled as he asked, Lil Purple, I'm at the bottom of the lake right now, right? How long can I stay alive for? About an hour. You're too weak. Someone like the Imperial Feather Realm Sun wouldn't even stand a chance against me in the past, said Lil Purple with her face filled with disdain. Why don't you go out and kill him then? Lin Yun replied. Humph. How can I possibly lower myself to his level? Lil Purple said. Although it hadn't been long since they interacted with each other, Lin Yun knew that it was because she was in a weakened state right now. She might have been strong in the past, but Lin Yun still had to rely on himself. Thinking about the Azure Dragon True Bone getting taken away from him, his face gradually turned cold. How did the Imperial Feather Realm Sun manage to take the Azure Dragon True Bone from me when there's a divine rune on it? Hearing that, Lil Purple wore a proud expression and smiled. There's nothing this Empress doesn't know of. Speak, said Lin Yun. Would she die if she didn't boast this much? That's because he also has a complete divine rune in his heart with an origin not any weaker than your Azure Dragon True Bone, said Lil Purple. I see. He has really hidden himself deeply, said Lin Yun with his eyes flashing. It looks like not all the Realm Sons were dumbass like the Nether Divinity and Imperial Diagram Realm Sons. Oh, why didn't the cloth that the Azure Dragon Lord bestowed me activate? I'm clearly facing a life and death situation. Lin Yun couldn't figure out why the cloth didn't appear when he was in danger. That Azure Dragon Lord still has some ability. But didn't you hear what he said? The cloth is for you to deal with those old geezers. It will probably activate when you're facing an opponent 2 realms above you. If you're fighting those in the same generation, it won't appear even if you're killed, replied Lil Purple. Her words made sense to Lin Yun. If he was killed by someone of the same generation, then it was probably because he was too weak and wasn't worthy of the Azure Dragon Lord's investment. But there was nothing he could do now that the Azure Dragon True Bone was taken. So once his vitality truly disappeared, he would die. Yu Weiwei and Lil Red must be feeling anxious. So there's no solution to this situation, said Lin Yun with a grave expression. You won't die with me around, she replied. Do you have a solution? He asked. I don't want to die even if you want to. Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun with disdain before she continued. I activated your Azure Dragon Saint Art before you fainted, so you can recover in an hour. But now that you've lost the Azure Dragon True Bone, there's no way you can defeat the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. If you practiced the Iris Sword Sutra I left behind, you wouldn't find yourself in this situation. You're the one who left the Iris Sword Sutra behind? Lin Yun was confused. Didn't that belong to the Iris Sword Saint? Of course. I'm the one who gave it to that brat back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make a name for himself in ancient times. After all, he slayed deities while in the Saint Realm. But the Iris Sword Sutra is only part of the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon, and it only has the Heavenly Soul Realm portion. If you want the complete one, you'll have to depend on me, said Lil Purple. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon? He already knew that the Iris Sword Sutra was incomplete, but he didn't think that its real name was the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon. Luckily, he had this little girl with him. The Iris Sword Saint probably arranged all of this on purpose. Perhaps when he reached the 16th stage in the Iris Sword Sutra, the Ice Phoenix might be able to leave his subconscious space. In this short period of time, Lin Yun thought about many things. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon is naturally powerful, but you won't unleash its full power without music. If you can touch the surface of its power, it'll be easy for you to suppress that Imperial Feather Realm Sun. At the very least, your attainments in the sword will improve, and you might even make a breakthrough in your sword intent if your Iris Sword Sutra went up by another stage, said Lil Purple. So do you want to learn? I'm lacking a servant and my shoulders need a massage. Lil Purple rubbed her shoulders as she pretended to ache. Lin Yun simply lifted his head and smiled. I'm no servant. It's a funny coincidence. I just happen to lack a daughter. When Lil Purple heard that, she immediately flared up as she couldn't allow her dignity as an empress to be provoked. She puffed up her cheeks and roared, Let me go! I hate being lifted up the most. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clans. Lin Yun simply smacked her but again as she spouted nonsense. I'm born before heaven and earth. I'm really becoming furious now. Pack. I'm the supreme heavenly slaughter empress. Pack. 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 I'm so weak. Put me down. I'll teach you. It didn't take long for Lil Purple to submit after a few spanks. After putting Lil Purple down, she toyed with her braids and spoke with a serious expression. Lin Yun, you have to promise that you won't carry me up in the future or smack my butt. This empress warns you that the consequences will be serious if I get furious. After yelling, she continued speaking. Back then, I only needed a single poke with my finger to destroy half of the 36 heavens. If it wasn't for that one deity, I wouldn't have destroyed all 36 heavens. The sword cannon, replied Lin Yun in an indifferent tone. Lil Purple retracted her fist and glared at Lin Yun. Humph. I won't lower myself to your level. There's no way you can comprehend the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon right now. I'll be honest with you, the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon is divided into 3 portions: the Divine Dragon Sword Score, Godly Phoenix Sword Score, and the core portion, the Dragon Phoenix Sword Score. The fact that the Divine Dragon Sword Score and Godly Phoenix Sword Score weren't the core portion surprised Lin Yun. What's the Dragon Phoenix Score? Have you heard about the legend of attracting dragons and luring phoenixes? Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun nodded his head because he had naturally heard about it. It was said that a long time ago, before the gods were born, there was a lady who was extremely versed in music, and she was unrivaled in it. In the end, her song was so divine that it even attracted dragons and phoenixes to dance around her before she drifted away and became immortal. It was a legend, so no one could confirm it. However, it sounded fake. After all, dragons and phoenixes were noble existences, so how would they dance around a mortal? Legend had it that not only were there dragons and phoenixes, but also divine beasts such as Qilin, golden crows, and azure birds who were drawn in. I can tell you that it's real, and that I witnessed it personally in the past, said Lil Purple while a reminiscent look appeared in her eyes. No boasting. Lin Yun smacked Lil Purple on her head without any hesitation. Ouch! Lil Purple held her head with tears welling up in her pupils. But once everything calmed down, Lil Purple said proudly, I'm not boasting. This Empress heard about it from a senior from the Divine Phoenix clan, and the ancestors of my clan personally witnessed it. Continue, said Lin Yun. Humph, I'll speak. Why are you so fierce to me? There's a legend in my clan that a divine ship will appear at the end of each era. The saint will blow the flute at the head of the boat each time, which will awaken slumbering gods, demons, dragons, and phoenixes. Lin Yun was greatly shocked when he heard that because he didn't think it was real. Then again, Lil Purple might not know the truth with how little she was right now. According to her, the strongest move of the Iris Sword array required music to fully unleash it. If Lin Yun used it with his sword, he could only unleash about 70% of the power. But if he had music to go along with it, he could unleash 120% of the power. After Lil Purple caught her breath, she continued, All right, I'll move on to the sword cannon, so listen well. Although you might not be able to cultivate it right now, it can at least expand your horizon. If you're lucky, you might even be able to improve your sword intent to complete mastery. Hopefully, you can take another step in the Iris Sword Sutra and reach the 16th stage. I'll start with the Divine Dragon Sword Score. When tribulation arrives and the exchange of each era occurs, the Divine Dragon will appear. With a sword like a dragon, one can level the mountain, break through the sky while summoning the wind. With a sword like a dragon, one can grasp the various Tao such as Imperial, Wind, Water, Fire, Heaven, and Earth. Lin Yun was confused when he heard that because it was too profound for him. But he was smart, only focused on listening and not comprehending it. Without sufficient cultivation, it would be futile for him to ponder the meaning. But gradually, Lin Yun began to understand it. It wasn't because he was smart, but because Lil Purple had simplified it. For a sword to be like a dragon, it needed a spirit which was similar to Holy Spirits and Holy Spirit martial techniques. Lil Purple made it simple and related it to the Iris Sword Sutra he was cultivating. At the same time, sword hums rang out around him as a dragon started to appear. Lin Yun could sense his sword intent improving, and that his sky sword intent was becoming more brilliant. After Lil Purple was done with the Divine Dragon Sword Score, she went on to share the Godly Phoenix Sword Score. The 2 sword scores were extremely profound, and Lil Purple's words seemed to have touched the surface of Tao, causing heaven and earth to resonate along with her words. When she was done with the 2 sword cores, Lil Purple went on to explain the Dragon Phoenix Score, which greatly expanded Lin Yun's horizon. It turned out that music could also come in contact with Tao. It was a concept that was unheard of to Lin Yun. As he started to relate it to the Iris Sword Sutra, he felt a whole new world open up to him. When Lil Purple was done, Lin Yun opened his eyes with a light flashing through his pupils. Light was shining from every inch of his body, and his clothes began to flutter in the wind. "Impressive, supreme heavenly slaughter empress," said Lin Yun as he looked at Lil Purple. He could sense that his sky sword intent could reach complete mastery at any time. "Of course it is. But you have to say my full title to make it sound more awe-inspiring," said Lil Purple. In response, Lin Yun smiled and stood up. Of the 3 scores, the Dragon Phoenix score shocked him the most. Immediately, Lin Yun began to perform the Iris Sword Array. Seeing that Lin Yun wasn't praising her, Lil Purple folded her arms and looked at Lin Yun unhappily. The iris flower began to bloom under Lin Yun's feet while strands of sword intent flew out of his body. With his sword intent, he was forming a massive sword array. Standing inside of the array, Lin Yun could sense that the surrounding space filled with sword intent that had reached an unprecedented height. Revolve! With a single thought, 18 purple golden dragon runes appeared on the surface of his body. Then, they fused into the sword array, making the surrounding space feel even firmer. In the past, Lin Yun didn't have much time to comprehend the sword array. Only after spending time on it did he realize that he underestimated its power. If he took time to comprehend the array in the past, he would have been able to face the holy spirits of the 6 realm suns. Lin Yun was filled with regret before he went back to work. Back when he had the Azure Dragon True Bone, he could manifest the Azure Dragon Saint armor anytime he wanted. Therefore, he never thought about the Iris Sword Sutra. After all, he ran into too many opportunities in the heavenly path and didn't place much importance on the Iris Sword Sutra. It made sense that he forgot the fact that he had only unlocked 1 seal of the Azure Dragon True Bone. He wasn't truly invincible. There was no way the Azure Dragon Saint armor could resist the attacks of the Realm Sun's holy spirits at the same time. Lin Yun finally realized that relying too much on external items made one neglect their own strength. Now that the Azure Dragon True Bone was extracted from his body, Lin Yun returned to his Sword Sutra. After all, the Azure Dragon True Bone was an external object that could be seized if he didn't unlock all 10 seals and merge it with his body. However, no one could take his sword intent away. In a sense, there were pros and cons to losing the Azure Dragon True Bone. While he was in deep thought, Lin Yun roared, "Reverse!" When the massive sword array began to reverse circulate, he could feel an immense obstruction that caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. He could tell that the stronger his sword intent was, the harder it was to reverse circulate the sword array. However, he needed to reverse circulate the Iris Sword Array or else he wouldn't be able to bring out his full power. "Break!" Lin Yun roared while his clothes and hair fluttered wildly. In the next second, a sword hum resounded in his ears like music while the sword array began to reverse circulate. At the same time, a dazzling radiance filled the entire space. When a phoenix cry sounded out, the entire heaven and earth began to blaze with an immense pressure breaking through the boundary of the 5th soul, 6th soul, and 7th soul heavenly soul realm, heading towards the Empyrean realm. Although the pressure only lasted for a brief moment, it was so dazzling that Lin Yun's eyes shined with excitement. "Although you're not proficient in it and it isn't complete, it finally looks like the one I used in the past. I just so happen to lack a servant, so I can help you slay gods in 10 years from now if you're willing to be my servant," said Lil Purple while nodding her head. Since Lin Yun was in a good mood, he didn't spank her. "I won't be a servant. Just so you know, I'm still missing a daughter." "I'm serious," said Lil Purple. "Me too." Lin Yun held his chin while examining Lil Purple. She only looked to be 6 or 7 years old right now. She had flawless features and her hair was tied into braids. If it wasn't for the fact that she loved to boast, Lin Yun would consider her the perfect daughter. "Dream on." Lil Purple rolled her eyes and turned her head away. Gradually, Lin Yun's face became grave. According to what she said, he roughly had 30 minutes for his body to recover. He should have enough time to reach complete mastery in his sky sword intent if he tried hard enough. With a cold light flashing through his pupils, Lin Yun decided he would take back his Azure Dragon True Bone and more. While Lin Yun was making a final push in his sky sword intent, the Nether Divinity Realm Sun and his companions were swimming deeper into the lake. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun was using various means to break through the restriction of the lake that stunned his companions. They knew that the restriction beneath the lake was terrifying, but the Nether Divinity Realm Sun actually managed to break through them easily. Fortunately, no one else was searching the bottom of the lake like them. After all, the legendary 9-leaf saint fruit was located at the bottom of the lake. The two speculated that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun must have heard something from an elder, or else his current actions wouldn't make sense. Then again, the elder couldn't have expected that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun would lose an arm to Lin Yun. Suddenly, light shined in the eyes of all three realm suns as they sensed a dense floral fragrance. They could faintly see the outline of a fruit enveloped in a divine aura. Greed shined in their eyes as they exclaimed, "The 9-leaf saint fruit! Don't move!" The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's voice sounded out. Each of the 9 elders are in charge of restricting a section of this area. There's no way one can obtain the fruit without the help of the 9 elders. Otherwise, we will be facing death. Disappointment flashed in the eyes of the other 2 realm suns when they heard the explanation. The profound Dragon Realm Sun spoke in a disappointed tone. "Then why did you bring us here? The only thing that's here is floral fragrance, not floral saint liquid. Even if we refine it all, it won't help in the final battle." "Really? Why don't you try refining some then?" sneered the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. The 2 other realm suns exchanged a glance as they tried to refine the floral fragrance. When the floral fragrance entered their bodies, they could sense their origin energy blazing within their bodies. The profound Dragon Realm Sun exclaimed, "What's going on? This is the primal floral fragrance that has been accumulating for thousands of years. Refining a bit can greatly boost our strength. You too felt the side effects, right?" said the Nether Divinity Realm Sun. When the profound Dragon Realm Sun heard that, his face changed. The floral fragrance was definitely a lot better than the floral saint liquid, but the cons were also obvious. There were too many impurities, so they would need a long time to refine the impurities out of their bodies. The Elysium Trigram Realm Sun fell into deep thoughts and said, "It's not a problem for us to refine the impurities in the future with our clan's foundation. The most important right now is to strengthen ourselves." "That's right," the Nether Divinity Realm Sun said. "Let them fight while we strengthen ourselves. By the time everything finishes, we might be able to win it all." After making their decision, the 3 of them sat down and began to refine the floral fragrance. Shortly after, the 3 of them began to emit dazzling radiance as they were strengthened at an unbelievable speed. However, the 3 of them didn't notice that there was a sword hovering above the 9-leaf saint fruit where the floral fragrance was the densest. As the sword flickered, boundless floral fragrance drilled into the sword. At the same time, runes could be seen transforming on the surface of the sword. It didn't take long for an hour to pass with everyone competing for floral saint liquid. The refinement of the floral saint liquid caused many people to undergo a drastic transformation. It seemed like everyone was glowing purple as floral fragrance covered them. The denser the glow, the more floral saint liquid one refined. When the Imperial Feather Realm Sun opened his eyes, he smiled. "Time's up." His voice wasn't loud, but it had caused a great fluctuation in the Saint Spiritual Lake. Everyone knew that the competition for the championship was officially beginning. With that, the short piece came to an end as the 5 realm suns opened their eyes. It seemed like all of them recovered a vast majority of their vitality. The 5 realm suns exchanged a glance before someone asked, "Imperial Feather Realm Sun, how do you think we should compete?" "I'm okay with any method, even if the 5 of you work together," smiled the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. "Haha, you must be joking. We're realm suns. How can we lower ourselves to that level? Since we're going for a fair fight, I believe that there's also no need for us to use our Holy Spirit martial techniques. Let me go first." As that person spoke, he also stood up on the ground. "That's fine with me," said the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. "You're the strongest among us, but it won't be easy for you to become the champion," the Royal Wind Realm Sun said as azure flames blazed on his arms. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun was facing the challenge seriously, so he began to form seals while a barrier of light formed around him. Simultaneously, the Royal Wind Realm Sun moved and used one punch to destroy the barrier. With the azure flames gathered in his fist, the Royal Wind Realm Sun unleashed a terrifying power that reached the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. It was easy to imagine how powerful the punch was as the spectators held their breath in anticipation. However, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun didn't have any anxiety in his eyes. Without a change to his face, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun allowed the punch to land on his chest. The Royal Wind Realm Sun was shocked when he saw this because he knew he couldn't bear the consequences of killing the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. But his shock only lasted a brief moment before his eyes flashed coldly. As soon the flames on his punch were about to explode, he was sent flying. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun was unaffected by the attack, but the Royal Wind Realm Sun had many injuries. How is this possible? The crowd had disbelief on their faces as they fell silent. A little while later, another Realm Sun stood up. The Fong Origin Realm Sun will challenge the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. He didn't have much confidence in his tone because he knew how strong the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was. After all, the Royal Wind Realm Sun's failure was clearly etched in his mind. His plan was simple: force the Imperial Feather Realm Sun to attack. Taking a step forward, boundless origin energy began to blaze on the Fong Origin Realm Sun as an ancient tree bloomed behind him. The tree continued to grow as it was empowered by 6 aura oceans. As the Fong Origin Realm Sun approached the Imperial Feather Realm Sun, the power of his ancient tree grew even more powerful. Strangely, the tree branches made it look like a dragon was coiled around the tree. True dragon's touch. The Fong Origin Realm Sun roared as the ancient tree soared into the sky before charging towards the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. He wanted to use this move to tangle up the Imperial Feather Realm Sun and exhaust the latter's energy. The commotion created by the attack was terrifying, but the Imperial Feather Realm Sun merely took 9 unhurried steps. Then, his aura reached an unprecedented height while his powerful martial intent was unleashed. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun merely pushed his palm out to destroy the Fong Origin Realm Sun's attack. His attack was actually so strong that it even hit the Fong Origin Realm Sun's chest. The Fong Origin Realm Sun let out a groan as his surrounding origin energy was shattered into pieces. Turning into a beam, he flew away as fast as possible. No one could believe the might of the Imperial Feather Realm Sun right now. They all knew that he was strong, but no one expected him to be this strong. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun swept a glance out at the 3 remaining Realm Suns and said, "You guys can come at me together." A radiating light exploded out of the Imperial Feather Realm Sun that made the remaining Realm Suns unhappy. Seeing that the Imperial Feather Realm Sun had underestimated them, the 3 of them roared and charged toward the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Unleashing the demonic astral flowers in their aura oceans, they brought out their full strength. With the 3 of them working together, they emitted a terrifying aura. But just when both sides were about to clash, the light of a divine rune bloomed on the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's body, while a black vortex appeared behind him. When the black vortex appeared, it instantly devoured all the phenomena and light in the world. In the next second, an ancient aura exploded out as the Imperial Feather Realm Sun threw out a punch. The collision was so strong that both parties were sent flying away. But when the Imperial Feather Realm Sun took 3 steps back to stabilize himself, the 3 Realm Suns were still flying through the air. Divine Rune! The Realm Suns were shocked as they looked at the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. They understood why the Royal Wind Realm Sun was heavily injured when he attacked the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun had a divine rune imprinted in his body. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun spoke coldly. "Did you all think that I didn't have any confidence in stealing Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone? Honestly, his Azure Dragon True Bone's origin surpassed my imagination. Anyway, it seems like the Azure Dragon True Bone belongs to me. Are there any objections?" The 5 Realm Suns looked at each other with unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do. Although they knew that there was no way the Imperial Feather Realm Sun could take all 5 of their Holy Spirit martial techniques together, they knew that it wouldn't be easy. If they used this method, they would have a falling out with the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. At that time, no one would say a word if the Imperial Feather Realm Sun slaughtered all of them. It looks like there are no objections, smiled the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone belongs to me now. I hope that none of you will accuse me of taking advantage of you. Right at this moment, a faint voice sounded out from the bottom of the Saint's spiritual lake. Since when did my Azure Dragon True Bone belong to you? Where did any of you get the qualification to make decisions without me? When the voice finished speaking, a powerful sword intent exploded from the bottom of the lake. Then, a figure soared into the sky, which caused everyone to look on with shock. The figure hovered in the air and glared at the Imperial Feather Realm Sun coldly. His clothes were stained with his blood, which proved that he had a near-death experience. Although he looked exhausted, he stood up straight like a mighty sword. Imperial Feather, it's time to settle our grudge. Lin Yun's appearance caused a huge commotion on the Saint's spiritual lake. Even the remaining Realm Suns were shocked. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun was actually still alive after taking the combined attacks of their holy spirits. On top of that, Lin Yun survived the process of the Imperial Feather Realm Sun digging out his Azure Dragon True Bone. When Yu Weiwei, who was trapped by the Heavenly Path Mirror, saw this scene, she rejoiced, "Big Brother Yun, you have to stay alive." Luo Chen's group felt conflicted when they saw Lin Yun. They were happy that Lin Yun wasn't dead, but they were worried about him fighting the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Even if Lin Yun still had his Azure Dragon True Bone, they didn't think that he could defeat the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. It wasn't because they were pessimistic, but the strength that the Imperial Feather Realm Sun just revealed was unfathomable. Haha, so what if you're still alive? The fact that you came out on your own means you'll die. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun sneered. He was 70% confident that he could defeat Lin Yun in his top condition, let alone Lin Yun's current condition. After all, he wanted to reveal his true strength and take the 9-leaf Saint fruit from everyone else. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun looked at Lin Yun with disdain. In his eyes, Lin Yun foolishly revealed all of his trump cards for a woman. There was no way he would be surprised by anything a haggard Lin Yun attempted. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun stood on the surface of the lake with his hands behind his back. Lin Yun, isn't it just an Azure Dragon True Bone? You can bear with it until you get to Kunlun Realm. With your talent, you'll definitely rise in Kunlun Realm. Taking a stand right now is no different from death. Just an Azure Dragon True Bone? No one has ever taken something from me. I don't care what you say. I'm going to get revenge today, said Lin Yun with a killing aura flashing in his pupils. If the Ice Phoenix hadn't helped him, he would be a dead person by now. So how could he sit idly by and wait? The Imperial Feather Realm Sun snorted. Humph. You think you can survive? Without the Azure Dragon True Bone, you're just a piece of trash. Now, I'll be taking your head. The moment he finished, flames blazed on the surface of his body. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun unleashed his martial intent, which caused the entire lake to start boiling. He was unleashing his third-grade flame intent. Then, a flame phoenix flew out of his body. He was actually using his Holy Spirit. When the Imperial Feather Realm Sun poured his vitality into his Holy Spirit, he looked like an emperor. What power! Countless gazes fell onto the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Clearly, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun wasn't holding back. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun naturally knew that there was an irreconcilable feud between him and Lin Yun after he dug out Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone. So Lin Yun would kill him if he had the chance. Therefore, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun couldn't leave such a dangerous threat around. When the pressure of the flame intent and Holy Spirit descended onto Lin Yun, he emitted a dazzling sword intent and ferocious dragon roar. Golden radiance shined out of Lin Yun's body as he activated the Golden Crow. Then he summoned his Silver Phoenix, which dyed the sky in gold and silver. Dual Holy Spirits. Lin Yun had displayed unrivaled power back in Wind Mound City with his 2 Holy Spirits. So when everyone saw that he brought out both Holy Spirits, they knew he was serious. Die! The Imperial Feather Realm Sun sneered as he arrived in front of Lin Yun. In the next second, boundless spiritual energy surged on the Flame Phoenix. When the Imperial Feather Realm Sun threw out his punch, the Phoenix released a cry and charged forward. Along with his punch, the phoenix unleashed countless meteorites. When Lin Yun raised his head, the meteorites looked like gigantic mountains that were on fire. But all Lin Yun did was reach out with his right hand. Thunderstorm energy started to gather on his fist while 18 purple golden runes bloomed on the surface of his body. Then, Lin Yun added his sword intent into the attack. This is? Everyone was shocked to see a terrifying thunderstorm vortex gathering in Lin Yun's hand. When the vortex spun, Lin Yun combined his sky sword intent and azure dragon grab together. He could now manipulate this attack freely. What arrogance! The Imperial Feather Realm Sun sneered. He knew what Lin Yun was trying to do because he witnessed the azure dragon grab back in Wind Mound City. It's strong, but Lin Yun is naive if he thinks he can cancel out my heavenly meteorite fist. There were over 100 meteorites, and Lin Yun would be heavily injured if just one of them hit him. Furthermore, Lin Yun's current physique was extremely weak without the Azure Dragon True Bone. Suddenly, Lin Yun raised his hand and pulled all the meteorites into his vortex. Then, he threw them back at the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Here, you can have them back. How overbearing! Luo Chen's group was filled with joy upon seeing this scene. After all, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's martial intent was in the 3rd grade. But even so, Lin Yun could still counter the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's attack. The 100 flaming meteorites instantly devoured the Imperial Feather Realm Sun, causing a series of explosions in the process. The light produced by the explosion was so dazzling that they couldn't look at it directly. But in the next second, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun charged out of the explosions as the demonic astral flowers blazed his aura oceans. Shockingly, he had 12 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. Flames were everywhere now that he was releasing his aura with demonic astral flowers. The flame phoenix then flapped its wings and fought Lin Yun's 2 holy spirits evenly. He was taking full advantage of his cultivation and demonic astral flowers. Humph! The gap between us is too great, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun roared. His clothes were tattered and he had clearly suffered considerable damage from Lin Yun's counterattack. Lin Yun didn't panic. Instead, he unleashed all 15 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. When they combined, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was placed under immense pressure. He has 15. Everyone was shocked when they saw the number of demonic astral flowers that Lin Yun had. It was so surprising since Lin Yun was only in the 5th soul. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and the Imperial Feather Realm Sun instantly exchanged dozens of moves. Simultaneously, the sea of flames radiated with power behind Lin Yun. The intensity of the fight exceeded everyone's expectations. No one thought that Lin Yun would be so strong despite losing the Azure Dragon True Bone. Even the Realm Suns were dumbfounded by the strength that Lin Yun was displaying. The 5 Realm Suns felt a chill run down their spines because they weren't sure what Lin Yun would do to them if he won. As the sea of flames exploded in the sky, both Lin Yun and the Imperial Feather Realm Sun retreated. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun's face was ugly because Lin Yun's strength had exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, Lin Yun seemed to be even stronger after losing his Azure Dragon True Bone. He began to suspect that Lin Yun still had a few trump cards. Imperial Feather Realm Sun, it's your turn to take an attack from me. Lin Yun roared as the golden crow and silver phoenix shone in the sky. Heaven and earth, unite! Lin Yun roared as he charged towards the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. A terrifying aura enveloped the surrounding space as the sun became dark. At this moment, the only source of light was Lin Yun's golden crow and silver phoenix. Boundless energy poured into Lin Yun's body as he emitted a dazzling radiance. Then, with his hair fluttering wildly in the wind, a chaotic aura started to grow in his palm. As the energy throbbed, the entire heaven and earth began to tremble violently. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun locked his brows together because Lin Yun had an advantage by cultivating 2 holy spirits at the same time. In truth, he also cultivated more than 1 holy spirit martial technique, but not 2 at the same time. Dual holy spirits meant that the holy spirit martial technique required 2 holy spirits for its foundation. A technique of this level required high talent and boundless vitality. It was difficult for even transcendent talent to cultivate such a difficult technique. However, there was also a flaw to such a technique. The vitality exhausted to cultivate two holy spirits at the same time was immense. The exhaustion was so great that Lin Yun might only be able to execute his attack once. As for the Imperial Feather Realm Sun, he would be able to execute his attack multiple times. Facing Lin Yun's attack, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun wore a grave expression. Then, he executed his Holy Spirit martial technique once more. Along with a series of explosions, countless meteorites began to shatter and fine cracks appeared on the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's Holy Spirit. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun could sense that his Holy Spirit was slowly breaking apart. So when his Holy Spirit collapsed, Lin Yun's punch hit his fist. With a huge explosion, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was sent flying backwards. Blood dripped out of his mouth as his face turned ugly. The power of Lin Yun's attack far exceeded his imagination. He almost couldn't believe that his heavenly meteorite fist was destroyed. If it wasn't for the divine rune in his heart, Lin Yun's attack might have taken his life. Now that his Holy Spirit was destroyed, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's aura was overwhelmed by Lin Yun. So he tried his best to compensate with punches containing his third-grade martial intent. When facing these attacks, Lin Yun calmly fended them off. Then, he approached the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. He knew that the Imperial Feather Realm Sun had other holy spirits, and he had no intention of allowing the Imperial Feather Realm Sun to unleash them. Just like that, the two of them had exchanged dozens of attacks. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun was clearly in a disadvantageous position, and the light of his divine rune had dimmed down on his chest. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun knew that he couldn't allow this to drag on or else he would die. Gathering his flame intent, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun tried to get away from Lin Yun. "Come back!" Lin Yun roared as the Golden Crow and Silver Phoenix formed a vortex. In the beginning, the vortex was only 10 meters longer, but it grew to a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun was pulling the escaping Imperial Feather Realm Sun over to him. "Die!" Lin Yun controlled his two holy spirits, while his Azure Dragon Sword aura enveloped his hand like a dragon claw. If the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was hit, Lin Yun would rip his heart out. Everyone who saw this scene had shock written on their faces. They could tell that Lin Yun wanted to get revenge by digging out the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's heart. Great! If the crowd could see this, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun definitely knew it too. However, he charged at Lin Yun instead of retreating. With boundless flames blazing on the surface of his body, Lin Yun emitted a golden brilliance that turned into a dragon. Break! Lin Yun released his sky sword intent as 18 dragon runes gathered on his arm. Then, he collided with the Imperial Feather Realm Sun who was sent flying. Although Lin Yun made him bleed even more, he failed to get the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's heart. The fight shocked the crowd because the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was withstanding Lin Yun's attack even without his Holy Spirit. He must have exhausted countless resources to have such a sturdy foundation. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have been able to withstand Lin Yun's attack after losing their Holy Spirit. However, Lin Yun didn't stop his attack and threw another 9 punches. Although the Imperial Feather Realm Sun managed to withstand the first 8 punches, the last punch sent him flying. The radiance of the divine rune on his chest had dimmed down quite a lot. It was worrisome because the Imperial Feather Realm Sun merely relied on the rebound force of the divine rune to defeat the Royal Wind Realm Sun. So without the divine rune, he would lose a means of protection. However, the divine rune didn't even seem effective against Lin Yun. When the Imperial Feather Realm Sun picked himself off the ground, he wiped the blood off his lips. "I never would have imagined that you would make a breakthrough after losing the Azure Dragon True Bone. Who would have thought that someone with weaker cultivation could force me this far? Cripple yourself and I'll spare your life," said Lin Yun. "Ha ha ha," the Imperial Feather Realm Sun laughed. "You're really arrogant, but our futures aren't the same. I'll rise quickly upon reaching Kunlun Realm, but you will amount to nothing." Flame Dragon's Heart. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun roared and the divine rune on his chest shattered, emitting strands of golden flames that turned into a roaring dragon. Lin Yun's heart began to rumble violently like thunder after lightning. At the same time, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's heart began to emit ancient dragon energy. His blood was dyed gold as scales appeared on the surface of his body. It looked like he was an actual flame dragon. His heartbeat alone caused many people to bleed from their 7 orifices. Very quickly, the bleeding people fell to the ground. A dragon's heart. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun actually has a flame dragon's heart, with a divine rune embedded on it. At this moment, the elders in the starry sky were shocked. He actually has a flame dragon's heart. No wonder he dares to say that he'll rise in Kunlun realm. With the flame dragon's heart and a divine rune, he'll become an unrivaled genius when he grows up. Well, it's hard to predict. After all, there are many geniuses in Kunlun realm. Becoming unrivaled isn't an easy task. But as long as he doesn't die, he'll definitely be a king within 100 years. With the flame dragon's heart, it won't be that easy for Lin Yun anymore. The elders were initially worried if Lin Yun would slay another realm sun. But looking at the current situation, they didn't have to worry about the Imperial Feather Realm Sun anymore. Some of the elders frowned because Lin Yun's talent had caught their attention. But if Lin Yun didn't learn how to give up, there was a high chance that he would die. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun snorted as he relied on the aura of the Flame Dragon's heart to unleash an entirely new Holy Spirit. It was a gigantic dragon enveloped in flames that reached the same level as Lin Yun's dual Holy Spirits. With the 3rd grade flame intent, Flame Dragon's heart, and Flame Dragon Holy Spirit combined together, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's aura had reached a terrifying height. With fire shooting out of his eyes, he yelled, "Dawn-breaking dragon pupils!" In response, Lin Yun circulated the Golden Crow 9 transformation and a pair of wings appeared behind him. With pride in his pupils, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun asked, "Do you understand why I wanted your Azure Dragon True Bone? The Azure Dragon True Bone isn't a treasure that someone like you can possess. After all, you can't unleash its full power. No one can survive after I bring out the Flame Dragon's heart." Lin Yun stopped struggling. "Become my servant and I'll bring you to Kunlun realm with me. I'll even grant you boundless glory. You're thinking too much about it. I'll be taking your Flame Dragon's heart." Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as his sword intent reached its peak. Right at this moment, a sword hum resonated in the sky, instantly suppressing the heartbeat of the Flame Dragon's heart. In the next second, everyone's swords soared into the sky as unimaginable sword intent manifested comets that flew across the Saint's spiritual lake. Right at this moment, Lin Yun had pushed his sky sword intent to complete mastery. As Lin Yun radiated with sword ray, the entire sky began to tremble. He had unleashed a terrifying aura that made him look like an immortal. Sky sword intent at complete mastery? How the hell did he manage that? Isn't he only in the 5th soul, heavenly soul realm? Just how did Lin Yun manage to do that? It was publicly known that it was hard to grasp the sky sword intent before the Empyrean realm. But Lin Yun had brought his sky sword intent to complete mastery. The aura he emitted was so strong that everyone felt like they were insignificant insects. At this moment, Lin Yun was the king of swords, filled with prestige and pressure. He's a monster. His talent is simply monstrous. The elders from the various sects were watching everything unfold with crazed eyes. Even the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was shocked. He initially thought that he would be able to suppress Lin Yun with the Flame Dragon's heart. But he never expected that Lin Yun had another trump card. So what if your sky sword intent is at complete mastery? You still have to kneel before me. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun's expression was cold. Golden flames blazed on the surface of his body as he pushed his martial intent to the limit. He then formed seals and pushed his hands forward, unleashing a dragon roar with boundless dragon breath toward Lin Yun. Facing the sea of flames, Lin Yun's wings flashed as he pushed his speed to the limit. Lin Yun's afterimages were destroyed from the series of explosions, leaving his main body behind. When the crowd spotted Lin Yun's main body, they saw a boundless sword aura that resonated with heaven and earth. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun's face was cold as the Flame Dragon's heart radiated, which turned his eyes gold. Then, With a seal blooming in his palm, he released a terrifying aura comparable to the Empyrean realm. With this punch, a dragon roar echoed out that caused space to collapse. It was only a phenomenon, so space wasn't actually collapsing. However, it was realistic enough to make Lin Yun feel pressured. Furthermore, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun seemed to have used a secret technique that allowed his strength to far exceed his current cultivation. Imperial Dragon Seal. The elders in the starry sky instantly recognized this move because it was famous in Kunlun realm. It was the secret technique of the dragon clan that was widely spread, but only those with the dragon bloodline could cultivate it. So it was unbelievable to them that the Imperial Feather Realm Sun could cultivate this secret technique by relying on a dragon's heart. When the Imperial Feather Realm Sun unleashed the Imperial Dragon Seal, everyone could sense the surrounding space collapse. Simultaneously, countless flames converged into a tornado that charged at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun was unbothered as he summoned the azure firmament tree with iris flowers. With the phenomenon created by the combination of two sword sutras, the flames were destroyed before they could even reach Lin Yun. What a powerful attack! Everyone marveled how Lin Yun unleashed the full power of his sky sword intent at complete mastery. But the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was confident that everything would go according to plan. After all, Lin Yun's flaw was pretty obvious. Charging forward, the Imperial Dragon Seal bloomed in his palm once again. This time, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun became gigantic. Instantly, he portrayed the image of an immortal emperor descending upon the mortal plane. With his new attack, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun made cracks appear on Lin Yun's sky sword intent. Clearly, Lin Yun's cultivation wasn't strong enough to fully unleash the sky sword intent at complete mastery. If his cultivation was higher, his sky sword intent wouldn't be able to crack so easily. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun was evidently very strong. With his fully charged Imperial Dragon Seal, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was able to split Lin Yun's sword intent. Once the attack got through Lin Yun's defenses, it landed on his shoulder. Blood dripped down Lin Yun's lips as he was sent flying away. At this moment, killing intent gathered in the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's pupils as he glared at Lin Yun. Then, he poured more energy into his Imperial Diagram Seal. The dragon's heart throbbed once more, filling his body with vitality. Behind him, the Flame Dragon Holy Spirit suppressed both of Lin Yun's holy spirits. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun pushed out his palm. Lin Yun couldn't resist the attack and the dragon runes that covered him were destroyed. After losing the Azure Dragon True Bone, Lin Yun's physical defense had greatly weakened. If he still had the bone, an attack of this caliber would only lightly injure him. Great! The 5 Realm Suns rejoiced. Although they were unhappy with the Imperial Feather Realm Sun becoming the champion, they knew that Lin Yun would target them if he won. So they naturally hoped for Lin Yun to die. He's bullying Lin Yun based on the fact that Lin Yun doesn't have a sword. Someone suddenly noticed the issue with Lin Yun's fight. Even if Lin Yun's sword intent was strong, it was impossible for him to unleash his full prowess without a sword in his hand. Lin Yun, you can face your death now. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun looked at Lin Yun coldly. He was confident that he could kill Lin Yun with 1 or 2 more attacks. At that time, there was nothing Lin Yun could do even with his improved sword intent. Why do I feel that you're courting death? Imperial Feather Realm Sun, your Dao armor should be more or less destroyed, right? Lin Yun smiled. His words instantly made the Imperial Feather Realm Sun think that something wasn't right. Although he managed to face Lin Yun with the Imperial Dragon Seal, he was also constantly attacked the moment he got close to Lin Yun's sword aura. So his Dao armor was on the verge of being destroyed because of Lin Yun's sword intent. You must have also used up all your trump cards, right? You don't have to deny it because you wouldn't reveal the Flame Dragon's heart if you had other options. Did you really think that you could bully me just because I didn't have a sword with me? Didn't you consider the possibility that I could be doing this on purpose? Lin Yun continued. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun's face suddenly changed as he snorted. So what? I just have to defeat you with another palm. In fact, 2 more palms will kill you. You're really overthinking it. Lin Yun barked. Imperial Feather Realm Sun, let me be honest with you. It's simple for me to kill you. The reason why I took such a troublesome route is because I'm not weak. I just wanted everyone to know how much I hate sneak attacks. So I'll make you pay the price and get the interest back in the process. Lin Yun didn't want to just defeat the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. He wanted to kill the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Now that the Imperial Feather Realm Sun had revealed all his trump cards, he could claim the latter's life. You're courting death. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun instantly figured out Lin Yun's thoughts. Enraged, he unleashed the Imperial Dragon Seal once more. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun laughed. You Realm Suns have been looking down on me. You call me a demon because you hope to obtain a righteous position by killing me. Today, I'll show you guys the true meaning of a demon. In the next second, Lin Yun's bloodline began to boil as the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra began to circulate within his body in an unprecedented manner. Then, black demonic light appeared on Lin Yun's body before manifesting into a sword aura that soared into the sky. The entire region had turned dark while Lin Yun's laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone could hear the arrogance, killing intent, and desolation in his laughter, as the black demonic light manifested into a radiating black sword. As a violent aura emitted out of Lin Yun, he looked like a demon lord, especially with the mark on his forehead. At this moment, he became a demon of heaven and earth. Lin Yun was finally unleashing the 14th form of the Forbidden Sword, the Azure Firmament 13 Swords, crowning demon. Letting out a ferocious roar, Lin Yun's eyes flashed brightly. His footsteps contained his boundless sword intent as he wielded his finger like a sword. Then, he pierced through the incoming Imperial Dragon Seal. At this moment, his sky sword intent was invincible. When Lin Yun's attack landed, his fingers tapped the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's chest. At this moment, torrential demonic light shot out as the Imperial Feather Realm Sun's Dao armor shattered. No, no, and oh! The Imperial Feather Realm Sun let out a roar filled with fear as he saw Lin Yun's hand pull backwards. It looked just like when he dug out Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone. Lin Yun was repaying the favor and going for his Flame Dragon's heart. Since the Flame Dragon's heart had a divine rune on it, Lin Yun was faced with great obstruction. However, he didn't dare to give up. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun's divine rune was no longer at its strongest and the majority of the power had already been exhausted. So what could it do to Lin Yun right now? No matter how the Imperial Feather Realm Sun cried out, his Flame Dragon's heart was getting extracted in front of everyone. When Lin Yun was done, the blood of the Imperial Feather Realm Sun splattered out of his chest. Now, the Flame Dragon's heart was in Lin Yun's hand. No! The Imperial Feather Realm Sun let out a miserable howl. He desperately wanted to grab the Flame Dragon's heart in Lin Yun's hand, but it was impossible. Lin Yun simply gave him a slap that sent him flying and then reached towards his interspatial pouch. After the Imperial Feather Realm Sun fell into the Saint's spiritual lake, the entire lake started to boil violently from his flame intent. Just a moment ago, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was still suppressing Lin Yun and the latter's holy spirits. But now the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was suffering an outcome worse than death. It was quite a shocking battle as Lin Yun vented all of his anger. He made the Imperial Feather Realm Sun pay for digging out his Azure Dragon True Bone with interest. Meanwhile, the 5 Realm Suns were completely dumbfounded as they looked at the Imperial Feather Realm Sun who was in the lake. They had no idea what to do anymore. After all, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun was defeated even after bringing out the Flame Dragon's heart. I actually suffered such a terrible loss. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun floated on the surface of the lake. He wasn't dead, but he could feel his vitality slipping away. He couldn't accept this outcome because he had been preparing for so long. In fact, he kept many trump cards hidden just for the final battle to become the champion. He wanted to leave behind a legacy in the heavenly path that would make him famous in Kunlun realm. However, everything went down the drain when Lin Yun destroyed him. It was a shame because he never really treated Lin Yun as an actual opponent. The outcome of the fight instantly left everyone speechless as they looked at Lin Yun with fear. Is the Imperial Feather Realm Sun dead? The elders from the sects were also surprised by Lin Yun's strength, not to mention Lin Yun's temper. They didn't think that Lin Yun would go to such lengths to get revenge. No matter what the crowd thought, this was Lin Yun's path as a swordsman. He resolved all of his grudges in this straightforward manner. Plus, he couldn't take the fact that he was bullied and had his Azure Dragon Truebone stolen. The demonic aura still raged like wild flames around Lin Yun as his hair fluttered violently. He was currently holding onto the flame dragon's heart with a devilish smile on his face. At this moment, he looked like a demon lord. Sensing the demonic thoughts trying to corrode his consciousness, Lin Yun now knew why the move he just used was a forbidden move in the Azure Firmament 13 sword. If he continued to be consumed and affected by the demonic thoughts, he would eventually lose himself. But Lin Yun managed to maintain a wisp of his rationale. So he circulated his sky sword intent at complete mastery to expel the demonic thoughts. His heart was firm and his sword intent was strong. The process wasn't easy, but Lin Yun tried to expel the wisps of demonic aura from his body. At this moment, Lin Yun's face was distorted. He let out a ferocious roar throughout the process. The Realm Sons looked at this scene with surprise. He's currently expelling his demonic thoughts. It looks like he used a forbidden move. We should make our move right now. We just have to join hands together to injure him. We have to injure him badly or else he won't let us off for ganging up on him. That's right. This is a great opportunity. Furthermore, we might be able to steal the Flame Dragon's heart and Azure Dragon Truebone. As the remaining Realm Sons discussed among themselves, their eyes flashed with killing intent and greed. Making up their minds, they quickly soared into the sky and unleashed their Holy Spirit martial techniques together. Soon, a boundless aura was suppressing Lin Yun. In just one breath's time, the Holy Spirits arrived in front of Lin Yun. The spectators didn't even get a chance to recover from the shock of the Imperial Feather Realm Sons' loss before the other Realm Sons attacked Lin Yun. It was a repeat to when the Realm Sons heavily injured Lin Yun. Now that Lin Yun was busy expelling his demonic thoughts, the Realm Sons were resorting to shameless tactics. How shameless! Luo Chen's group began to curse when they saw this scene because the 5 Realm Sons were too shameless to gang up on Lin Yun time and time again. It was so hypocritical because they had a gentleman's agreement with the Imperial Feather Realm Son, but refused to do the same with Lin Yun. But right at this moment, the demonic light disappeared in Lin Yun's eyes as his sky sword intent exploded on the surface of his body. Then, the Azure Dragon sword aura comparable to a Holy Spirit appeared, which slowed the attacks of the 5 Holy Spirits. The Realm Sons couldn't believe what was happening. After all, Lin Yun seemed like he was struggling just a moment ago. Since I dare to expel the demonic thoughts with you guys around, I naturally have the confidence to deal with you. It looks like you 5 really dared to attack me once more. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. So what if you're able to recover? Since we could suppress you back then, we can naturally suppress you now. Royal Wind Realm Sun's eyes surged with a killing aura that made his Holy Spirit even stronger. He knew that there was no turning back now, so he went all in on his attack. Not even the Imperial Feather Realm Sun dared to take the combined attack of their Holy Spirits head-on. So an exhausted Lin Yun had low odds of winning. Well done! Lin Yun spread his arms apart as an iris flower bloomed beneath his feet. At the same time, swords flew out of his body that instantly constructed a massive sword array. Iris Sword Array. Unrivaled. When the sword array began to circulate, 18 purple golden dragon runes manifested into dragons and fused into the sword array. When the sword rays and dragons began to circulate in the sword array, there was nothing the 5 Holy Spirits could do. The 5 Holy Spirits were instantly crushed by the sword array. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like an immortal as crystallized iris flowers hovered around him. How is this possible? The Royal Wind Realm Sun was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the attacks of 5 Holy Spirits were destroyed by such an insignificant sword array. But before they could do anything, beautiful music started to play in the air. About 360 sword rays and 18 dragons began to circulate in the sword ray, while an indigo-colored ice phoenix appeared. Primal origin. Praise the phoenix. Boundless light radiated while the phoenix soared into the sky. A dazzling brilliance pierced the eyes of the 5 realm suns, which made blood flow out their eyes. This phenomenon far exceeded all the phenomena that Lin Yun had created in the past and allowed Lin Yun's aura to break right into the Empyrean realm. My eyes! The 5 realm suns panicked when they lost their vision, so they began to flee for their lives. However, Lin Yun wasn't going to let them go. Swiping the air in front of him, Lin Yun destroyed the Tao armor of all 5 realm suns. His sword intent drilled into their bodies, making them howl miserably. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun felt a huge blow to his ego after watching Lin Yun. So it turned out that Lin Yun was telling the truth. If he wanted, he could have easily defeated the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun didn't believe it at first, but reality was cruel. At this moment, he could feel his confidence and vitality disappear even faster. The crowd was still shocked by the events that unfolded. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun had his heart dug out, the Imperial Diagram Realm Sun died, and the 5 realm suns lost their vision from the dazzling brilliance. All of this was caused by Lin Yun and Lin Yun alone. He was an absolute nobody from the profound Amber Realm. But he still managed to deal with 3 war realms in Wind Mound City and deal with the Realm Suns in the final battle. Haha! The champion should be Lin Yun now, right? The elder of the Thunder Sect who was optimistic about Lin Yun earlier smiled. The current situation wasn't hard to deal with. If Lin Yun was willing to join the Thunder Sect, he could end things right now. After all, the Thunder Sect had an unimaginable foundation in the ancient Baron domain that even the Saint clans couldn't be compared to. If Lin Yun became the Thunder Sect's core disciple, it wouldn't matter if he killed all 10 realm suns. The war realms wouldn't even dare to utter a single word. However, the elder knew that Lin Yun's cultivation was a problem. After all, Lin Yun was only in the 5th soul heavenly soul realm. It was a huge risk to defend Lin Yun since everything was based on his potential, not current strength. It would have been easier if Lin Yun was from a war realm because no one would hesitate to take him in. The final battle has more or less come to an end. Lin Yun is extremely suitable for my flying snow manor, smiled another elder. All of the elders were hesitant until the Thunder Sect spoke up. No one could afford to lose out on a genius who swept through 5 realm suns. They could tell that Lin Yun would be extraordinary in the future the moment he arrived in Kunlun realm. It would be like a dragon returning to sea. The floral fragrance still hasn't dissipated, so it's too early to talk about that, snorted the profound Sky Sect's Elder Jinju. The other elders knew that Elder Jinju had a deep relationship with the Nether Divinity War Realm, so none of them uttered a word. The profound Sky Sect might be an overlord among the various sects, but the heavenly path was managed by the Sacred Alliance, not the various sections. So there was nothing Elder Jinju could do to Lin Yun even if he wanted to kill him right now. The profound Sky Sect might be an overlord, but they weren't powerful enough to rule over the various sections. Looking at everyone else, Elder Jinju wore a playful expression and sneered. A moment of victory is nothing. That brat doesn't have enough to have the last laugh. When the other elders heard that, they became confused. Elder Jinju sounded pretty confident, so they weren't sure what they weren't seeing. After all, Lin Yun had already swept through the realm suns. Was Elder Jinju that confident in the Nether Divinity Realm Suns group that disappeared? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the horizon and lit up the entire Saint's spiritual lake. As more lightning began to gather, demonic astral flowers also descended from the sky. Just like that, the demonic astral flowers entered the Saint's spiritual lake and sank to the bottom of the lake. The crowd was shocked because someone was clearly undergoing a tribulation. Someone's undergoing the 7th soul tribulation. The 7th soul tribulation was the last tribulation in the heavenly soul realm. Apparently, someone had reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. The crowd panicked when they realized this and immediately left the Saint's spiritual lake. The only person who stayed was Lin Yun. With countless gazes on Lin Yun, the crowd started to realize that there was only one group that could be causing the commotion. It turned out that the Nether Divinity Realm Suns party hadn't left the game, but were actually in hiding to strike back. It was publicly known that the 7th Soul's tribulation was dangerous. The fact that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun's party underwent their tribulation in the lake meant that they had obtained a great opportunity down there. Beautiful and bewitching demonic astral flowers dropped from the clouds and enveloped the entire Saint's spiritual lake. They gave great pressure to those who were standing by. At the same time, everyone could sense 3 terrifying auras at the bottom of the lake that were growing more powerful with every second. The elders who were watching suddenly exclaimed, "The floral fragrance at the bottom of the lake is filled with impurities. I told you there's no way that Brat will become the champion. It's good enough if he can survive," sneered Elder Jinju indifferently. Listening to his words, the other elders knew that Lin Yun was doomed. Even if Lin Yun was strong, they didn't think that he could face 3 realm suns in the 7th soul heavenly soul realm. Ha ha ha! A familiar laughter sounded out from the bottom of the lake. Naturally, it belonged to the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, who wanted to cleanse himself of the humiliation he suffered from Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, come and die!" 3 figures shot out of the lake as they roared at Lin Yun. The Nether Divinity, Profound Dragon, and Elysium Trigram Realm Suns were emitting a terrifying aura in the 7th soul. Many people's faces were changing because their auras weren't as strong as they thought it would be. It seemed like their auras were chaotic, like they made a breakthrough in a hurry. But they were still in the 7th soul since they established a 7-aura ocean. Even the holy spirits that were behind them seemed to get a boost in power. But once they shot out of the lake, the entire Saint's spiritual lake began to rumble. A terrifying sword intent was stirring the lake, creating a gigantic vortex in the middle. In the next second, a sword shot out of the lake that overwhelmed the luster of the 3 realm suns. Furthermore, the boundless sword ray filled every corner of the region. It was as if the region was on lockdown. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Yun's sword was so breathtaking that it exceeded the radiance of a mere Dao artifact. Lin Yun slowly grabbed his sword, which gave the crowd heartache. Although it wasn't their sword, they felt like Lin Yun had stolen their beloved treasure. When Lin Yun held onto the sword, he threw a glance at the 3 realm suns. He rushed over to them before they could even make a move. "My sword and I have been waiting a long time." Lin Yun looked down at the 3 realm suns when he spoke. In the next second, the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans began to blaze, while he unleashed a terrifying sword ray that painted the sky with a rainbow color. The realm suns didn't hesitate to exhaust their origin energy and vitality to fend off Lin Yun's attack. However, Lin Yun's attack was too strong. When the sword ray descended, the 3 realm suns disappeared, leaving behind no traces of their bodies. It was an extremely anticlimactic battle as Lin Yun killed the realm suns with a single sword. It didn't matter that they reached the 7th soul heavenly soul realm. They couldn't even leave a trace of their existence behind. At this moment, Lin Yun had become a legend in the heavenly path as the swordsman with the strongest sword intent, sword, and sword technique. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's party hid in the Saint's spiritual lake because they thought that no one would discover them. They were confident in their plan to wait for the battle to end before making a move. Unfortunately, their plan wasn't perfect. There was no way that Lin Yun would forget about them. After all, he wasn't here to become the champion but to kill those 3 realm suns. He could never forget about their grudge. First, they set up a trap for him in the yellow sandy plain. Then, they humiliated Yu Weiwei in the demon-slaughtering assembly. Since they dared to provoke him time and again, he had to repay them with death. How is this possible? The Imperial Feather Realm Sun, who was on the verge of death, couldn't believe this scene. He already suffered a huge mental blow when Lin Yun defeated the 5 Realm Suns with the Iris Sword Array. So this scene thoroughly humiliated him. Lin Yun could have easily defeated him, but Lin Yun didn't want to bother going through so much trouble. This realization made the Imperial Feather Realm Sun feel even more despair than before. He knew that Lin Yun was strong after the sword array, but he didn't know the limit of Lin Yun's strength until now. If Lin Yun bothered to take out his sword earlier, he would have died an instant death. With Lin Yun's unrivaled sword intent, sword, and sword technique, who else could pose a threat to him? Only the elders could stop his sword. When the Imperial Feather Realm Sun thought about Lin Yun, he realized how hilarious the Realm Sun's competition was. He was filled with disdain when he heard about the rumors that Lin Yun only needed one sword to kill an individual, but he turned out to be the fool. All he could do was bitterly smile. He had great talent. Plus, he underwent great dangers to merge with the flame dragon's heart. The fact that he could make it through the fusion process proved that he was a lot stronger than the other realm sons. His talent wasn't any weaker than Lin Yun. In fact, he was even stronger than Lin Yun because of his foundation. So if Lin Yun wasn't around, he would have definitely been the last one standing. Suddenly, a sad truth dawned on the Imperial Feather Realm Son. If he didn't steal Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone, Lin Yun's Sky Sword intent would only be at greater mastery and his attainment in the sword path wouldn't be so strong. The loss of the Azure Dragon True Bone allowed Lin Yun to experience life and death. It was a crucial part of making his Sky Sword intent reach complete mastery. If he didn't dig out Lin Yun's Azure Dragon True Bone, Lin Yun wouldn't have made such a huge breakthrough so quickly. He should have killed Lin Yun when he had the chance. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't go back in time. He already lost his flame dragon's heart. Right now, he hated the fact that his foundation was too strong. If his foundation was a little weaker, he would have died the moment he had his flame dragon's heart extracted. Then, he wouldn't be alive to watch Lin Yun defeat everyone else. The crowd was still silenced by Lin Yun's almighty performance. Even the elders in the starry sky were dumbfounded. Since they weren't ordinary people, they knew what Lin Yun's sword intent meant as a heavenly soul realm cultivator. Lin Yun wasn't just a monstrous genius anymore. When they recovered from their shock, the elders looked at Lin Yun with renewed interest. He displayed the talent that they came to find in the heavenly path. It was an unrivaled and transcendent talent. They were no longer concerned that Lin Yun's cultivation wasn't high. He grew up in the lower realms, so he shouldn't have much spiritual energy anyway. As long as he made it into Kunlun realm, his cultivation will undergo a transformative boost. How dare you! Suddenly, a ferocious roar filled with a boundless killing aura caused the starlight in the starry sky to crumble. It was naturally Elder Jinju. The other elders watched with concern. Just a moment ago, Elder Jinju was filled with disdain for Lin Yun. However, he was caught off guard when Lin Yun killed the 3 realm sons. Lin Yun's sword was too fast for him to respond. The Thundersex elder spoke up. Jinju, what are you trying to do? No one can interfere in the final battle. The heavenly path doesn't belong to your profound sky sect. Humph, I don't care even if he kills the other realm sons, but he has to pay the price for killing the Nether Divinity realm son. Not even the Sacred Alliance can stop me. Jinju's face was cold as he released an attack on Lin Yun without any warning. This old bastard. The other elders began to start cursing when they saw this scene. If Jinju was really determined to kill Lin Yun without regard for the consequences, they might not be able to stop him. Who would have thought that Elder Jinju would be so shameless to attack Lin Yun just because things didn't go his way? They knew that Elder Jinju had interfered in the heavenly path, but this was the first time they had evidence of it. You have to get past me if you want to kill him. Yu Weiwei appeared out of nowhere in front of Lin Yun, which distracted Elder Jinju. Since the heavenly path mirror wasn't as strong as before, Yu Weiwei broke through the seal in her body. Meanwhile, her aura swiftly reached the level of the Empyrean realm. Before Lin Yun could respond, Yu Weiwei appeared before and allowed Elder Jinju's palm to land on her. Elder Jinju was furious because he was already annoyed with Yu Weiwei from a while ago, so he poured all of the astral energy in his body into the attack. But just when his palm was about to land on Yu Weiwei, he suddenly discovered that there was an extremely noble aura coming out of her. It was an aura that belonged to the Heavenly Fox clan. She was the descendant of a great demon. Elder Jinju's face quickly changed as he retracted his hand. He stared at Yu Weiwei for a long time before asking, "Who is your father?" Wearing a determined expression, Yu Weiwei replied, "My name is Yu Weiwei." Upon hearing that, Elder Jinju squinted his eyes. He instantly thought of something and felt fear because of Yu Weiwei's surname. Even the faint aura that she was emitted made him fearful. However, when he recalled the death of the Nether Divinity Realm son, killing intent surged in his eyes once more. This is the heavenly path. You're in no position to call the shots here. Someone has to pay the price for the Nether Divinity Realm Son's death. You can't stop me. Let him come, said Lin Yun without any change on his face. He had clearly expected the consequences of killing the Nether Divinity Realm Son, not to mention that he wasn't afraid of this old bastard. He was confident that the firmament battlecloth left behind by the Azure Dragon Lord would give Elder Jinju a huge surprise. No way, Yu Weiwei roared. I don't want to. Just stand behind me, please. Just listen to me this once. I don't want to see Big Brother Yun suffer again when there's something I can do about it. Just let me stand in front of you this once. Her face was covered in tears that made her look like a helpless little girl. However, she had no fear in her eyes. Lin Yun was shocked because he never expected that Yu Weiwei would have such a side to her. Yu Weiwei looked at Jinju and mustered all of her courage. You injured me secretly back then, but I'm willing to call it off if you let Big Brother Yun go. I beg of you not to harm Big Brother Yun. When Lin Yun heard that, he clenched his fists together and immense killing intent filled his eyes. Elder Jinju indifferently snorted. You beg me? I don't care if you beg me. If you're not willing to leave, you can die with him. Elder Jinju pushed his palm out with a power so destructive that the crowd could only watch in fear. His power far exceeded everyone's imagination. Lin Yun took a step forward and embraced Yu Weiwei. Looking at the girl in his embrace, Lin Yun said, Sorry, but I can't stand behind you. When Elder Jinju saw this scene, he rejoiced and couldn't help smiling. He had his concerns if Yu Weiwei stood in front of Lin Yun, but Lin Yun delivered himself up instead. However, when the palm was about to land on Lin Yun, a torrential demonic light soared into the sky. A punch collided with Elder Jinju that sent him flying. Blood dripped down from his lips after receiving such a strong attack. The person who appeared had a torrential demonic aura that was targeted at Elder Jinju. It looks like the profound sky sect has gotten really arrogant over the last few years. You dare to touch the young miss? Torrential killing aura filled the entire Saint's spiritual lake that left the crowd dumbfounded. Not only were the geniuses in the heavenly path shocked, but even the various elders were shocked. No one in the heavenly path knew how strong Elder Jinju was, but the elders knew. Since the person who appeared was filled with demonic aura, it was clear that he was an expert from the demon clan who was just as strong as them. Him! Lin Yun let Yu Weiwei go as he looked at the newcomer with shock. It was Chun Sun, the mysterious figure he had once met in the Azure Dragon region. He had seen Chun Sun several times, but he never expected him to be so strong that even Elder Jinju would suffer. He couldn't see through Elder Jinju's cultivation, but he had a feeling that the Elder was above the Elysian core realm. Yu Weiwei's eyes started to shine when she looked at Chun Sun. It's third senior brother. Why is he here? Third senior brother? Lin Yun asked. Yu Weiwei explained. He is my father's disciple. I snuck out in secret though, so no one should know that I'm here. Lin Yun didn't reply because he could tell that this matter wasn't as simple as Yu Weiwei thought it to be. He could tell that Chun Sun was extremely mysterious since the latter didn't even appear in the Azure Dragon Palace. It seemed like Chun Sun probably revealed himself to Lin Yun because he found out about Yu Weiwei's relationship with Lin Yun. Chun Sun was probably probing Lin Yun to see what kind of person he was. You're courting death. Elder Jinju roared furiously and unleashed a terrifying aura from his body, which disrupted Lin Yun's thoughts. Lin Yun squinted his eyes as he sensed Elder Jinju's boundless vitality, fortune, and starlight. As an elder of the profound sky sect, he had never suffered such a great loss in the hands of a junior from the demon clan. He naturally couldn't accept it. But Chun Sun merely responded with a cold snort and charged forward. When the two figures clashed, a terrifying aura exploded out in heaven and earth. The ripples from the attacks were strong enough to make others feel like the world was on the verge of being destroyed. Pulling Yu Weiwei to the side, Lin Yun watched the battle in shock. The fight was so dangerous that Lin Yun would lose his life if he wasn't careful. Regardless of his sky sword intent or holy spirits, there was no way he could put up any resistance before them. As for the other elders, they didn't pay attention because a battle of this scale was common to them. On the other hand, Their gazes fell onto Yu Weiwei, who was next to Lin Yun. Heavenly Fox Clan. It looks like she's really. The Thunder Sex elder was the first to speak. But the moment he spoke, someone interrupted him and replied, "Let's not talk about that person's name. This is no longer something we can interfere in, and it has nothing to do with us. This is all on Elder Jinju alone." The other elders nodded their heads in agreement. "But what about Lin Yun? It's not easy for us to resolve this matter. Elder Jinju seems pretty determined to kill him. Which one of you wants to stand out? We can only wait for the Sacred Alliance to resolve this matter," sighed one of the elders. "They came here to pick disciples, so ordinary geniuses naturally wouldn't catch their attention. After all, there were countless geniuses in the ancient barren domain. If they wanted an ordinary disciple, they wouldn't have come here personally. The heavenly path was open once every millennium, and there would always be a genius who caught everyone's eyes. Then again, many of those geniuses fell in Kunlun realm and only a few managed to grow up. But if they could pick one of those geniuses, they could groom them into a powerful force in the future. Then, that genius would have a chance to rise in Kunlun realm and become a legend. There was no question that Lin Yun was such a genius who displayed great talent. But he was too stubborn and killed 5 of the realm sons. As for the remaining 5 realm sons, they weren't dead, but they were practically crippled. So they had to seriously consider if they wanted to recruit Lin Yun. Even those who wanted to recruit Lin Yun earlier began to hesitate. Above the Saint Spiritual Lake, Elder Jinju and Chan Sun separated. Elder Jinju didn't manage to gain an advantage, which made his face turn ugly. "Looks like there's nothing impressive about the profound sky sect after all." Chan Sun smiled. Elder Jinju's face twitched, but he didn't move. He just looked at Chan Sun coldly. "No one can save you for barging into the heavenly path." Lin Yun could see ripples spreading out in space with several powerful auras approaching. He fell into deep thoughts because the auras had to be the reason why Elder Jinju stopped fighting. Did the Sacred Alliance come? The Sacred Alliance managed 9 heavenly paths, so they wouldn't appear unless there was something important. Crackling sounds rang out in space, and a majestic ship broke through the spatial crack. The ship was enveloped in boundless starlight, and a flag with 9 dragons had appeared. At this moment, everyone could feel a boundless and imperial aura. Since when was the demon clan so bold to intrude into the heavenly path? A prestigious voice sounded out from the ship along with a terrifying aura that enveloped Chan Sun. Space became restricted around Chan Sun as a mini-prison was formed. "Third senior brother," Yu Weiwei exclaimed with concern in her eyes. "Don't worry about it." Lin Yun held Yu Weiwei's hand so she wouldn't be too worried. Since Chan Sun dared to appear, he must have predicted that the Sacred Alliance would show up. He isn't just bold, but he's also outrageous. He's just relying on the fact that he has. Jinju suddenly paused as his eyes flickered. He stopped himself from mentioning Chan Sun's origin. "This person has an uncertain origin. Not only did he sneak into the heavenly path, but he even prevented me from performing my duties. He completely disregarded the Sacred Alliance's existence." Chan Sun merely smiled. "My origin is clear. Why don't you just announce it? As for the heavenly path, I snuck in, but don't bother pinning the crime of disregarding the Sacred Alliance on me. Why do I feel that it's such a coincidence for all 10 realm sons to be gathered in the 9th heavenly path? The Sacred Alliance has to investigate this matter well, because the ones who orchestrated it are disregarding the Sacred Alliance." The moment he said that, the faces of the various elders changed. Everyone knew that news had gotten out that the divine blood fruit would appear in the 9th heavenly path before the heavenly path opened. With so many realm sons in the 9th heavenly path, there was a clear violation of rules set up by the Sacred Alliance. However, the Sacred Alliance had declined over the years, so they weren't feared like they were in the past. Otherwise, Jinju wouldn't dare to make a move on Lin Yun, and Chan Sun wouldn't sneak into the heavenly path. Jinju's face changed as he looked at Chan Sun coldly. "Even if you try to push the blame away, it doesn't change the fact that you have intruded. Then how are you performing your duties? Why don't you say it out loud and let the Sacred Alliance judge?" Chan Sun smiled. Seeing how the two argued, Lin Yun instantly figured out that the Sacred Alliance wasn't as strong as he imagined them to be. Enough! A furious voice sounded out once more from the ship. Neither of you are allowed to interfere before the final battle comes to an end. The voice demanded they stop fighting. Since Jinju failed to achieve his goal, his face was dark. When Chun Sun saw this, he laughed and broke the restrictions surrounding him. Without the two of them interfering, the final battle resumed. With the 10 realm sons dead or heavily injured, Lin Yun easily occupied the core region in the Saint Spiritual Lake. No one dared to provoke him. He devoured the floral saint liquid and easily became the champion. Although everyone was glowing purple due to the floral fragrance they had absorbed, only Lin Yun emitted a dazzling light. A prestigious voice sounded out when Lin Yun was done. The champion has been decided. After that voice spoke, the elders formed seals together, and a fruit slowly rose up from the Saint Spiritual Lake. Just like that, the 9-leaf saint fruit that had been growing for 9,000 years hovered before Lin Yun. Although the 9-leaf saint fruit wasn't as precious as the divine blood fruit, it was better than the divine blood fruit in the eyes of Lin Yun. After all, he couldn't refine the divine blood fruit or its leaves, so it was practically useless. On the other hand, the 9-leaf saint fruit could allow him to increase his strength. When Lin Yun held onto the 9-leaf saint fruit, everyone looked at him. Lin Yun sensed one gaze in particular that came from Elder Jinju. Since Lin Yun killed the Nether Divinity Realm Son, Elder Jinju had to deliver the 9-leaf saint fruit to Lin Yun. One could only imagine how bad Elder Jinju was feeling right now. But with the Sacred Alliance here, Elder Jinju had to suck it up. Lin Yun suddenly felt another gaze that came from the Imperial Feather Realm Son. Logically speaking, he should have died when his flame dragon's heart was extracted. However, he was still breathing because of the dense spiritual energy released in his blood. The spiritual energy was from all the treasures that he had consumed. This alone showed how strong his foundation was. In fact, it was the only reason why he was able to watch all of Lin Yun's feats. This 9th heavenly path is really interesting. Is no one interested in such a monstrous talent? A sudden laughter sounded out from the ship with a playful tone. The various elders hesitated, especially the Thunder Sect and Flying Snow Manor's elders. However, just when they were about to make up their mind, Elder Jinju's cold snort silenced their thoughts. The Profound Sky Sect was really powerful in the ancient barren domain. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. However, he didn't care if one of the elders stood up for him because they previously cowered under Elder Jinju. Since they were hesitant about him, he wasn't interested in them. Then again, he didn't care if no one chose him. It seems like he caused a huge mess since no one wants to pick him. According to the rules, you have 2 choices. You can choose to cultivate in the Sacred Alliance for 3 months before finding a place to go, or you can return back to the Profound Amber Realm. Young lad, you can make your choice right now. The prestigious voice sounded out once more. But this time, the voice was a lot more gentle and sympathetic. The other geniuses on the Saint Spiritual Lake also felt sympathy for Lin Yun because this outcome was too terrible. Lin Yun was clearly a transcendent genius, but no sect wanted him. It was the worst outcome ever for a champion in the heavenly path. Elder Jinju wore a sinister face. It was the outcome he wanted because he was confident that Lin Yun wouldn't choose to return to the Profound Amber Realm. So in 3 months, Lin Yun would leave the Sacred Alliance and then he would be able to kill Lin Yun. Even the Imperial Feather Realm Son, who was on the verge of death, wore a smile. He had held a grudge with Lin Yun after his flame dragon's heart was extracted, so he didn't want to witness Lin Yun basking in glory. The Imperial Feather Realm Son felt that he could die in peace now. So what if Lin Yun was the champion? In the end, Lin Yun would still die an even more terrible death than him. Yu Weiwei looked at Chun Sun with puppy eyes, but Chun Sun indifferently responded, "Don't mess around. Master only tasked me with bringing you back. He didn't tell me to bring a man back for you. If I do that, I'll be beaten to death. Is there no place for Big Brother Yun in the massive Kunlun realm?" asked Yu Weiwei in an indignant tone. Although Lin Yun wasn't afraid of the Profound Sky Sect with the firmament battlecloth, this scene still made his heart cold. He was an optimistic person, but this situation still made him feel bad. Plus, He couldn't stand the many sympathetic gazes that were looking at him. Sometimes the heart of a person wasn't as strong as what they showed on the outside. "Have you made up your mind?" the voice asked again. Despite feeling more or less normal in his heart, Lin Yun still spoke in a trembling tone. "I don't wish to return to the profound amber realm. Come on then. Since no one wants you, my sacred alliance will keep you for 3 months." The voice sighed as it gave Lin Yun the order. Lin Yun gnashed his teeth and slowly stood up. When he swept his glance at the various elders, they avoided eye contact with him. Lin Yun merely swept a glance at them before he retracted his gaze. But just when he was about to take a step forward, a sword hum began to echo out in heaven and earth. "Who says that no one wants this brat? My sword sect will take him." Everyone was briefly shocked when they heard the voice. Even the elders wore disbelief on their faces, especially Jin Ju, who was thinking about how to kill Lin Yun in 3 months. He was completely taken by surprise. Just how was this possible? The sword sect came to the heavenly path to recruit Lin Yun? Even those from the Sacred Alliance were shocked as they waited for the figure to reveal themselves. Even the Imperial Feather Realm Sun, who was slowly closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes with disbelief. If he wasn't half dead, he would surely jump up upon hearing that the sword sect came. Even Lin Yun, who was about to ascend the ship, was puzzled. Does this sword sect have anything to do with the sword sect that was annihilated in the profound amber realm? Then again, it would make no sense if the two weren't related to each other. After all, the sword sect back in the profound amber realm was extremely powerful, and it would make no sense if they didn't have an inheritance in Kunlun realm. But 3,000 years ago, the sword sect was annihilated in the profound amber realm. Senior Jian Wuming was someone who had inherited a portion of the sword sect and founded the Sword Firmament Pavilion in the Great Qin Empire. It seemed like he had some connections with the sword sect. Then again, all of this was based on the prerequisite that both sword sects were connected to each other. While Lin Yun was in deep thoughts, a figure approached and tore through the starry sky like a sharp sword. Instantly, a casually dressed young man appeared before them. He didn't look old, but his pupils were radiating with age. Clearly, he wasn't as young as he appeared. The various sects' elders instantly recognized this person, Feng Ju of the Sword Sect. After recognizing this person, the shock on their faces grew even deeper. However, their eyes were filled with confusion because the Sword Sect actually sent out Feng Ju. The Sword Sect had a huge reputation and was well known in Kunlun realm. At their strongest, they far surpassed the sects in the ancient Barren domain. Even though they had declined over the years, they were still a famous overlord in the ancient Barren domain. But the Sword Sect had never participated in the Heavenly Path. It wasn't because the geniuses in the Heavenly Path couldn't catch their attention, but because they had a conflict with the Sacred Alliance. No one knew what their conflict was about, including some of the upper leaders of the Sword Sect. Furthermore, no one could imagine what the conflict was since the Sacred Alliance had always been neutral. In a nutshell, the Sword Sect had never participated in the Heavenly Path, which was why everyone was shocked. Elder Jin Ju was especially worried because he knew that killing Lin Yun wouldn't be simple anymore. At the very least, an elder like him couldn't do anything against the Sword Sect's protection. Feng Ju, your Sword Sect doesn't have the qualification to recruit disciples in the Heavenly Path. Have you asked the Sacred Alliance about it? Elder Jin Ju spoke with gnashed teeth. In the ancient Barren domain, everyone knew about the conflict between the Profound Sky Sect and Sword Sect. So now that Feng Ju had represented the Sword Sect to recruit Lin Yun, the Sword Sect was standing against the Profound Sky Sect once more. Luo Qingxiu, does the Sword Sect need the Sacred Alliance's permission to recruit disciples? Feng Ju grinned. His impolite tone instantly drew the ill gazes of the Sacred Alliance's party on the ship. Hee. The young man smiled before he glared at the ship. It caused everyone on the ship to let out a groan as if their souls were being stabbed by a sword. The person in charge of the Sacred Alliance, Luo Qingxiu, became silent. He had no idea what the Sword Sect was planning. After all, there were ancestral teachings in the Sword Sect that they would never receive anything from the Sacred Alliance, form an alliance with them, or come in contact with them. Feng Zhu's arrival had already violated the ancestral teachings of the Sword Sect. This made the other elders nervous, especially Elder Jinju. The Nether Divinity Realm Sun's matter involved a powerhouse in the Profound Sky Sect. So Elder Jinju had no idea what he would say if he couldn't kill Lin Yun. As long as you have enough strength, anyone can come here to recruit disciples without the Sacred Alliance's acknowledgement. It's fine if you want to take him away with you, but you need his agreement. Luo Qingshu's words caused many people's faces to change. Then again, they weren't surprised by it because the Sacred Alliance held this event to give those from the lower realms an opportunity to go to Kunlun Realm. As a swordsman, who isn't willing to join my sword sect? Brat, are you willing to come with me? Feng Zhu spoke confidently when he looked at Lin Yun. Everyone looked at Lin Yun in jealousy. Who could have imagined that Lin Yuns would suddenly get recruited by the sword sect? After all, the sword sect was a sacred ground in the ancient barren domain for swordsmen. Lin Yun merely looked at Feng Zhu calmly and replied, "Agree to one of my requests and I'll come with you. Otherwise, I will refuse." A huge uproar came from the crowd after Lin Yun spoke. A sect was willing to accept him, but he was making demands? Wasn't he a little too bold? If this made Feng Zhu furious, Lin Yun would be doomed. Everyone could tell that Feng Zhu had quite the temper by the way he spoke to the Sacred Alliance. At this instance, many people sneaked peeks at Feng Zhu trying to see how he would react. Elder Jinju was dumbfounded because he had never seen someone with such a huge attitude. Someone who had been forsaken actually dared to speak of a request. In his eyes, Lin Yun was practically courting death. What is Big Brother Yun thinking? Yu Weiwei was anxious, especially when Chun Soons became confused. Speak. What request do you have? Feng Zhu frowned his eyebrows unhappily. At this moment, he made up his mind to leave if Lin Yun gave an outrageous request. After all, Lin Yun was just a junior. There was no way he would tolerate disrespect. I want to kill him. One day in the future, I'll kill that old bastard personally. I would just like to see if the sword sect has the courage to permit it. Lin Yun said coldly while he pointed at Elder Jinju. The killing intent in his tone was so sharp that some people forgot to breathe. Everyone knew how strong Elder Jinju was since the geniuses on the Saint Spiritual Lake couldn't tell his cultivation. At the very least, they knew what he was in the Divine Core realm. So it would be easy for someone like him to crush Lin Yun. After all, an Empyrean was enough to kill Lin Yun. Lin Yun's words were akin to a bomb. They also made Elder Jinju's expression freeze. The other elders were dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Yun. They thought that they knew how arrogant Lin Yun was in the final battle, but it turns out that they had still underestimated him. After all, Lin Yun just publicly announced that he would kill Jinju in the future. Even those from the Sacred Alliance had a shock on their faces. They finally understood why no one wanted to recruit Lin Yun. Even though Lin Yun wanted to kill Jinju, why did he have to announce it right now? Would he even reach that level in the future? In their eyes, Lin Yun was just courting death. The elders who were hesitant about recruiting Lin Yun earlier shook their heads and rejoiced inwardly. After all, Lin Yun didn't seem like he would live long in Kunlun Realm. Can the sword sect allow that? Lin Yun ignored all the other gazes and asked. He was practically certain that it was Elder Jinju who destroyed his sword aura back in Windmound City. There was also the fact that he made Yu Weiwei beg for mercy. Even the lowest person had their own dignity, not to mention Lin Yun. He didn't have to explain to anyone why he wanted to kill, but he needed to know if it was permitted. Raising his head, Lin Yun looked at Feng Zhu and asked once more, "Can the sword sect permit this request?" Ha ha ha. Feng Zhu was dumbfounded. When he recovered from his shock, he began to laugh out loud. "Your request is permitted. Even if the sword sect doesn't permit you, I'll permit you. As swordsmen, why do we have to care about the gazes of others? If you want to kill someone, just go ahead and kill. A mere brat dares to talk about killing me? I'll slaughter you first." Jin Ju's face had turned red. Not only did Lin Yun kill the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, but he even declared that he would kill him in the future. So Feng Zhu's reply was the last factor that triggered him to make a move against Lin Yun once more. Multiple dragons appeared behind Elder Jinju, which was greater than what Lin Yun and the Imperial Feather Realm Sun had created. Every single dragon looked vivid and seemed like they were fused with heaven and earth. They caused space to tremble as they moved. Elder Jinju looked at Lin Yun and made the latter feel like he was trapped. But before the elder could attack, Luo Qingshu pushed his palm out and destroyed the dragons. Elder Jinju instantly threw up blood. Humph, do you really think that I'm weak? You dare to make a move against a genius from the lower realm before me? Luo Qingshu slowly stood up from the ground. Everyone could see his face clearly, and he looked as though he was the king of this entire region. Why you made a breakthrough? Elder Jinju's eyes flashed with fear. That palm earlier was just a warning. If you're not here to recruit anyone, you can get lost now. Luo Qingshu's eyes flashed with disdain. At this moment, the aura he emitted was terrifying. Those who had reached the Samsara Edict realm were known as kings. Chun Sun was surprised by Luo Qingshu as well. It seemed like he really underestimated the Sacred Alliance. No matter what, the Sacred Alliance was one of the oldest powerhouses in Kunlun realm and couldn't be provoked easily. Don't assume that joining the Sword Sect will mean you're safe. You've committed a great crime, and someone will come to deal with you. Jinju's face alternated between red and white before he left. Lin Yun, Fengju has already given you his answer. Now, are you willing to leave with the Sword Sect? Luo Qingshu looked at Lin Yun with a gentle gaze. I'm willing, replied Lin Yun. This made Fengju smile because he liked Lin Yun's temper. Luo Qingshu, congratulations on making a breakthrough. I'll be leaving with this brat now. Fengju chuckled. After reaching his cultivation, it was hard to make a breakthrough. But he could make a breakthrough any time he wanted, and the reason why he chose not to was that he wanted to make an improvement in his sword path. Go on, smiled Luo Qingshu. It's good for the Sacred Alliance that he can be recruited by the Sword Sect. After all, it would be embarrassing for the Sacred Alliance if such a genius isn't recruited by anyone. It would be embarrassing for the Sacred Alliance if the champion of the Ninth Heavenly Path wasn't accepted by a sect. After all, they had followed their ancestral teachings to give the geniuses from the lower realms a chance in Kunlun realm. It was fine if Lin Yun wasn't a transcendent genius, but he was. They would become a laughingstock if Lin Yun amounted to nothing after the Heavenly Path. In reality, the various sects were starting to disregard the Sacred Alliance, and the powerful sects weren't even interested in the Heavenly Path. They were more concerned about the Divine Blood Fruit, and the Sacred Alliance naturally knew what they did behind their backs. Take the Ninth Heavenly Path, for example. The fairness of the Heavenly Path had been destroyed because of the 10 Realm Suns. Who knows how many geniuses were suppressed by the 10 War Realms and died before they had a chance to display themselves. Only Lin Yun managed to make it out of this entire ordeal. If he didn't show up, the outcome in the Ninth Heavenly Path would have been ugly. Hearing that Fengju wanted to take him away so quickly, Lin Yun spoke out, "Seniors, can you guys give me some time to bid farewell to my friends? Furthermore, I have something that I'll like Senior Luo to help me with." Fengju was briefly stunned when he heard that and laughed. "Looks like I was so anxious to help that I forgot about this. But you're from the Sword Sect now, so I will be the one to help you." According to Sword Sect's ancestral teachings, disciples of the Sword Sect's disciples aren't allowed to accept any favors, benefits, come in contact, or form alliances with someone from the Sacred Alliance. Just remember that. They have rules like that. Humph, don't scare the juniors. Lin Yun, you've yet to join the Sword Sect. Tell me what you need. Luo Qingshu glared at Fengju before waving his hand. Boundless energy enveloped Lin Yun and pulled him towards the ship. Fengju became curious about what Lin Yun was trying to do. He had yet to join the Sword Sect, and he was already coming in contact with the Sacred Alliance. Without any hesitation, he also flew towards the ship, thinking that he would teach Lin Yun a lesson if he did anything he was unhappy with. When Lin Yun landed on the ship, Fengju appeared beside him. The sword intent he was giving off was immense even though he retracted his aura. When he landed on the ship, he took several steps back to distance himself from Lin Yun. Lin Yun became curious. Didn't Fengju say that those from the sword sects weren't allowed to come in contact with the Sacred Alliance? Feng Zhu, you were kicked out of the sword sect, right? Luo Qingshu smiled and asked. Ah, Lin Yun was surprised to hear that. What is there to be curious about? The ancestral teachings cannot be disobeyed, and they can only expel me since I have to come in contact with the Sacred Alliance, said Feng Zhu. Lin Yun wasn't stupid, and he knew that there must be a reason why the sword sect went this far to recruit him. Let's ignore him. Lin Yun, what help do you need? Luo Qingshu smiled. Unlike Feng Zhu, his aura was retracted and gave off an amicable aura. Although Lin Yun had no expression on his face, he was all ears. However, Feng Zhu was unhappy. If Lin Yun asked for help that was beyond Luo Qingshu, he would have to teach Lin Yun a lesson. Wearing a grave expression, Lin Yun took out the flame dragon's heart that he extracted from the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. The heart was filled with vitality and surrounded by golden flames. Only one seal had been unlocked on the heart, but the aura it emitted was still terrifying. Looking at the flame dragon's heart, Feng Zhu couldn't maintain his composure anymore. He knew what Lin Yun was trying to do. This brat is really going to give the heart to the Sacred Alliance. Feng Zhu couldn't stand by while this happened, but he ultimately bore it in to see what Lin Yun was trying to do. Then, Lin Yun took out the 9-leaf saint fruit that shone with rainbow radiance and dense spiritual energy. No one could tell what Lin Yun was doing. Feng Zhu was also shocked to see the 9-leaf saint fruit and finally decided to stop Lin Yun. I would like to request Senior give this flame dragon's heart to my friend, Luo Chan. In secret, said Lin Yun. Listening to Lin Yun's words, Feng Zhu was shocked because he never expected that this was Lin Yun's motive. Even Luo Qingshu was surprised and hesitated. Are you sure about that? Even if you don't use the flame dragon's heart for yourself, you can also use it to swap for better treasures. No need. I thought it through. Luo Chun has suffered a lot because of me, said Lin Yun in a decisive tone. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Yun about it, Luo Qingshu replied, Since you're made up your mind, then I won't try to persuade you. This is nothing for me, and it can't be considered helping. But fusing with the flame dragon's heart is dangerous, and you might not necessarily be helping him. It all depends on his choice, replied Lin Yun. He naturally knew about the dangers of fusing with the flame dragon's heart, but there was a reason why the heavenly path wasn't dangerous to every genius. Those who lacked courage were lacking opportunities. Feng Zhu turned to look at Lin Yun and fell into deep thoughts. Lin Yun might seem arrogant on the outside, but he was unexpectedly generous to his friends. After all, the flame dragon's heart even tempted Luo Qingshu. However, Lin Yun had given it out without any hesitation. He knew that giving this to Luo Chen publicly would put Luo Chen in danger, so he had to get Luo Qingshu for help. Also, I'd like to ask Senior Luo to help me give these leaves to my friends, said Lin Yun while he removed the 9 leaves on the 9-leaf saint fruit. He could save the flower for himself to make a breakthrough in the Empyrean realm. The second act made the face of everyone on the ship change. After all, the value of the leaves weren't inferior to the fruit. All right. Luo Qingshu nodded his head and put away the flame dragon's heart along with the leaves. Thank you for your help. Lin Yun cupped his hands together. The things that he took out were extremely precious. He only made a move because he trusted the Sacred Alliance, especially since Luo Qingshu had given him a favorable impression and didn't put on any airs before him. I'd like to take a short leave. Lin Yun nodded his head towards Feng Zhu and Luo Qingshu before he left. How is it? Hehe, what do you think of the new disciple of our sword sect? Feng Zhu smiled, erasing the stern face he had on previously. Luo Qingshu didn't mention Feng Zhu's changes and replied, He's crude, yet meticulous. He's completely unlike my initial impression. He might be proud, but he isn't arrogant. Only he could defeat all 10 realm sons. Listening to Luo Qingshu's praises, the smile on Feng Zhu's face grew even denser. Of course, after all, he's someone that my master wanted. In the future, he will become my junior brother. Everyone on the ship wore a shocked expression. After all, they all knew who Feng Zhu's master was. A super powerhouse who hadn't accepted any disciples in years. Did someone like him really want to take Lin Yun as his disciple? Just what was Lin Yun's origin? After all, it made no sense for Lin Yun to draw the attention of that person if there was nothing special about him. According to what Luo Qingshu knew, not even the heaven-defying geniuses or geniuses from Saint Clans caught Feng Zhu's master's attention. There was clearly a story that wasn't being explained. However, Luo Qingshu smiled and didn't ask about it. Then, he pointed ahead towards Lin Yun, who was heading toward Yu Weiwei and Chun Sun. Looks like he went to look for that lass. I'll have to make a trip over in case he gets snatched away, said Feng Zhu anxiously with a chilling smile on his face. You better hide that temper of yours a little. Why are you going to interfere in the conversation between two lovers? Luo Qingshu squinted his eyes and placed his hand on Feng Zhu's shoulder. Is there any problem in me going to take a look? Feng Zhu replied awkwardly. Haha. Just wait here patiently. Luo Qingshu laughed. Along the way, Lin Yun nodded his head toward Luo Chen's party before he continued towards Yu Weiwei. Seeing Lin Yun's arrival, Chun Sun tugged his arms together and smiled. You guys talk. But just when he wanted to leave, Lin Yun turned his gaze over. Not now. Big brother Yun? Yu Weiwei became nervous when she heard Lin Yun's unfriendly tone. Is there anything? Chun Sun also turned to look at Lin Yun with an unfriendly gaze. After all, he wasn't a pushover and he also had quite the temper. If it wasn't for Yu Weiwei, Lin Yun would have already been a dead person by now. Ignoring Chun Sun's gaze, Lin Yun questioned coldly. Let me ask you something. Why didn't you do anything in Wind Mound City? Chun Sun was clearly in the heavenly path, but he allowed Yu Weiwei to be humiliated. Yu Weiwei instantly became nervous when she heard Lin Yun's words. At the same time, she felt a warm current flowing through her heart. But she quickly pushed that feeling to the side because she was afraid that Lin Yun and her third senior brother would start a conflict. I'm not obligated to answer you, smiled Chun Sun with a playful tone. Yu Weiwei smiled. Third senior brother? You're not allowed to speak to big brother Yun in that manner. Depressed, Chun Sun put his face in his hands. Yu Weiwei was helping an outsider instead of him. Wearing a playful smile, he then replied, Are you ready for my answer? Go ahead, replied Lin Yun. Yu Weiwei lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to look at Chun Sun or Lin Yun. Chun Sun smiled. This little lass ran out on her own to a lower realm. My master has a lot of enemies, so you can imagine how furious he was when he found out about it. Before he sent me out, he told me not to do anything unless her life was in danger. He wanted to teach her a lesson for her recklessness. Although she suffered quite a bit in the hands of the Nether Divinity Realm Sun, I can guarantee that the Nether Divinity Realm Sun didn't touch a strand of her hair. Our Missy here is close to you. After all, she won't even let other guys touch her. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Yu Weiwei yelled with a red face. But Chun Sun ignored her and continued. I can understand how you feel, but I've known her longer than you. I would have saved her long ago if it wasn't for my master's orders. Then again, I have to admit that you surprised me when you slaughtered your way through Wind Mound City. Chun Sun had admiration in his eyes when he spoke. After all, he had witnessed the fight. He could also understand why Yu Weiwei was so close to him. After hearing the explanation, Lin Yun examined Yu Weiwei's face and knew that Chun Sun wasn't bluffing. But right at this moment, Yu Weiwei revealed a gentle smile and said, Senior brother, I've found the divine blood fruit. Big brother Yun even found one with 7 leaves for me. Chun Sun's face changed when he heard that. He realized why Yu Weiwei was so calm even after he had found her. Chun Sun began to hesitate for a long time before he said, Missy, Master wanted us to tell you after we found you that the mistress isn't in deep slumber. The divine blood fruit can't wake her up. Master only said it to comfort you. He didn't really think that you would run away to look for one. When Yu Weiwei heard that, she became stunned. Her face turned pale and her body started trembling. With tears welling up in her eyes, Yu Weiwei cried in a despaired tone. Senior brother, you're lying to me, right? My mother isn't dead. She's going to wake up with the divine blood fruit, right? She left home under the belief that her mother would wake up. She never thought of the possibility that her mother wouldn't wake up even with the divine blood fruit. She yearned for her mother's embrace. She had lots of things to tell her, the happiness and sadness she experienced over the past decade. But now her dream collapsed. The divine blood fruit is rare in Kunlun realm, but the master wouldn't hesitate to put his life on the line if it could save the mistress. Over the years, you thought that the master didn't love the mistress and that he wasn't willing to pay the price to wake her up. You really don't know how he feels. He loves the mistress, and he loves you even more, sighed Chinsun. Is that really true? Yu Weiwei bit her lips in disbelief, but her rationale told her that Chinsun wasn't lying to her. Mistress, you're a smart girl. You know I'm telling the truth, right? Chinsun sighed, which made Yu Weiwei tear up even more. How could she not have guessed this before? Don't be reckless anymore and come back with me. Master is really worried about you, said Chinsun. Yu Weiwei was greatly affected by those words, and it took a long time for her to stop her tears before she smiled. Big brother Yun, I'll have to return the divine blood fruit to you. When she was done, she took out the jade bottle with the divine blood fruit in it and handed it to Lin Yun. It was initially a gift from Lin Yun, so she gave it back to him. Lin Yun didn't know how to comfort Yu Weiwei. Taking the jade bottle, Lin Yun looked at Yu Weiwei for a long time before he asked, "Are you going to leave?" "Big brother Yun, you have to come and look for me," smiled Yu Weiwei. As she spoke, she removed the jade flute by her waist and looked at Lin Yun gently. "Big brother Yun has treated me well. Regardless if we were in the profound amber realm or in the heavenly path, I have nothing to give you. This flute has stayed with me for a long time, so I would like to give it to you." When Chun Soon saw this scene, his heart sank because this flute belonged to the mistress. He knew what it meant to Yu Weiwei and the meaning behind giving it to Lin Yun. But Lin Yun merely looked at it and didn't receive it. There were many people who were frivolous with love, but he couldn't be that way because his heart already belonged to someone. Plus, he wanted to keep it that way. He wasn't stupid, so he knew what Yu Weiwei was doing. He also knew what it meant to Yu Weiwei if he didn't accept it. Seeing that Lin Yun didn't accept it, Yu Weiwei's smile froze. She thought this would happen, but she still felt shocked. But when Chun Soon saw this, he instantly became furious. "Lin Yun, don't push it." Tears continued to well up in Yu Weiwei's eyes as she squeezed out a smile, looking like a feeble flower in the snow. Many people on the Saint Spiritual Lake looked at Lin Yun enviously. After all, no one could resist Yu Weiwei's beauty after looking at her. She was practically the goddess of their dreams. And Lin Yun was only one step away from having it all as long as he received the jade flute. Many people looked at Lin Yun enviously while they gritted their teeth. All they could do was sigh at their poor fortune. "Big brother Yun, I've never wanted to fight for anything. I just hope that you won't forget me. I hope that you can remember me whenever you see this flute," said Yu Weiwei gently. Taking the jade flute, Lin Yun replied, "I won't forget about you even without this flute. I once promised you that anyone who becomes your enemy will also be an enemy of mine. This promise of mine won't change. I know, big brother Yun. So we'll meet again in Kunlun realm," smiled Yu Weiwei with bright eyes. Looking at Yu Weiwei, Chun Soon shook his head because he knew that Yu Weiwei was too deeply poisoned by Lin Yun's charm. He didn't think that a brat in the heavenly soul realm was worthy of his missy. Watching them leave, Lin Yun let out a long sigh. He then remembered that he once said he would not be a fool when it came to love. "Brat, can we leave now?" Feng Ju smiled, appearing out of nowhere. "Yeah." Lin Yun looked at the jade flute in his hand briefly before nodding his head. Looking at Lin Yun and Feng Ju leaving, the elders of the other sects felt weird because they knew that Lin Yun would definitely rise in Kunlun realm. They weren't sure if they made the right choice by not recruiting Lin Yun. No need to feel pity. What he did is so serious that not even the sword sect can protect him. That's right. There's no way Elder Jinju will let this matter go, especially since Lin Yun declared that he wanted to kill Elder Jinju. Looks like it won't be long before Lin Yun gets killed in Kunlun realm. He's talented in the sword path, but there's nothing else impressive about him compared to geniuses in Kunlun realm. Who knows, he might even become a nameless person in Kunlun realm. The elders who were feeling unhappy were trying to comfort themselves by wishing bad things on Lin Yun's. Feng Ju, who was leaving with Lin Yun, smiled. "Brat, Do you hear them? Don't you think you should do something in response to their words? They will regret it one day. Lin Yun had no emotions on his face, but he was greatly affected by those words. He would make all of them pay in the future. After Lin Yun left, the elders stayed behind to recruit disciples. Although there was no one as dazzling as Lin Yun, they could still pick a few as outer disciples. However, they didn't have much hopes that anyone would become a core disciple. Then again, becoming core disciples was nothing in Kunlun realm. Not long after, the powerful elders left and handed the rest to the deacons of their sections. With that, the heavenly path that had been ongoing for a year had finally come to an end. Luo Chen and his party weren't picked by any of the sects, but they also didn't choose to return to their realms. Instead, they boarded the Sacred Alliance's ship to head to the Sacred Alliance for 3 months. But when they went on the ship, they were instantly brought to Luo Qingshu. When they were brought before Luo Qingshu, they became nervous because they knew how strong he was. After all, even someone like Elder Jinju could do nothing before him. At the same time, they were baffled that Luo Qingshu would meet them personally, which made them anxious. Luo Qingshu looked at him and took out the flame dragon's heart. Take it. Lin Yun requested me to give it to you. It's extremely dangerous to fuse with this heart, but it'll also benefit you greatly if you succeed. So the choice is yours. Looking at the flame dragon's heart, Luo Chen and his party were dumbfounded, because they never expected that Lin Yun would leave it behind. But Luo Qingshu didn't stop there and took out the leaves of the 9-leaf saint fruit. Lin Yun also left behind these leaves for all of you, so you can split it among yourselves. Luo Chen and his party were completely speechless that Lin Yun would give them leaves from the 9-leaf saint fruit. But Luo Qingshu continued calmly, Lin Yun didn't come in contact with you guys earlier because it wasn't appropriate given the amount of people who wanted him dead. So he gave them to me secretly to prevent any of you running into trouble. They were happy that Lin Yun could be accepted by the sword sect, but they were also somewhat disappointed that Lin Yun merely took a few glances at them. They thought that Lin Yun was really heartless. But at this moment, they knew that they had misunderstood him then. Luo Chen held onto the flame dragon's heart and made up his mind that he would pay the sword sect a visit in the future no matter what. On the profound Amber Mountain located in the profound Amber realm sat the headquarters of the Sacred Alliance. Most of the geniuses who couldn't head to the heavenly path were here cultivating. They were under the watch of a Sacred Alliance elder. Suddenly, the token on the waist of the Sacred Alliance's elder began to shine. When the elder held it, shock appeared on his face and his sword fell onto the ground. It instantly attracted the attention of Bai Lishuan, Nangong Wanyu, and the other geniuses. They were curious what kind of news could make the elder react so strangely. There's an outcome to the 9th heavenly path. The elder calmed down as joy flashed in his eyes. There's an outcome? Several people's hearts sank, especially by Lishuan, who clenched his right fist. Nangong Wanyu and the rest soon recovered from their shock and asked, was Lin Yun chosen by a sect? Since they were cultivating with the Sacred Alliance, they had received news about Kunlun realm for a while now. So they knew that it would be heaven-defying if someone could be accepted by a powerful sect. Furthermore, it would help them rise in Kunlun realm, which they hoped would happen to Lin Yun. He became the champion in the 9th heavenly path and was accepted by an overlord among the various sects. The sword sect, explained the Sacred Alliance's elder. However, he hid the fact that Lin Yun swept through the 10 war realms, killed 5 realm sons, and crippled the others. The news that the elder hid was the reason why he was so shocked. Sweeping through the war realms was unprecedented, even in the heavenly path. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for Lin Yun to become the greatest legend from the profound Amber realm. Haha, Lin Yun is really strong. Mu Han became emotional as excitement filled his eyes. He was just sad that he couldn't personally witness Lin Yun. Even Bai Lishuan sighed inwardly because he had expected Lin Yun to shine in the heavenly path. But he never expected that Lin Yun would become the champion and get recruited into the sword sect. A long time later, after everyone left, Bai Lishuan was the only one who stayed behind. He looked at the elder and said, Senior, I have made up my mind. Unlike the others, he had the saint physique. Although his saint physique was lacking due to the fact that he was born in the profound Amber realm, he could perfect it in the future. As long as he was willing to pay a price, he might have a chance to go to Kunlun realm. The Bloodword Battalion is extremely brutal with a 90% elimination rate. You'll die if you're not careful. With your talent, you can actually join other sects to go to Kunlun realm. There's no need for you to go this far, persuaded the elder. It's useless if I can't join a powerful sect. The Bloodword Battalion is dangerous, but I will also have a chance to reach the peak, said Bai Lishuan. All right, I'll let you know half a month from now, said the elder. The elder knew that Lin Yun becoming the champion had riled up Bai Lishuan's fighting spirit. So he knew that it was futile no matter how hard he tried to persuade Bai Lishuan. However, the Bloodword Battalion was basically hell. Only madmen would choose to join it, including those from Kunlun realm. In the Great Qin Empire, the Sword Firmament Pavilion had become the strongest sect in the entire empire. They even showed signs of becoming the ancient southern domain's overlord force. After Lin Yun became the champion in the Draconic Banquet, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's name spread beyond the Great Qin Empire. At this moment, there were countless people gathered in the palace. There were the guardians, elders, deacons, and core disciples who followed Sect Master Plum. In front of Sect Master Plum was a token that would show the outcome of the heavenly path. Today was the day that the news would come out, so everyone was waiting. Everyone felt nervous because it was common knowledge that the heavenly path had a high fatality rate. Although Lin Yun was dazzling in the profound Amber realm, they knew that he might not be able to shine that brightly in the heavenly path. If Lin Yun died in the heavenly path, then the fortune that the Sword Firmament Sword had enjoyed for the past year would collapse. But if Lin Yun could be chosen by a powerful sect, then the fortune would become even more terrifying. Sect Master Plum was pretty optimistic about Lin Yun so long as he wasn't dead. Suddenly, the token shined bright, so he quickly grabbed it. When he was done, he burst into a fit of laughter. There was news from the Sacred Alliance? The elders guessed. Lin Yun was chosen by a powerful sect? Yeah. The Pavilion Master Plum stood up and laughed. He was recruited by the Sword Sect. But not only that, he even became the champion in the 9th Heavenly Path and swept through everyone. The entire sect cheered in disbelief. Lin Yun didn't die, but he became the champion and joined a powerful sect. It was only natural that everyone celebrated. After all, it was not an outcome that anyone dared to dream about. Haha. Lin Yun is really the fortune of our Sword Firmament Pavilion, champion of the heavenly path. We have to forge a statue for Lin Yun. The ancestors have really blessed us. How many years has it been since a genius like him appeared in our Sword Firmament Pavilion? The elders all had tears of joy rolling down their cheeks. Only the Pavilion Master Plum maintained his composure. He didn't expect that Lin Yun would become a legend. All of this was fate, just like how he dared to stand against the entire Great Qin Empire's royal clan back then to protect Lin Yun. The Sword Firmament Pavilion didn't let Lin Yun down. And Lin Yun didn't let the Sword Firmament Pavilion down. Sect Master Plum wiped away his tears because everything turned out wonderfully. In Kunlun realm, a bald monk who had already received the outcome of the 9th Heavenly Path was drinking wine. He was naturally Drifting Goblet. After learning of the news, Drifting Goblet smiled and drank more wine. Champion of the 9th Heavenly Path. He killed 5 realm sons and crippled another 5. How terrifying. He knew that whatever path Lin Yun was part of wouldn't be peaceful. But if Su Xiao knew about it, she would be really happy. At the same time, Li Wuyo also received the news and let out a burst of laughter with joy on his face. Ha ha ha! Big brother is really big brother. 10 realm sons? So what? 5 are dead and 5 are crippled. Ha ha ha! Li Wuyo muttered to himself. But it's really unbelievable that the Sword Sect actually went to the heavenly path to recruit disciples. Big brother, will you come and look for me? I'll be waiting for you. Kunlun Realm was a place filled with countless legends and experts. At the same time, countless geniuses were either becoming demonic emperors or saint immortals. This is Kunlun Realm? Lin Yun muttered and looked around because it didn't seem any different from the profound Amber Realm. However, he could faintly sense a difference. It wasn't because of the density of spiritual energy but something else. But even with Lin Yun's eyesight, he still couldn't tell what the difference was. On the other hand, Lil Red was looking around curiously. Lin Yun had nearly forgotten about Lil Red when he left, but everything ended well because Lil Red chased after him. This is Kunlun Realm. Feng Ju smiled. It took 2 days after leaving the heavenly path to reach Kunlun Realm. This was without using the transportation array of the Sacred Alliance and Sword Sects. 3 days later, a massive ocean appeared before Lin Yun that made him baffled. Truth be told, he could feel that something wasn't right along the way, but Lin Yun didn't ask much about it. For hours later, a massive island appeared before they came to a stop. Humph, Lin Yun, that old fogey lied to you. This is the border of the Eastern Desolation. It's nowhere near the ancient barren domain. Although I've never gone to Sword Sect, he's definitely not taking you there. Lil Purple's voice sounded out in Lin Yun's mind. Senior, we're not going to the Sword Sect, right? Lin Yun asked. Looks like you're not stupid. Feng Ju stopped and smiled. This is the Eastern Desolation's Profound Azure Manor. The Profound Azure Manor has a total of 36 counties, and a county is equivalent to a domain in the lower realm. The Profound Azure Manor has thousands of sects with the King Suspend Palace, Thousand Crane Pavilion, Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, and Azure Thunder Monastery taking the lead. We're heading to the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. The instruction of my master was for you to stay there for a year before bringing you to Sword Sect. Senior's master? Lin Yun was shocked. Feng Ju was already so strong, so he couldn't imagine how strong his master was. Did a powerhouse really give instructions regarding me? Haha, there's no need to call me senior. You can just call me Feng Ju or senior brother Feng Ju. Feng Ju smiled before he explained, Master isn't making things difficult for you on purpose. He has a reason behind everything. Pray tell, senior brother. Lin Yun took it calmly because he never thought that the Sword Sect was trying to make things difficult for him on purpose. Plus, he only needed to stay for a year. Feng Ju was surprised by Lin Yun's composure because others would have lost their mind by now. After all, every genius had their own arrogance, and they might feel that they were underestimated by the Sword Sect. So Feng Ju was also prepared to deal with that, but Lin Yun's composure made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. What's the matter? Lin Yun smiled. Seeing that Lin Yun wasn't giving him any reason to flare up, Feng Ju could only smile. It's nothing. There are 2 reasons. One was to ensure your safety because the Eastern Desolation is far from the ancient barren domain. The Profound Sky Sect won't be able to reach this place. Furthermore, I bet they also didn't think that I would bring you here instead of the Sword Sect. It's troublesome that you killed 5 realm sons. Although the Sword Sect isn't afraid of them, we can't possibly defend against them all the time. Lin Yun nodded his head because it made sense. Before coming to Kunlun Realm, he already knew that the 10 realm sons came from Saint clans. Although the seniors in their clans wouldn't act personally, it wouldn't be a problem for them to dispatch geniuses of the same generation to suppress Lin Yun. The other realm sons are alright, but the Nether Divinity realm son is somewhat more troublesome. His grandfather is a Grand Elder in the Profound Sky Sect, and Elder Jinju was a dog of his. Do you get my drift? Although Feng Ju wasn't direct with his words, Lin Yun still understood what he was trying to say. He couldn't even deal with a dog like Elder Jinju, not to mention the Nether Divinity Realm son's grandfather. Feng Ju paused briefly before he continued. But you don't have to care about that dog and that old bastard. Our master and I will deal with them for you. Now, the second reason was for you to train yourself. You can sense that the law here isn't like the Profound Amber Realm, right? Why don't you tell me about it? He was testing Lin Yun on purpose right now as he smiled. Lin Yun pondered before he replied, I can't describe it clearly, but I can sense that the law here is a lot more complete. This place seems to be filled with Tao like a boundless ocean, unlike the Profound Amber Realm. It seems like the Sword Tao is a lot grander here. Even the other martial intents are more profound in my eyes. Everything was still the same, but at the same time, things were different. Even after a few days, Lin Yun couldn't adjust to Kunlun Realm. Fortunately, he could circulate his origin energy normally now. When he initially arrived in Kunlun realm, the origin energy in his aura oceans were frozen and broken into pieces, meaning he couldn't do anything aside from rely on his physical strength. That's right. Fengju paused briefly before he continued. You'll need at least 6 months to get used to it here. Consider this a test for you to become familiar with the law in Kunlun realm. Can't I do it in the sword sect? Lin Yun wasn't grumbling, but he was just baffled by the process. You're pretty smart. Most geniuses will go into seclusion for roughly a year in the powerful sects after arriving in Kunlun realm. But they can't go anywhere in that year aside from getting familiar with the law here, said Fengju. Maybe you can't imagine it, but people in Kunlun realm reach the Xiantian realm at birth. Then, the profound martial realm at the age of 3. When they turn 10, they reach the Violet Palace realm. If they can't reach the Heavenly Soul realm before the age of 15, they practically have no talent in cultivating. Lin Yun couldn't believe what he was hearing. If they couldn't reach the Heavenly Soul realm at the age of 15, they would have no talent in cultivation. When he thought about his past, he remembered that he barely hit the Xiantian realm at the age of 15. No wonder Kunlun realm was a bigger world. Just being at Xiantian realm since birth was shocking enough. The gap is really huge, Lin Yun muttered. He now understood why he had to stay here for a year. The sword sect was a transcendent sect with lots of geniuses. Even those his age would probably have reached the Empyrean realm or even higher. There was naturally no way for him to cultivate with them, so he had to catch up to their cultivation level. It has nothing to do with the people. It's the environment. The Tao in the lower realms is incomplete, so you can't excavate your full potential there. But those who reach Kunlun realm will experience a great boost in their cultivation within a year. Their potential will be excavated during that time, so they will see many changes. It's even better for you since you're the champion. You'll catch up to them in no time, smiled Fengju. The Empyrean realm is a threshold that most people will reach before the age of 20. The reason why our master didn't want you to go into seclusion in the sword sect is because of the 9-leaf saint fruit. The next year will be extremely important for you, and he doesn't want you to waste the year, said Fengju while they headed towards the island ahead of them. Lin Yun instantly understood what was going on when he heard Fengju's explanation. Aside from his safety, their master wanted him to train himself for the next year rather than going into seclusion. Furthermore, don't underestimate the fleeting cloud sword sect. It's an external force of the sword sect, and the core disciples are in the Empyrean realm. I feel that there's no need for you to go to sword sect if you can't catch up to them within a year, smiled Fengju, clearly wanting to suppress Lin Yun's arrogance. Lin Yun knew that Fengju wanted to test him. If the sword sect was only going to accept him as a disciple, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble. It seemed like they were placing great importance on him instead. Senior brother is right, if I can't catch up to the core disciples in a year, there's no need for me to head to sword sect, said Lin Yun without any fear. Then you have to be careful. The fleeting cloud sword sect has quotas to enter sword sect every year for geniuses who aren't any weaker than you. It will be a problem if you can't catch up to them, smiled Fengju. Is that so? Lin Yun smiled. Fengju smiled and maintained his silence. Even he felt that it was impossible for Lin Yun to catch up to the fleeting cloud sword sect's disciples within 1 year. So Fengju wouldn't be prepared for the turbulence that Lin Yun would cause in the next year. Lin Yun looked at the massive island up ahead and said, "It doesn't seem far. I guess I can't tell how big it is until we get there. The Eastern Desolation is huge. Even the ancient barren domain, which is the core of the Eastern Desolation, only occupies 3/10 of the Eastern Desolation," said Fengju. Since the profound Azure Manor was located to the far east of the Eastern Desolation, it bordered the water. In the profound Azure Manor, there were countless sects whose positions were higher than the mortal forces. In everyone's eyes, there were 4 sects in particular who were considered the strongest. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect was formed based on the sword. The King's Suspend Palace had the deepest foundation, the Buddhist Azure Thunder Monastery, and the mysterious Thousand Crane Pavilion. The other sects were demonic forces. The conflict between the sects never rested, with the conflict between the 4 sects being the most intense. At the same time, there were many newly risen forces who were vying for the position of the strongest sect. Listening to Feng Zhu's explanation, Lin Yun had a rough impression of the current situation. He was basically in the countryside of the Eastern Desolation. It was the intersection between the land and the ocean, so the profound azure manor was never calm. There were lots of islands in the ocean region controlled by the profound azure manor, while the southwest region was enveloped in a mist throughout the year. The territory of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, also known as the Fleeting Cloud Sea, was full of islands. Each island, aside from the main island, was considered a subsidiary force of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Many people get attacked here even under the watch of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Then again, you'll need to watch out as well since it's too far for the Sword sect to help you, said Feng Zhu while he descended onto the island with Lin Yun. Fleeting Cloud Island, where the sect was located, was the size of a continent. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was situated on the far north of the island with hundreds of mountains disappearing into the clouds. Lin Yun saw countless buildings and people everywhere he looked. Then, he spotted a mountain enveloped in silver radiance. It had boundless spiritual energy that was denser than anywhere in the heavenly path. But what shocked Lin Yun was the boundless sword intent pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. He had never seen such a sight before. That's the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's Sword Saint Mountain. Even elders aren't allowed to cultivate there. It's reserved for the best of the best core disciples, said Feng Zhu. If Lin Yun could cultivate there, his attainment in the sword path would definitely soar. He had seen many places in the heavenly path with dense spiritual energy, but he had never seen a place related to swords. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect has 100 core disciples, who are the most elite of the elite. All of them are at least in the Empyrean realm. Additionally, there are 3,000 inner disciples and 10,000 outer disciples. Even the weakest outer disciple is in the 5th soul heavenly soul realm, while the inner disciples are at least in the 7th soul heavenly soul realm. Feng Zhu seemed prideful when he introduced Lin Yun to everything. It was only an external force of the sword sect, but it made Lin Yun realize that his cultivation meant nothing. Let's go. When Feng Zhu was done speaking, he took off with Lin Yun. Immediately, they appeared in front of a barrier made with sword intent. It appeared that senior brother Feng Zhu said was right. Even though the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was an external force, it couldn't be underestimated. This array is created with tens of thousands of saint runes with a saint sword in the core to empower it. To anyone but our master, it's basically death, said Feng Zhu as he took out a token to open a passage in the barrier. When they entered the barrier, Lin Yun could sense the dense spiritual energy, and that the territory was a lot bigger inside the array. Greetings, Senior Feng Zhu. The sect master has informed us to wait here for you. While Lin Yun exclaimed at the environment, a few people led by a purple-clothed lady appeared before them. The lady was gorgeous, but her cold expression made her look aloof. It's been a few years. It looks like you've been cultivating well, smiled Feng Zhu. Last Yi, this is a disciple that I picked in the heavenly path. Get him a place to stay. I'll pay your sect master a visit personally. When the group heard that Lin Yun was from the heavenly path, they couldn't help feeling shocked because this was a pretty rare occurrence. All of them were familiar with the heavenly path, so they had an understanding of it. Most powerful sects would go to the heavenly path to recruit disciples. Although it was a competition between geniuses from the lower realms, there were also those who stood out and eventually shined in Kunlun realm. Throughout history, there were some transcendent geniuses in the heavenly path who rose up to become legendary figures in Kunlun realm. But someone like that would go directly to the sword sect. So why was Lin Yun at the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Even if he didn't go to the sword sect, he should go to the other powerful sects instead. Could it be that Lin Yun was someone that no one wanted? You go with them. I'll pay the sect master a visit, said Feng Zhu before he soared into the sky. He quickly disappeared after heading towards the main palace of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The disciples who came to greet Feng Zhu were filled with awe. After all, Feng Zhu originated from the sword sect and had an impressive master. Then again, they naturally had no idea that Feng Zhu was expelled from the sword sect. Lin Yun greets his fellow martial brothers and sisters, smiled Lin Yun while cupping his hands together. Yi Xiling, said the purple-clothed lady, while she raised her brow to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was only in the fifth soul heavenly soul realm, and in her eyes, Lin Yun probably didn't even make it into the top 100 in the heavenly path. She couldn't understand why Feng Zhu went to pick up Lin Yun. Could it be that Lin Yun was well connected? Did Feng Zhu bring Lin Yun here because the latter's talent wasn't good enough? Although the fleeting Cloud Sword sect had declined over the years, they didn't just accept random people. With this speculation, the purple-clothed lady's eyes flashed with rage. It's still too early for you to call us martial brothers and sisters. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect might not be comparable to those transcendent sects, but this doesn't mean we'll take in anyone. Junior brother Feng, take him to his residence. She left after she was done, without sparing Lin Yun another glance. After Yi Xiling left, a disciple by the name of Feng Zhang glanced at Lin Yun and asked, "Young Master Lin, what was your ranking on the heavenly path? Did you make it on the purple ranking?" Purple ranking? It appears that these people were rather familiar with the heavenly path. Lin Yun replied honestly, "No," when he was done. The faces of everyone changed when they looked at Lin Yun. With disdain in his eyes, Feng Zhang continued, "The white ranking then?" "No," replied Lin Yun while shaking his head. Upon hearing that Lin Yun didn't even make it onto the white ranking, no one bothered concealing their disdain. Feng Zhang spoke bluntly, "You're not even on the purple or white ranking, so why should I, an Empyrean, lead the way for you?" Although Lin Yun didn't say a word, he memorized Feng Zhang's name. Since Lin Yun didn't say a word, Feng Zhang's eyes flashed with ridicule. "I thought that you would be this transcendent genius since you came with Senior Feng Zhu. But if that were true, you would have gone straight to the sword sect. Junior brother Lu, you take him to his residence." The person who was called out wore an unsightly expression and looked around before speaking. "You, junior brother Bai, you do it. I have some matters to attend to right now." Just like that, everyone began to push and shove until a young man and lady were left. The young man also wore disdain on his face and said, "Junior sister Wang, you do it." After he left, only the young lady remained. She looked to be 17 or 18, but everyone could tell with a glance that she didn't have much experience outside. This meant that even in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, she must be a pretty gentle person. I? That young lady looked at Lin Yun bashfully. Clearly, she had no experience of receiving anyone before. "Hee, Lin Yun, you're actually being looked down on. If anyone dared to treat me in this manner, I would simply kill them with one finger." Lil Purple's voice rang in Lin Yun's mind as she began to boast. "Senior sister, how should I address you?" Lin Yun smiled. The young lady wasn't old, but her cultivation was terrifying in the Empyrean realm. Aside from Yi Xiling, she probably had the second strongest talent. Everyone that left should have been the core disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, especially Yi Xiling. "My name is Wang Yurua. Junior brother, are you really from the heavenly path?" Wang Yurua let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Yun's words. After all, the heavenly path was legendary in Kunlun realm, so Wang Yurua was naturally curious about it. "Yeah. Is there anything you want to know?" The two walked as they chatted, and Wang Yurua listened to Lin Yun's experience with awe. Occasionally, she would exclaim, which made Lin Yun smile. If one of her senior brothers heard Lin Yun's stories, they wouldn't have been interested. After all, they weren't even willing to lead the way for Lin Yun. "Senior sister Ruyuo, you haven't left the sect before, right?" Lin Yun asked. "Ah? Junior brother Yun, how did you know that?" Wang Yurua blinked her eyes with disbelief. "That's because you don't have any killing aura around you," smiled Lin Yun. Wang Yurua nodded her head and whispered, "I don't like to kill. Senior sister Yi said that I don't have to do anything I don't like. But senior sister had it tough the past few years. I wish I could do something to help." "I can help you with that," said Lin Yun. "Are you for real?" Wang Yurua asked in astonishment. "There's nothing I can do to help you in terms of cultivation, but I can help you with building up a killing aura, so that you won't be in a disadvantageous position in the future when facing enemies," smiled Lin Yun. "Junior brother, you've killed a lot of people?" Wang Yurua asked weakly. "Anyone who can make it through the heavenly path has dyed their hands with blood. I'm no exception," sighed Lin Yun. The number of people he killed in the past year probably far exceeded everyone from the profound Amber Realm. But the heavenly path was brutal. One had to fight in order to live or else they would die. Wang Yurua had shock flashing through her pupils because she could sense a shocking aura coming from Lin Yun. It was filled with desolation and age that many elders from the sect couldn't compare to. "I'll pay you a visit in the future when I'm free," smiled Wang Yurua. "Any time," replied Lin Yun with a smile. "Thank you then, junior brother Yun," Wang Yurua replied happily. "Haha, I should be the one thanking you instead. It's not every day that an Empyrean leads the way for me," smiled Lin Yun, finding Wang Yurua adorable. When Wang Yurua heard that, she thought that Lin Yun was still holding a grudge for what happened earlier. So she quickly whispered, "Junior brother Yun, don't hold it against senior sister Yi. She's normally in seclusion and wouldn't have come out if it weren't for senior Feng Ju's arrival. She's too prideful. If it wasn't for the promise back then, she would be in the sword sect by now. Unfortunately, senior brother Fengzhang and the rest are indeed a little too much." Humph. An Empyrean was qualified to put on airs, not to mention the core disciples of the fleeting cloud sword sect. It was understandable that they would look down on Lin Yun when he was only in the heavenly soul realm. Although he didn't have his name on the white or purple ranking, he made it on the gold ranking and he was even the champion. Even the 10 realm sons lost to him. If Feng Zhang knew about it, he probably would have been scared to death. Not long later, the two arrived at Wind Bank residence. It had a decent-sized courtyard behind the pavilion and it was located right next to a lake. "This place is pretty remote. I'm sorry that you have to stay here for now. It's just that you don't have any status in the sect, and the sect's rules are strict. Don't wander around because it might bring you trouble," said Wang Yurua. "This place is pretty good." Lin Yun smiled. His new place was pretty quiet and he was fond of it. The two of them were comfortable with each other now. So Wang Yurua said, "I'm going to head out, but you have to keep your promise. I'm going to come back and look for you once you settle down in the sect." "Of course." Lin Yun nodded his head. Just like that, Wang Yurua left happily. But right at this moment, Lil Purple's voice sounded out in his mind. "You playboy, you're really shameless. Do you know that you talk a lot?" retorted Lin Yun. "Humph. Then reach the 16th stage quickly and condense the iris sacred flame. I won't bother you again after that," said Lil Purple. She had said it a lot of times. Since she was woken by the Iris Sword Sutra, she could only break free after he reached complete mastery. Lin Yun had sufficient cultivation and comprehension, so he could reach the 16th stage anytime he wanted. However, he wasn't in a rush because he had many other concerns. "What do you think Feng Ju will talk about with the sect master? There must be another reason why they sent you here." Lil Purple switched the topic. However, Lin Yun had no intention of talking to her as he started petting Lil Red. Earlier when he left with Feng Ju, he was so close to leaving Lil Red behind. Lin Yun naturally knew what took Lil Red so long while he was saying goodbye to Yu Weiwei. When they looked at each other, Lil Red chuckled before spitting out several interspatial pouches. There were a total of 9 interspatial pouches that belonged to the Realm Sons. Lin Yun naturally recognized them and sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't believe that Lil Red really managed to snatch all of the interspatial pouches under the eyes of the elders. Furthermore, Lil Red even robbed the 5 Realm Sons who were injured. With the Imperial Feather Realm Sons interspatial pouch that he had stolen, he now had each of the Realm Sons interspatial pouches. Lin Yun thought about the Imperial Feather Realm Sons interspatial pouch. It still contained his Azure Dragon True Bone. With a gentle shake of his hand, Lin Yun poured out everything from the Imperial Feather Realm Sons interspatial pouch to see what else was there. A huge pile of divine astral pellets appeared before him that emitted faint golden flames and dense astral energy. Somehow, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun only had divine astral pellets that had no impurities. Even in Kunlun Realm, the divine astral pellets were extremely precious that not anyone could have. Looking at the pile, Lin Yun roughly estimated 8,000 pellets. Then again, Lin Yun wasn't too surprised because the divine astral pellets were extremely precious in the heavenly path and could only be found in the ancient runes. Aside from using them to cultivate, the divine astral pellets could also be used to set up arrays, refining artifacts, and pellets. So the divine astral pellets were sacred resources. Looking at the pile of divine astral pellets, Lin Yun felt satisfied because he really needed to reach the limit of the heavenly soul realm. If he didn't have a good enough foundation, it would be impossible for him to reach the limit of demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. All mine. Lin Yun put the pellets away and looked at the rest of the pouch. There were tons of treasures, but they didn't catch Lin Yun's attention. "You can have them all," said Lin Yun. There was no question that the treasures of the Imperial Feather Realm Sun were extremely valuable, but they couldn't compare to the 9-leaf saint fruit. After all, it was only second to the divine blood fruit in the heavenly path. When Lil Red heard Lin Yun's words, it nodded its head. Then it swallowed all of the treasures. Lil Red wasn't eating the treasures, but putting them into the interspatial pouch in its belly. Otherwise, Lil Red would have been blown to smithereens. There were also saint pellets that Lin Yun recognized, but it was a pity that there weren't many blood flame pellets or true dragon saint liquid. Those could be found easily only in the heavenly path. But in Kunlun realm, even Empyreans or Elysium core experts couldn't get them easily. 10 blood flame pellets and 9 droplets of true dragon saint liquid. "Looks like the Imperial Feather Realm Sun wasn't as wealthy as I thought," muttered Lin Yun while storing the blood flame pellets and true dragon saint liquid. If the Imperial Feather Realm Sun were alive to hear Lin Yun, he would have been angered to death. After all, blood flame pellets were normally used to cultivate Holy Spirit martial techniques and were precious even for Empyreans. As for the true dragon saint liquid, there was naturally nothing to say. It was beneficial to cultivators even if they didn't practice body-refining martial techniques. Aside from these treasures, Lin Yun also found a few incomplete books, golden jade slips, and 2 Holy Spirit martial techniques. The 2 Holy Spirit martial techniques were the Heavenly Meteorite Fist and Imperial Dragon Fist. They were both fist techniques which could be useful. The Imperial Dragon Fist also had a secret technique called the Imperial Dragon Seal. Lin Yun suddenly noticed that the Heavenly Meteorite Fist was complete while the Imperial Dragon Fist wasn't. The Imperial Dragon Seal looked like an extremely terrifying secret technique of the Dragon Clan. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun was only able to comprehend it because he had the Flame Dragon's heart. Lin Yun had observed both martial techniques in his fight with the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. He benefited from watching them because it improved his fist technique and sword Dao greatly. Placing the 2 jade slips down, Lin Yun's eyes were shining because he was comprehending his last fight. He had a lot of insights from the heavenly path and didn't have time to digest them all. So he needed some time to go into seclusion to sort through his harvest. The Imperial Feather Realm Sun is really terrifying. If he was just one step better in the Imperial Dragon Fist, the outcome of the final battle wouldn't have been so clear-cut. Lin Yun muttered, "Looks like I have to thank him for stealing my Azure Dragon True Bone. If my Sky Sword intent didn't reach complete mastery, I wouldn't have been able to deal with his trump card. I might have lost." Suddenly, Lin Yun's attention was attracted by a jade bottle. The jade bottle was transparent with a pellet sealed inside. Picking up the jade bottle, Lin Yun examined it carefully from the outside and saw a golden pellet with ancient runes engraved on it. "It's the Nirvana pellet." Lin Yun's eyelid twitches because the value of the saint pellet was unimaginable. Did every realm sun have one? He remembered the Nether Divinity Realm Sun taking one when he was near death. It instantly helped him recover from his injuries and grew even stronger through the process. With his eyes flashing, Lin Yun quickly flipped through the rest of the Realm Sun's interspatial pouches. Aside from the pouches belonging to the Nether Divinity, Profound Dragon, and Elysium Trigram Realm Suns, each Realm Sun had a Nirvana pellet in their interspatial pouches. Lin Yun had joy on his face when he saw all 7 Nirvana pellets. After all, he basically had 7 lives now. It might sound a little exaggerated, but Lin Yun knew how heavily injured the Nether Divinity Realm Sun was. It's just a mere Nirvana pellet. Back then, a single breath of mine was equivalent to hundreds of Nirvana pellets, and a drop of my blood could make a saint bow towards me. "Look at what a country bumpkin you are," Lil Purple snorted in disdain. But in reality, She was taking a look at the pellets. Humph, they're rubbish. Even the herbs I ate daily back then were a lot more precious. Lin Yun ignored her and happily put the Nirvana pellets away. Then he retrieved the Azure Dragon True Bone. Looking at the bone in his hand, he locked his brows together because he had no idea how to fuse this bone into his body again. Back then, the fusion was done by the Azure Dragon Lord. Although the process was painful, it was the safest method. Since he didn't know how to fuse the bone, he was worried that he would leave behind many hidden injuries. In the end, he needed a safe method. The Azure Dragon True Bone. Lil Purple's eyes suddenly shined as she chuckled. Hee. Lin Yun. Since the bone was extracted, why don't you give it to me? When you reach the 16th stage in the Iris Sword Sutra, I can use it. Why do you need it? Lin Yun asked cautiously. What has it got to do with you? Lil Purple snorted. Oh. Lin Yun replied before calmly putting the Azure Dragon True Bone away. Seeing Lin Yun's indifferent attitude, Lil Purple flared up. I'm angry now. Ha. Lin Yun smiled before he continued to sort through the treasures of the other realm sons. He was in a good mood, and he couldn't be bothered with Lil Purple right now. Urgh, you're really getting on my nerves. Lil Purple began to jump around in Lin Yun's subconscious space with puffed-up cheeks. I'll burn you to death. Burn. Lil Purple then began to flap her hands up and down. Only when she was exhausted did she realize that she was no longer in her Ice Phoenix form. So she fell to the ground and rolled around. While Lin Yun was going through his harvest, Feng Ju was meeting with the sect master. The sect master's name was Wang Ju, and he looked a lot older than Feng Ju. His hair was gray and he had a long beard. However, his eyes shined with pride. He dealt with 10 realm sons, crippling 5 and killing the other 5. He really has a huge temper, said the sect master indifferently. I wouldn't bring him here if he didn't have a huge temper. But no matter how big his temper is, it's not as big as yours. Feng Ju chuckled. He had always felt that his temper was nothing compared to the gray-haired elder before him. Back then, Wang Ju left the sword sect on a whim and slaughtered thousands of profound sky sect's disciples. It was something that shocked the entire ancient barren domain. If it wasn't for the sword sect protecting him and leaving him in this remote place, he would be dead by now. Wang Ju glared at Feng Ju and said indifferently, Speak. Why did you bring him here? I don't think my small fleeting cloud sword sect can nurture a dragon like him. Sure you can. Feng Ju smiled before he wore a serious expression. Master is going to take in a new disciple. When Feng Ju said that, Wang Ju's hand trembled. Feng Ju stopped smiling because Wang Ju looked like he was still affected by what happened in the past. He was Master's last disciple, and ever since Wang Ju left the sect back then, their master hadn't taken in another disciple since. I'll accept him, said Wang Ju while putting his cup down. Feng Ju's face changed slightly before he continued. Someone tried to become Master's disciple. He's the heir of Xiahou clan, Xiahou Yan. He has the Xiantian saint physique and Xiantian sword heart. But even so, our master rejected him. If news gets out that the master took on a new disciple, it will surely shock the entire Eastern Desolation. Lin Yun can't bear that pressure with his current strength. So he needs to stay and train for a year. He needs to reach the appropriate cultivation as a test. If he can't, he will make it through, interrupted Wang Ju with confidence. Feng Ju was briefly stunned before he changed the topic. That lass can already head to Sword Sect. Since I'm here, I might as well take her with me. Wang Ju shook his head and replied, She's even more stubborn than me. The ranking battle for the profound Azure Palace will be starting soon, and she won't leave before that. Upon hearing that, Feng Ju let out a sigh. He finally understood what was going on with Yi Xiling. Lin Yun had a total of 80,000 divine astral pellets, 30 true dragon saint liquid, 40 blood flame pellets, 7 nirvana pellets, and many other treasures. It was an enormous sum of wealth that he got from the realm sons. Now, his wealth far exceeded the core disciples in the fleeting cloud sword sect. There aren't any other divine blood fruits. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. Then again, the Imperial Feather Realm Sun might have sealed the divine blood fruit in his body like Pei Shui. Either way, Lin Yun still had the best divine blood fruit with 7 leaves. As for the herbs and beast cores, Lin Yun gave them all to Lil Red, which was enough for Lil Red to reach the Empyrean realm. Lin Yun began to toy with the jade flute given to him by Yu Weiwei. The jade flute had 8 holes and was slightly longer than 1 meter. He could tell that it wasn't ordinary with just a glance, as it had an ornament hanging on its end. That jade flute is pretty good. I think it was made with divine indigo jade bamboo. It's pretty rare in Kunlun realm because the bamboo only grows by 1 segment every 10,000 years. With each segment that it grows, it needs to go through 999 tribulations. It's really lavish to make it into a flute. In terms of the base material, it's practically the same as the 9 divine phoenix zither in the past. Lil Purple's voice sounded out in his mind. The divine indigo jade bamboo? Lin Yun held onto the jade flute. He didn't expect that this jade flute would have such a huge origin. Humph. I bet you don't know about it, right? Lil Purple wore a smug face and continued. The origin of the divine indigo jade bamboo is huge. You have to learn music since you're cultivating the Dragon Phoenix world, annihilating sword cannon. This flute will save you some effort. Weren't you angry just a moment ago? Lin Yun said with a playful smile. Humph. I'm not going to stoop down to your level. Lil Purple pouted her lips and folded her arms. Suddenly, Lil Red opened its eyes and raised its head, which drew Lin Yun's attention. Right at this moment, Feng Ju had pushed the doors open and walked in with his boundless sword intent on blowing toward Lin Yun. But because of the smile on Feng Ju's face, the sword intent that was about to devour Lin Yun suddenly disappeared. This made Lin Yun surprised because he could sense the 4th grade sword intent from Feng Ju, which was also in complete mastery. If it wasn't so strong, Lin Yun wouldn't have felt his sword intent get suppressed. I'm done. Feng Ju smiled. 3 days later, the sect master will announce you as the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's core disciple with a chance to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. This is all senior brother can do for you. You'll have to depend on yourself for the rest of the next year. Many core disciples were in the Empyrean realm, and the Sword Saint Mountain was a place that only the best of the best could ascend. I'm not qualified right now, and it'll draw unwanted attention, said Lin Yun. Oh. Feng Ju wore a playful expression and smiled. I'm surprised to hear that from you. After all, this is so unlike your style in the heavenly path. Feng Ju was trying to dig a hole for Lin Yun. After all, many people had their eyes on him. He was an outsider whose cultivation was only in the heavenly soul realm, which attracted a lot of unwanted attention. If you think I'm putting you in a difficult position, then I can call it off for you, said Feng Ju. That's not my style, replied Lin Yun. Hee, that's right. Have fun here then. Feng Ju revealed a cunning smile because he wanted to see how senior brother Wang Ju would deal with this prideful junior brother of his. But it was a pity that this was the profound Azure Manor, and he couldn't stay here for long. Humph, this old geezer is evil. Lin Yun, don't believe him. Lil Purple's voice sounded out. I'll be leaving if there's nothing else. I'll come back a year from now to pick you up, said Feng Ju. He would be back in a year, but if Lin Yun couldn't get through the test, then his master wouldn't be able to take Lin Yun as a disciple. You're really in a hurry. I believe you've forgotten about my meeting gift, smiled Lin Yun. Seeing that Lin Yun was asking for a gift, Feng Ju began to curse inwardly because he did it on purpose. After all, Lin Yun had too many treasures, and if his treasures weren't up to par, then it would make him look petty. However, if he gave something too good, he would feel heartache. The best method was to gloss over the meeting gift. Feng Ju would have gotten away with his plan if Lin Yun didn't ask for it. Revealing an amicable smile, Feng Ju said, I almost forgot about that. Junior brother, what do you want? Let me be more specific. I believe you're not lacking in terms of pellets or treasures. How about this? I'll give you a secret artifact. Do you want one to protect yourself or kill your enemy? Safety comes first, said Lin Yun honestly. At this moment, Feng Ju really wanted to give himself a slap and smiled. All right, I happen to have a secret artifact for protection. It can conceal your existence and engrave a rune on both your hearts. Unless it's a Samsara Edict realm expert, no one can pierce through your forehead and heart at the same time. The two hearts represented the forehead and heart, the two fatal spots on a person's body. Lin Yun didn't have a clear understanding of the Samsara Edict realm, but Luo Qingxiu of the Sacred Alliance was one. Even someone as powerful as Elder Jinju couldn't put up any resistance against that realm. Feng Zhu's heart bled as he took out a mask that could cover half of his face. The surface was smooth and it looked like a silver mirror. This mask is called Silver Moon, Feng Zhu explained while placing the mask on his face. As silver moonlight radiated, his hair, eyes, and clothes instantly turned silver. Even his aura had undergone a drastic transformation, making him seem like a completely different person than before. At the same time, silver moon runes bloomed on his chest and slowly engraved themselves into his heart. Aside from protecting yourself and concealing your identity, it can also create the phenomenon of a full moon. When the phenomenon blooms, it'll cover a radius of 1,000 miles. It's tough for anyone to escape the phenomenon once they are caught, said Feng Zhu. At this moment, even his voice had changed. Lin Yun was surprised because the treasure really changed Feng Zhu's identity. If Lin Yun hadn't witnessed it personally, he wouldn't believe that this was Feng Zhu. Removing the mask, Feng Zhu's appearance turned back to normal. I never used this ever since I got it. It's rare among saint artifacts, and it's only produced by the Mo clan. There's only one of these in the world. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. Was it the same Mo clan that produced the Millennium Flame? Senior brother, this meeting gift is a little too much, Lin Yun said with a grave expression because he never expected that Feng Zhu would give him a saint artifact. Seeing that Lin Yun was tactful, Feng Zhu rejoiced inwardly. Since Lin Yun didn't want it, then he could save it for himself. But right at this moment, Lin Yun took the mask over and praised, "Thank you. I really like this gift." Seeing this scene, Feng Zhu nearly went insane, but he still squeezed out a smile. It's just a small gift. I'll make a breakthrough soon, so this item will be useless for me. As he looked at Lin Yun, he comforted himself that it wasn't a huge gift. But when he left, he was sobbing inwardly. He was determined not to boast again in the future because he nearly lost his position to his junior brother. Senior brother actually gave me a saint artifact. Lin Yun rejoiced while he looked at the mask with disbelief. After all, it was a saint artifact crafted by the Mo clan, not to mention that there was only one of these in the world. Now, even a king also wouldn't be able to shatter his two hearts. After he was done, Lin Yun said, "Lil Purple, you're not allowed to speak badly of senior brother in the future. That old geezer must be faking it." "I can tell with just one glance," said Lil Purple confidently. "Faking it? This is a great price for faking it. After all, it's a unique saint artifact from the Mo clan," replied Lin Yun with disbelief. After all, this was a saint artifact that even he wouldn't give it out. "Humph, there's nothing impressive about it," Lil Purple muttered. Even she had to admit that a treasure from the Mo clan was precious, as she had drank the wine made by the Mo clan in the past. In ancient times, the Mo clan was extremely famous. With the indigo jade flute, flower burial sword, and silver moon, Lin Yun could now have a secret identity in Kunlun realm. Storing the mask, Lin Yun became concerned with the troubles that he would face in 3 days. 3 days was enough for Lin Yun to digest all of his insights from the heavenly path while simultaneously reaching the sixth soul heavenly soul realm. Since Feng Zhu had given him such a huge gift, he naturally couldn't embarrass himself. Only those who were qualified would draw the jealousy of others. So it was time to see who was jealous of him. Lin Yun's eyes began to flash when he thought about the next few days. Aside from having a pavilion, the Wind Bank residence also had a large river behind the courtyard filled with spiritual energy. It flowed from the sect master's mountain, which gave everyone nearby a noble status. The reason why Lin Yun could stay here was all thanks to Feng Zhu. When Lin Yun sat in the courtyard, the spiritual array began to absorb the spiritual energy in the surrounding atmosphere. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun slowly digested all of his insights from the final battle. He mainly focused on the battle with the Imperial Feather Realm Sun, who was the strongest among the 10 Realm Suns. If it wasn't for the fact that he was lucky, he might have lost to the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Paired with the Holy Spirit martial techniques left behind by the latter, Lin Yun had lots of comprehension from the fight. The Imperial Dragon Seal was the secret technique of the Dragon Clan, which the Imperial Feather Realm Sun managed to cultivate thanks to the Flame Dragon's heart. The same was true for the Heavenly Meteorite Fist because the Imperial Feather Realm Sun fused his flame intent into it. As insights flashed in Lin Yun's mind, his sword Dao gradually improved. So his sky sword intent in complete mastery became a lot more robust. The highest stage of the sky sword intent was one with heaven and earth, which meant merging sword intent and nature together. However, Lin Yun didn't have a complete fusion and was at the bottleneck of his sky sword intent. Half a day later, the sword intent in Lin Yun's eyes grew a lot sharper. As I expected, my sword intent has improved, but it's still the sky sword intent. I'm still far from reaching the 4th grade, Lin Yun muttered, but he wasn't too disappointed because he had expected it. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy to grasp the 4th grade sword intent. After all, Fengju was still stuck in the 4th grade. However, Lin Yun was certain that he would break through the sky sword intent. For now, he just needed to focus on his cultivation and sword sutra. Otherwise, he would run into trouble in 3 days. Waving his hand over the ground, Lin Yun retrieved the divine astral pellets from his interspatial pouch. If the other disciples of the fleeting cloud sword sect were here, their jaws would drop in disbelief. Lin Yun was simply too wealthy. After all, ordinary inner disciples would only get about 10 divine astral pellets a month. Although core disciples would have more, they wouldn't get such a terrifying amount. Even Yi Xiling could only receive roughly 400 to 500 divine astral pellets. Lin Yun calculated that he only needed about 3,000 divine astral pellets to make a breakthrough. Lin Yun, you're finally going to make a breakthrough in your Sword Sutra? Is it because you feel gratitude towards me? Lil Purple became excited in the subconscious space and continued. Remember to leave the Azure Dragon True Bone for me. If I'm in a good mood, I can consider giving you some benefits. We'll see. Lin Yun didn't answer her because he had to reach the 16th stage in the Iris Sword Sutra sooner or later in order to find out about the secrets of the sword box. He just wasn't certain if he should give the Azure Dragon True Bone to Lil Purple because Lin Yun was cautious of her. Over the next 3 days, Lin Yun finally managed to make a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra and his cultivation thanks to his insights from the heavenly path. When he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, an iris flower bloomed beneath him that devoured the surrounding divine astral pellets. At the same time, the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans began to blaze. After being tempered by the heavenly path, he now had an ethereal temperament. The next morning, news of Lin Yun being taken in as a core disciple spread, caused a huge uproar in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, especially when everyone heard that Lin Yun didn't even make it onto the white ranking. All of the inner disciples were furious and assumed that Lin Yun could only make it as a core disciple because of Fengju. There were over 3,000 inner disciples in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and 500 core disciples. Lin Yun was in the 5th soul heavenly soul realm, and in the eyes of many inner disciples, he couldn't even be compared to an outer disciple. There was no way they could accept him becoming a core disciple. As for the 500 core disciples, they were naturally unhappy as well. After all, not only did Lin Yun become a core disciple, but he also received the opportunity to enter the Sword Saint Mountain. The Sword Saint Mountain had a significant meaning to everyone in the entire profound Azure Manor. Normally speaking, if a core disciple wanted to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain, they would need to have enough talent and make enough contributions to receive the qualification. So Lin Yun had practically offended both core and core disciples. Even the outer disciples weren't very happy. After all, the heavenly path might not be famous in Kunlun realm, but how could someone who hadn't even made it on the white ranking be accepted as a core disciple? Outrageous! Yi Xiling was furious when she heard about it, which made Wang Yurua feel uneasy. She wanted to speak up for Lin Yun, but she didn't dare to utter a word with Yi Xiling next to her. Yi Xiling had just come back from the Sect Master Mountain to have the Sect Master take back his order. but the sect master didn't even come out to look at her. Wang Yurua knew that Yi Xiling wasn't furious that the sect master didn't come out. It was more complicated than that. The opening of the Sword Saint Mountain was an important event in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Not only did it require a large amount of divine astral pellets, but the sect master had to host it personally. Otherwise, the one who entered wouldn't be able to come back out with the terrifying energy contained in the Sword Saint Mountain. So the quota in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect was extremely precious as it involved the ranking battle in the Profound Azure sect. Naturally, Wang Yurua knew how hard Yi Xiling had worked for it. "Senior sister, what did the sect master say?" Wang Yurua asked cautiously. With a cold expression, Yi Xiling continued, "The sect master told me not to interfere in this matter and just watch." Suddenly, Yi Xiling asked, "Who spread out the news that he didn't even make it on the white ranking?" Although Lin Yun didn't catch her attention, she didn't think that Lin Yun didn't even make it on the white ranking. She speculated that even if Lin Yun wasn't talented, it shouldn't be a problem for him to make it on the white ranking. In the heavenly path, those in the top 10 were transcendent geniuses that she couldn't even compete with. However, those who weren't in the ranking could only be considered ordinary geniuses in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. When Wang Yurua heard that, she explained what happened the other day. She had a sinking feeling that Feng Zhang spread the news because of his temper. Then again, it was a little petty for an Empyrean to act against a fifth soul. "Looks like he's the one behind this." Yi Xiling instantly knew it was true. Although she wasn't happy with Feng Zhang, she didn't think that he did anything wrong this time. He naturally did this because he didn't want Lin Yun to become a core disciple or receive the opportunity to enter the Sword Saint Mountain. Then again, if she had to choose, any core disciple was a lot better than Lin Yun. Meanwhile, there were many core disciples gathered on a platform closest to the Sword Saint Mountain. This was the Flying Cloud Palace, where the sect master would announce Lin Yun as a core disciple. Feng Zhang was standing in the center of the group with unconcealable fury in his eyes. "Senior brother Feng, Lin Yun was ultimately brought here by Senior Feng Zhu. Naturally, there's no way we can compare with him, so there's no need for you to be angry about it." Several core disciples were trying to comfort Feng Zhang. The Sword Saint Mountain was the dream of every single one of them. It would give them a chance to cultivate the strongest sword technique of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. If Lin Yun hadn't come, there was a high chance that Feng Zhang would ascend the mountain. But a nobody had actually taken that opportunity away from him. How could Feng Zhang not be furious? Every single opening of the Sword Saint Mountain required the sect master to rest for a long time, and the sect master's presence was required to host the Sword Saint Mountain. In an unwilling tone, Feng Zhang replied, "It makes sense for Lin Yun to become a core disciple with Senior Feng Zhu's status, but he's not qualified to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain." The hole that Feng Zhu dug for Lin Yun had far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Both becoming a core disciple and ascending the Sword Saint Mountain had created a huge controversy in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Then again, Lin Yun naturally knew nothing about it as he was still cultivating. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun had successfully made a breakthrough into the sixth soul heavenly soul realm. The entire process went smoothly without any accidents. After all, Lin Yun had prepared a total of 3,000 divine astral pellets for this breakthrough. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils were shining brightly in the darkness. After reaching the sixth soul, he became a lot stronger. He was twice as strong as he was when facing the Imperial Feather Realm Sun. Additionally, he had 4 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans. In total, he had an astonishing number of 24. Lin Yun was confident that if he ran into the Imperial Feather Realm Sun again, he could easily defeat the latter without even using his Sky Sword intent. After all, Lin Yun wouldn't be inferior to a 7th soul genius in Kunlun realm with his current strength. The terrifying foundation of 24 demonic astral flowers was simply unimaginable to the core disciples in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. At this moment, Lin Yun sighed out of joy. The divine astral pellets were well worth the pain. They were so pure that they refined his origin energy. In the future, all of his impurities from the pellets and herbs he had taken in the heavenly path would be expelled. Lin Yun, you're only one step away from making a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra. You're doing this on purpose, right? Lil Purple grumbled in the subconscious space. After all, Lin Yun could make a breakthrough in the Iris Sword Sutra when he made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It seemed like he was holding back on purpose. Looks like you're not stupid, said Lin Yun. Humph, you think you can bluff this empress? Make a breakthrough quickly. I can't stand staying in your subconscious space anymore. Lil Purple pouted as her braids pointed upwards like two horns. Lin Yun also didn't want to hold back his cultivation on purpose and asked, Answer me first. What relationship do you have with the Iris Sword Saint? Humph. Didn't I tell you back then? He was my servant and only managed to slay a god as a saint, all thanks to me. Without my guidance, he would be an ordinary sword saint. In ancient times, there were tons of saints, and he would have been nothing compared to them. Lil Purple repeated with a tone full of disdain. Why do I get the feeling that you were captured by him? The Iris Sword Sutra should be used to restrict you. In fact, I believe your relationship was the other way around. Right? Lin Yun smiled. I told you already. I'm the supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths, Lil Purple said sternly. But you were sealed by him, said Lin Yun. Lil Purple began speaking. This empress? But you're sealed by him, interjected Lin Yun. Shut up. I'm from the Divine Phoenix clan, said Lil Purple. But you're sealed by him. Lin Yun kept repeating his thoughts over and over, which made Lil Purple so furious that she gave up. Humph, I'm not going to stoop down to your level. Anyhow, make a breakthrough quickly or you won't be able to receive the Iris Sword Saint's inheritance and the secret in the sword box. Humph, you'll still have to beg me at that time. Lil Purple turned her head away in disdain. It doesn't matter. There are many inheritances in Kunlun realm, not to mention that I'll be heading to the sword sect in a year's time. Lin Yun smiled. I'm sorry. Lil Purple couldn't bear it anymore. My relationship with that brat is complicated. Please unseal me first. I won't treat you badly. Without my guidance, you won't be able to learn the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon. There are many inheritances in Kunlun realm, but the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon matches you the best. She had been in deep slumber for too long and had lost her patience. So she was furious that she had to beg Lin Yun. So she made up her mind to teach Lin Yun a lesson the moment he unsealed her. Lin Yun naturally knew what she was planning, but he didn't expose her. Remember your words then. As long as you don't let me down, I won't let you down either. When he was done, he began to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra. He formed multiple seals with his hands that caused iris flowers to bloom around him. Then, a sword hum rang like music. As more iris flowers bloomed, Lin Yun's heart throbbed violently. His blood was trembling under the sword music and a powerful sword intent filled up every corner of his body. The power was so immense that it made Lin Yun's face red. It was like his body would explode at any time. Break! When the sword music reached its limit, Lin Yun squinted his eyes while his hair began to flutter violently. With a crackling sound, the bottleneck of the Iris Sword Sutra finally broke. A blurred figure appeared before Lin Yun with a sigh. Senior. Lin Yun was shocked because the figure was the Iris Sword Saint. With that, the Iris Sword Sutra had reached the 16th stage. The iris flower with hundreds of petals had appeared in his dantian. The petals began to fall as they were replaced with new petals. When all the old petals were replaced, the iris flower had 16 new petals that looked as clear as crystal and as beautiful as jade. Every single one of the petals now had mysterious sword runes engraved on them. At the heart of the flower was a small cold purple flame. Although the number of petals had decreased, the sword runes engraved on the petals looked even more terrifying. Lin Yun spread out a wisp of the iris sacred flame. Lil Purple's voice sounded out, urging Lin Yun. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts before he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. A wisp of iris sacred flame blazed in his palm and hovered before him. The flame was emitting a terrifying chill along with terrifying spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was filled with an ancient aura that felt sacred. Right at this moment, a blur flew out of Lin Yun's subconscious space towards the iris sacred flame. Then, the flame burned brightly with boundless vitality. As the flames became even more condensed, Lin Yun's face changed and he took several steps back. Phoenix rebirth through flames? Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he understood why Lil Purple wanted the Azure Dragon True Bone. Normally, she would only be able to condense a spiritual body with the iris sacred flame. But with the Azure Dragon True Bone, she could reforge her body. After all, it was the bone of an Azure Dragon King. It wasn't that far off from a divine dragon bone, and it wouldn't let her status as a member of the Divine Phoenix clan down. Lin Yun gently patted his interspatial pouch and took out the Azure Dragon True Bone. He glanced at it briefly before sighing and throwing the bone into the flames. When Lin Yun threw the bone into the flame, the bone cracked and dragon blood flowed out. The dragon blood then merged with the flame, strengthening the iris sacred flame even further and speeding up the speed of the melting bone. It didn't take long for the Azure Dragon True Bone to be thoroughly incinerated. At this point, only the complete divine rune was present. The divine rune. Lin Yun's eyelid began to twitch with heartache. The entire rebirth process took a long time. Lin Yun didn't sit idly by as he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, triggering the 24 demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. Not long after, Lin Yun had perfectly grasped control of the Iris Sword Sutra and demonic astral flowers. He could tell that the Iris Sword Sutra had a high grade. After all, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary cultivation techniques to control 24 demonic astral flowers. Let's test the power of the Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun executed the flicking divine finger. It was the secret technique that the Iris Sword Saint left behind. Now that his sword intent and sword sutra had reached a high level, the power of the secret technique naturally increased as well. When the iris flower began to spin in his violet palace, a sword rune on the petal began to light up. Boundless sword intent and immense pressure poured into Lin Yun's arm, middle finger, and thumb. At the same time, a gigantic iris flower bloomed behind Lin Yun with countless petals manifesting into a sea of flowers. Suddenly, Lin Yun gained a new insight into his flicking divine finger and made a breakthrough. His eyes flashed as he began to realize that the flicking divine finger was really profound. After all, the jade slip that he learned it from said that this secret technique could even pierce through the stars. Soon, the power of 3 sword runes poured into his finger. He couldn't imagine how powerful this new attack would be. However, he waved his hand and dispersed the brilliance around his finger. He was afraid that this attack might pierce through the barrier of his residence and cause a huge commotion. Raising his head, Lin Yun could see that dawn was arriving. The flame in front of him was still blazing with increasingly dense vitality. It appeared that Lil Purple wasn't boasting and that Nirvana Pellet was in no way comparable to the vitality of the flame. It's already dawn. When is she going to finish? Lin Yun had to head to the Flying Cloud Palace at dawn and couldn't stand guard forever. Suddenly, an explosion lit up the entire residence in rainbow colors as an adorable little girl appeared before Lin Yun. Her appearance was flawless and her temperament was ethereal. This empress is finally back after 100,000 years, Lil Purple yelled with her tender voice. Lin Yun was briefly distracted when he looked at Lil Purple. Although he had already seen her appearance in his subconscious space, this was the first time that he saw her in person. She looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. The feathers that she wore looked flawless, like the masterpiece of a craftsman. Lin Yun couldn't believe that such a flawless-looking person existed. However, when he looked at her braids, he couldn't stop smiling. No matter how flawless she looked, her braids made her look like a little girl. Lil Purple swept a glance at Lin Yun before saying, "Let me beat you up and vent out my anger." Humph. Then, she shot out towards Lin Yun with her adorable fist aiming at Lin Yun's head. But Lin Yun was already prepared for it and easily dodged the attack. The two of them looked as if they were teleporting on the stage and Lin Yun appeared where she previously stood, taking a few steps back cautiously in the process. What speed! Lil Purple was surprised before she waved her hand at Lin Yun to summon the silver moon mask from Lin Yun's interspatial pouch. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he was shocked that someone else could take an item out of his interspatial pouch. It was simply unheard of. After Lil Purple retrieved the mask, her eyes shined brightly. She ignored Lin Yun and put it on her face. When she wore the mask, her hair became silver. Her clothes and temperament had also undergone a transformation. She was an ancient ice phoenix to begin with, so the silver color revealed her sacred aura. I'm 18 years old. Each year represents one era. I was born before heaven and earth were formed, so I won't die even if heaven and earth are destroyed. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. Even the friends and divine dragons have to be respectful to me. And after 100,000 years, I'm back. Her voice sounded like pearls dropping onto a silver plate. It was crisp and ethereal. After Lin Yun heard her speech, he felt like he was looking at a living legend. Hehe. Lil Lin Yun, am I beautiful? Lil Purple examined herself and spun on the stage. Her words brought Lin Yun back to reality. Casually glancing at her, Lin Yun casually replied, "Not bad." "Humph. What do you mean by not bad?" Lil Purple snorted and turned to look at Lil Red. "Kitty, am I gorgeous?" Lil Red, who was being stared at, suddenly felt all the hair on its back standing up. Violently, Lil Red nodded its head. "See, look at how good this kitty's eyesight is. No one's beauty can compare to mine. Since I just woke up, I'm in need of a servant. Lin Yun, do you want to be my servant?" Lil Purple folded her arms and looked at Lin Yun. "Return the mask," said Lin Yun. Lil Purple raised her head and wore a disdainful smile. "You're really naive. Do you think I'll give you something that I got with my own ability? What can you do to me?" But the moment she finished, Lin Yun waved her hand and took the mask back. He had left his mark in the mask, so no one could take it away from him as long as he was still alive. When the moonlight shattered, Lil Purple's appearance returned back to normal like a fairy dropping back to earth. Then, Lin Yun saw a crimson mark and a golden mark on her forehead. They were both divine runes. The crimson divine rune belonged to her, while the golden one came from the azure dragon Truebone. Similar to Lin Yun's mark, they gave her a bewitching appearance. If Lin Yun didn't look at them so carefully, he wouldn't be able to discover how profound they were. Stupid Lin Yun! Lil Purple became furious as she charged at Lin Yun. Unfortunately for her, Lin Yun knew this would happen. She had just woken up, so her cultivation wasn't strong. Her movements might seem fast, but her movements were in slow motion in his eyes. So he casually reached out and grabbed onto her collar. "Put me down!" Lil Purple waved her fists around furiously, but her arms were too short to make contact with Lin Yun. She was so furious that she puffed her cheeks out before breathing out. "What are you doing?" Lin Yun asked. "I'm breathing flames at you. My divine ice phoenix flame can kill a divine dragon. Are you afraid now?" Lil Purple wore a smug face as she said that. Looking at her, Lin Yun couldn't help smiling. Continue then. At this moment, Lil Purple had finally faced reality. But even so, she still wasn't willing to admit defeat. "My state isn't at the best right now. Otherwise, you would be dead right now. It's dawn." Lin Yun looked at the rising sun and said, "I have some matters to attend to, so you can stay here for now." "I'm coming along." Lil Purple recalled something and smiled. "Don't think that I don't remember what that old geezer did. I want to see you get trampled on. It won't be appropriate for others to see you around me." Lin Yun examined Lil Purple. He had to admit that Lil Purple was adorable, and that she would easily attract everyone's attention. There were a lot of people in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and he couldn't be sure that there weren't any perverts around. "Humph. Do you think just anyone can see my appearance?" Lil Purple rolled her eyes before she flew into the runes on the sword box that Lin Yun was carrying. Lin Yun was surprised. He finally understood why he couldn't put the sword box into his interspatial pouch. It turned out that it had its own individual space. Lin Yun began to wonder if he could also enter the space. However, he stopped thinking about it and glanced at the Flying Cloud Palace. The Flying Cloud Palace was located at Flying Cloud Mountain. It was the closest mountain to Sword Saint Mountain. People would rarely gather here unless they had nothing else to do. But today, there was a constant flow of people, which began at dawn. Aside from those who weren't in the sect or were in seclusion, all the disciples were here. On the highest platform, there were also many elders who were rarely seen. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect had never been so busy. However, no one seemed happy. An outsider who isn't even in the seventh soul will become a core disciple of our fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The sect master is really muddle-headed. This is simply too shocking. We've been cultivating for so long. Does he really think that we can't even be compared to someone from the lower realm? I won't say anything if he was a transcendent genius, but he wasn't even on the white ranking. The only reason he's here is because of Senior Feng Ju. He's not Senior Feng Ju's illegitimate son, right? There were all sorts of discussions around the Flying Snow Palace. If Feng Ju heard those conversations, he would vomit blood. Senior brother Feng. Everyone seems to be very unhappy. It seems like we'll have a good show to watch. Several core disciples were comforting Feng Zhang. This made Feng Zhang smile, but he still maintained his silence. He had already given his permission to the others to do what they wanted. After all, he would take full responsibility. His endorsement gave everyone around him the confidence to express their displeasure. Donned in a purple dress, Yi Xiling stood out among the core disciples with her bewitching appearance. Her face was frosty and no one dared to approach her aside from Wang Yurua. The entire sect stirred up because of this outsider. Yi Xiling was already unhappy with Lin Yun even before he showed up. Suddenly, the entire Flying Cloud Palace became so quiet that the sound of leaves falling could be heard. Yi Xiling raised her brow as a person walked into the Flying Cloud Palace. He was carrying a sword box on his back and a black cat in his arms. His appearance made everyone become quiet as they looked at him with ill intent. When Lin Yun saw the formation, he smiled. All the outer, inner, and core disciples were present. It made him feel proud that he could create such a huge commotion. So he continued to smile and walk. Everyone was silent upon Lin Yun's arrival. The crowd of outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples were staring at him coldly. As one of the four greatest sects in the profound Azure Manor, even an outer disciple was a talented genius that could sweep through lower realms. The inner disciples were at least in the pinnacle seventh soul, heavenly soul realm and could make a breakthrough any time. They were the elites of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. As for the 500 core disciples, they were naturally in the Empyrean realm. Any single one of them could sweep through the profound Azure Manor and were top-tier experts. The ones who practiced Holy Spirit martial techniques were the pillars of the sect who could even defeat the experts of the older generation. All of these cultivators were watching Lin Yun. If Lin Yun was ordinary, he would have felt his legs shake. After all, he could sense the indignity and rage in their eyes. Carrying Lil Red, Lin Yun smiled because he wasn't bothered by the looks. After all, which swordsman didn't have a temper? If he was a disciple in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, even he wouldn't be happy about an outsider suddenly becoming a core disciple and receiving the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. Then again, Lin Yun wasn't bothered by them because he would just beat up anyone who was unhappy with him. As Lin Yun approached, all the disciples opened a path for him. Not long later, Lin Yun walked up to the elders and core disciples who were on a stage. When he saw Wang Yurua beside Yi Xiling, he even gave her a wink. Wang Ryuo was shocked by Lin Yun's boldness and her face turned red. But just when she was about to nod her head towards Lin Yun as a response, Yi Xiling gave her a glare, so she no longer dared to look at Lin Yun. Then Yi Xiling gave Lin Yun a cold gaze of warning. However, he didn't mind her attitude as much as Feng Zhang, who didn't bother hiding the enmity in his gaze. Suddenly, Lin Yun thought about what Feng Zhang said to him. There was no way he would let Feng Zhang go so easily. Just when Lin Yun was about to bow towards the elders on the stage, a figure descended down from the horizon with a boundless sword aura. He was emitting a suffocating pressure. "Greetings, Sect Master." All the outer and inner disciples bowed towards the person who had just arrived. Even Lin Yun was surprised and cupped his hands together. Although the sect master's cultivation wasn't as strong as Feng Ju, his sword intent was even more terrifying. As the sect master signaled for everyone to get back up, he said, "There's something I'd like to announce today. I believe all of you have heard before about the rumors, and there were even some people who even attacked me verbally. They said that I'm not being impartial to all the disciples." His tone was filled with a wisp of rage that made all the disciples tremble in fear. Even the faces of the core disciples were unsightly, especially Feng Zhang. After all, he was the mastermind behind the rumors. Lin Yun. While everyone trembled, the sect master suddenly barked and called out to Lin Yun. His gaze was like two sharp swords that pierced through space and bound Lin Yun. He could sense that the sword aura was really terrifying. Lin Yun, who was called out, cupped his hands together and replied, "Here! As a swordsman, I believe you're not willing to let others talk behind your back. If you don't have the capability yet to obtain what surpasses your capability, it will definitely draw the ire of others. Cowardly isn't your style based on your infamous reputation from the heavenly path. Since you dare to show up, I believe you're here to let the disciples of my fleeting cloud sword sect suffer disappointment." The sect master's words instantly caused a huge uproar. After all, they were here to cause trouble for Lin Yun. But now it appeared as if the roles had been turned around. That old geezer is digging a hole for you and clearly placed you in the pit to roast. It'll be embarrassing if you get trampled, and it will look good for his fleeting cloud sword sect, said Lil Purple from the sword box. Lin Yun smiled bitterly because the sect master was really ruthless. If he admitted that he was here to slap their faces, the disciples would go insane with hatred. But Lin Yun would never cower. Since they wanted to play, he would entertain them. With sharp eyes, Lin Yun smiled. "That's right. I'll draw the ire of others if I don't have the capability to back up what I'll receive. So I'm here to deal with those who are jealous." His words were like a bomb that dropped in the palace. Not only was Lin Yun snatching their quota as a core disciple and their opportunity to enter the Sword Saint Mountain, but he was even looking down on them. Is this perhaps the best the fleeting cloud sword sect has to offer? I don't think your sect's disciples are even comparable to the geniuses on the heavenly path. Lin Yun said once more, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even the core disciples on the stage felt that Lin Yun's words were too arrogant. After all, he was still in the heavenly soul realm. Covering her mouth in shock, Wang Yurua whispered, "What is junior brother Yun trying to do?" "That's just blind arrogance," said Yi Xiling. Facing the uproar, Lin Yun fearlessly stood in front of the sect's master with a smile. Since the sect master wanted to play, he would play too. The sect master also wore a smile and replied, "As you wish. Does any disciple from my fleeting cloud sword sect want to test his qualification?" Guoming, outer disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect. The moment the sect master finished, a disciple stood up. Once Guoming stood up, the other disciples shut their mouths. Although Guoming was only an outer disciple, he was in the pinnacle sixth soul heavenly soul realm. If Lin Yun couldn't even defeat an outer disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect, then there was no need to talk about Lin Yun becoming a core disciple or ascending the Sword Saint Mountain. Seeing that he was being looked down on, Lin Yun smiled inwardly while he replied, "You're not qualified to fight me. Arrogance. Even an outer disciple isn't qualified to fight him?" The outer disciples of the fleeting cloud sword sect had some fame in the profound azure manner, as they could sweep through the geniuses in the same cultivation. Rage flashed across Guoming's eyes, but he tried his best to contain his anger. "You just reached the sixth soul heavenly soul realm, and I've been at this level for 3 months. I'm already taking advantage of you." Lin Yun patted Lil, Red and smiled. "We'll talk if you can defeat my pet." Seeing the black cat in Lin Yun's embrace, Guoming's face twitched with anger. "You think you're a transcendent genius on the heavenly path? How about you win first? Beating my pet is the same as beating me." "I don't want to say that I was bullying you," smiled Lin Yun. "Bully? Don't blame me for being ruthless. I can't even begin to count how many demonic beasts I've killed with my sword," Guoming said coldly. He was determined to kill Lil Red. Right at this moment, Lil Red flew out of Lin Yun's embrace and looked at everyone's interspatial pouches before grinning. Junior brother Gua, slay that cat. That cat's smile is really despicable. Junior brother Gua, don't go easy on it and teach it a lesson. All the disciples began to holler encouragement. Although the elders and core disciples could tell that Lil Red had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, they still sneered. They thought that Lin Yun was a little too overconfident in his cat. This despicable cat is pretty fat. Let's roast it tonight for supper. I bet it tastes great. Feng Zhang's words drew the laughter of everyone in the crowd. Then, Guoming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he got ready to attack. He soared into the sky with a sword in his hand. He didn't want the battle to go long because it was a cat. After all, it would be humiliating if it took him too long. So he wanted to end the battle with one attack. But just when he was about to draw his sword, the black cat suddenly disappeared. Then, a dragon roar echoed out from the horizon as a terrifying aura spread out. A huge shadow loomed over Guoming as a gigantic palm descended before he could even raise his head. In the next second, his sword aura was crushed by the Dracope's gigantic palm. Immediately, Guoming threw up a mouthful of blood and was smashed into the ground, which caused him to lose consciousness. The entire ground trembled from the gigantic palm, which made everyone stare in disbelief. No one could believe the violent aura that Lil Red was emitting. It turned out that Lil Red wasn't a tiny little cat, but an ancient Dracope. What a bully! The attack from the Dracope surprised everyone. After all, Lil Red didn't even use a weapon. If Lil Red had taken out the heavenly demonic dipper staff, then Guoming would probably be reduced to nothing. Those who had belittled Lin Yun earlier were dumbfounded and could no longer speak. Feng Zhang was especially quiet as he was basically slapped in the face. Senior brother Feng, that fat cat is pretty strong. Those who were standing beside Feng Zhang were dumbfounded. Humph! Feng Zhang's face was ugly as he glared at the disciple who spoke. He wasn't blind. How could he not tell that Guoming was instantly knocked unconscious? Immediately, the disciple who spoke up smiled awkwardly because they knew they shouldn't have said anything. Why is his pet so terrifying? Many core disciples felt great pressure when they looked at Lin Yun. Now, their eyes were flashing with envy because they found out that Lil Red had a Dracope bloodline. Such a pet was rare even in ancient barren domain. Lin Yun, you're shameless. You're taking it too far. Junior brother Gua clearly wanted to test you out. So why did you send your pet out to fight? Are you even a man? You don't dare to fight personally? Your pet is too ruthless. Senior brother Gua clearly wanted a friendly spar with you. How shameless! When everyone recovered from their shock, they immediately looked at Lin Yun with indignance. But they were terrified when they were glared at by Lil Red, who had turned into its Dracope form. This made Lin Yun grin. Sorry about that. This pet of mine isn't too intelligent. Don't speak so loudly or I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop it from killing you guys. Seeing the innocent smile on Lin Yun's face, the crowd felt hopeless. Right at this moment, someone mustered his courage and spoke out. You're too much of a bully to rely on your pet to fight senior brother Gua. Sorry about that, but didn't the sect master tell you guys clearly? I'm here to bully all of you. Lin Yun smiled. Everyone in the fleeting cloud sword sect was arrogant and prideful because they were swordsmen. However, they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Yun. Naturally, the crowd was enraged and wanted to trample on Lin Yun. Right at this moment, four people stood up and looked at Lin Yun. All four of them were wearing the uniform of inner disciples and their cultivation was in the seventh soul heavenly soul realm. Standing together, their combined boundless sword intent felt like the size of a mountain range. Zhang Sun, Chao Zian, Wang Peng, Lu Feng. The four announced their names, which caused many people to exclaim. When it came to the inner disciples, they were in the top 10 since they all reached the spiritual sword intent over a year ago. On top of that, they even reached greater mastery 6 months ago. They were quickly rising in fame in the fleeting cloud sword sect due to their strength, and everyone knew that they would be promoted to core disciples within a year. When the elders saw this scene, they sighed in relief. Any one of the four could easily suppress Lin Yun. It was guaranteed that they would prevent the fleeting Cloud Sword sect from turning into a laughingstock. If you think that we're taking advantage of you based on our cultivation, you can pick one of us to fight with you. We're inner disciples, and we believe that we have the qualification to fight you. Don't you agree? All four of them had gazes as sharp as swords when they spoke. Barely, but the four of you better come at once, or else you will lose terribly. Lin Yun smiled. In the next second, the four of them unleashed their spiritual sword, intent with rage flashing across their eyes. Instantly, the atmosphere became intense. None of the four could be considered a pushover, and anyone who offended them would be destroyed. There's a limit to how arrogant you can be. Chao Zian made the first move and disappeared. Shortly after, a radiating sword ray flashed, which showed how unbelievably fast Chao Zian was. But when Lin Yun stretched his hand out, the sword ray on Chao Zian suddenly disappeared. He pushed his palm out and sent Chao Zian flying, without giving the latter a chance to get close. Landing on the ground, Chao Zian let out a groan and threw up a mouthful of blood. No one could believe that Chao Zian was defeated by Lin Yun with only one palm. Even if Chao Zian wasn't serious, Lin Yun was a little too unbelievably strong. The remaining three exclaimed as they looked at Lin Yun with unconcealable shock. I already told you all. I'm here to bully you. Since the four of you aren't happy about that, I'll just have to beat you all up. Lin Yun smiled and pounced on the four of them. He unleashed an immense pressure that made the four inner disciples feel like they were suffocating. The four inner disciples drew their swords without any hesitation and clashed with Lin Yun. Even if the four of them had given it their all, they could barely put up a fight before Lin Yun. Moon aroma. Cloud dispelling sun. Lin Yun threw two punches out that unleashed a moon and sun. When he threw his punches out, the four inner disciples spit up blood. Then their swords fell to the ground. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect isn't that impressive after all. Lin Yun tapped his foot on the ground and retreated. His performance was making the disciples mad. Earlier, they were able to invalidate Lin Yun's win because he relied on Lil Red's power. However, it seemed like Lin Yun really had legitimate strength. He basically proved them wrong and slapped their faces. Although Lin Yun was arrogant, he had a reason to be. He completely crushed the four rising stars without much effort. Of course, it was nothing to him since he was able to face 10 realm suns at once. He wasn't joking when he said that he was here to bully everyone. Since they wanted to mess with him, he was going to crush them. You think there's no one in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect? A cold snort sounded out as a slender figure walked out of the crowd. He was donned in black clothes that made him look like a sharp sword. Senior Brother Wu is here. A commotion broke out because Wu Kuan, who was known for his obsession with swords, was stepping up. His cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of the seventh soul heavenly soul realm, and he had several demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans. He was an aloof person who paid attention to nothing else aside from the sword. To date, he was recognized as the strongest among the inner disciples. His appearance also made fear flash across the eyes of many core disciples because they knew that he was a ruthless person. Even Yi Xilan was shocked by Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan could have become a core disciple long ago, but he had sworn that he wouldn't step into the Empyrean realm if he didn't have the Sky Sword intent. So his spiritual sword intent had long reached complete mastery and was even more terrifying than many core disciples. Wu Kuan merely waved his sword, which flew over and stabbed the ground. Many people's eyes lit up because Lin Yun didn't draw his sword to defeat the four inner disciples. So Wu Kuan also wasn't going to use his sword. You're strong, but you're nothing in my eyes, Wu Kuan said before he took a step forward. Dense sword rays flew out of his body as his sword aura began to rise violently with every step he took. After 7 steps, he began to look like a sword ray himself. Is this spiritual sword intent at complete mastery? Many people were shocked by the radiance Wu Kuan was giving off. You still have the chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you'll make it out alive. You have no idea how powerful my sword intent is, said Wu Kuan proudly. Then again, He had the qualification to be proud with his spiritual sword intent at complete mastery while under the age of 20. Why don't you take a step forward then? Lin Yun folded his arms together and looked at Wu Kuan with a playful smile. His arrogance made everyone sneer. They couldn't wait for him to get hit by Wu Kuan. I apologize in advance. But just when Wu Kuan was about to raise his head, he realized in fear that he couldn't move a single muscle. It felt as though his sword intent had bumped into a wall. He moved his eyes to look at Lin Yun, who was wearing a playful smile. Lin Yun's gaze was suffocating. Although Wu Kuan had already pushed his sword intent to the limit, he still couldn't take another step forward. Looking at Lin Yun again, fear began to loom over his heart. The other disciples also noticed something unusual about this situation. After all, Wu Kuan only needed to take another step forward to unleash all of his sword aura. Why was he standing still? Even Yi Xiling was also surprised as she tried to get a better look at what was going on. Feng Zhang's face also changed as he began to wonder why Wu Kuan couldn't do a thing to Lin Yun. The stalemate made many disciples in the Flying Cloud Palace nervous and confused at the same time. What's wrong? Why don't you take a few steps towards me? Lin Yun smiled and took a step forward. Instantly, the sword ray coming from Wu Kuan began to dim down. Wu Kuan quickly retreated as Lin Yun silently took another step forward. Just like that, Lin Yun continued to walk forward while Wu Kuan walked backwards. It was a confusing scene for the crowd. After Lin Yun took 7 steps out, the sword ray from Wu Kuan was so dim that it basically had no more light. Unable to bear with the pressure any longer, Wu Kuan threw up a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees. What was that you were saying? I'm nothing in your eyes. Lin Yun waved his hand as his boundless sword aura turned into a violent gale that sent Wu Kuan flying. When Wu Kuan fell to the ground, no one dared to look down on Lin Yun anymore. Lin Yun's gaze was filled with arrogance as he said, I'll make everyone angry if I don't have any strength to receive what's mine. So I want to know, which one of you is feeling jealous? Come fight me if you dare. Lin Yun's style was the same as when he suppressed the Realm Sons. If he wanted, he could have killed all of the Realm Sons, so he was basically toying with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. However, he wasn't going to hold back. Otherwise, he would be doing a disservice to his experience in the heavenly path. In the past year, he had experienced many life and death situations. Many people hit rock bottom, but he was one of the only ones who got back up and shined brightly in the final battle. He even became the champion of the 9th heavenly path. The pain and hardship he had gone through wasn't something these people could understand. Lin Yun had already retracted his sword aura, but Wu Kuan was still on his knees, staring off into space. He couldn't believe that he lost so terribly in his sword intent. Sky sword intent? Suddenly, Wu Kuan thought of something and looked at Lin Yun. He believed that he was around the same age as Lin Yun. Although he was better in terms of cultivation, it seemed like his sword intent was lacking. Wu Kuan would never have guessed that Lin Yun grasped the sky sword intent. After all, the elders who grasped sky sword intent in the fleeting cloud sword sect could be counted on one hand. Even among the core disciples, only 2 people managed to grasp sky sword intent after reaching the Empyrean realm. But their sky sword intent wasn't even in lesser mastery. So no one knew better than Wu Kuan of how difficult it was to grasp sky sword intent before reaching the Empyrean realm. But it seemed like Lin Yun had grasped sky sword intent before reaching the Empyrean realm. Wu Kuan was shocked by his speculation, but he didn't dare to believe it. Senior brother, didn't you say that he didn't even make it onto the white ranking? A core disciple beside Feng Zhang asked in disbelief. Feng Zhang's face was ugly. After all, he was the one who spread the rumors that Lin Yun didn't make it onto the white ranking. Back then, when he humiliated Lin Yun, there were many core disciples in attendance. So today they were watching Feng Zhang eat his words. After all, someone who wasn't even on the white ranking was sweeping through the fleeting cloud sword sect. Seeing that no one was uttering a word, Lin Yun smiled. No one is speaking up? It looks like everyone has no objections about me becoming a core disciple and ascending the Sword Saint Mountain. This is boring. I'm a reasonable person, so I'll listen to any single one of you. Speak up. Don't hold it in. Lin Yun's words made all the disciples want to throw up blood. but there was nothing they could do with Wu Kuan on his knees. If they could, they would have given Lin Yun a beating by now. All of them were grinding their teeth, but none of them could do a thing. Humph! Yiziling's eyes flashed with rage. If the sect master didn't give her any instruction beforehand, she would have taught Lin Yun a lesson by now. As for the other disciples, their eyes were also flashing with unwillingness. However, none of them stood up because of their cultivation. As Empyreans, it would mean nothing even if they won. Furthermore, they knew that the sect master wouldn't be happy about it. So there was nothing he could do to Lin Yun. "Thank you. From now on, we're all brothers," said Lin Yun while cupping his hands towards everyone. He didn't care about the identity of a core disciple, but he was interested in Sword Saint Mountain. He wanted to find out what secrets it held. "Sect Master, there's something I'd like to say." Right at this moment, Feng Zhang stood out and cupped his hands at the sect master. The sect master merely glanced at them and replied, "Speak. Didn't you hear what he said? It's not good to bear it all in." Yes. Feng Zhang was initially uneasy when he spoke out, but when he heard the sect master, he speculated that the sect master also wasn't happy about Lin Yun. A core disciple is finally going to make a move. None of the disciples could accept the fact that the Empyreans were sitting idly by. However, it made sense because Empyreans had no place against a heavenly soul realm. So for a split moment, everyone's gazes fell onto Feng Zhang. What is he going to do? Wang Yurua asked uneasily, worried that Feng Zhang would be shameless. "Let's just keep watching." Yiziling frowned because she had been unhappy with Feng Zhang for a while now. Feng Zhang came prepared and smiled. "I have no objections about promoting him as a core disciple. However, I can't say the same about the Sword Saint Mountain quota. I feel that he doesn't have that qualification." His words made many core disciples light up in agreement. It wouldn't matter to them if Lin Yun became a core disciple because they were already core disciples. So having another core disciple wouldn't affect them. But they were concerned with the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. "That's right," said Yiziling. Seeing Yiziling agree, Wang Yurua couldn't help becoming uneasy. After all, Lin Yun had agreed to help her, and he was only qualified to help her because he went slaughtered his way through the heavenly path. Naturally, it was the same reason why he could suppress the disciples in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. "Brat, a core disciple of my sect says that you aren't qualified for the quota. Why don't you give up on the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain?" The sect master raised his eyebrow and looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile, but his words made Lin Yun curse inwardly. Wearing a mocking smile, Lin Yun replied, "How shameless for an Empyrean to compete with me. I have to admit that I'm not as shameless as your core disciple. I'll give up on it then, along with becoming a core disciple. After all, I'm not as shameless as someone else here." Lin Yun was arrogant, but he wasn't arrogant enough to challenge Empyreans, at least not right now. If he faced an Empyrean realm, he would have to reveal a lot of his trump cards to maintain undefeated. So since Feng Zhang's cultivation was higher, he would have low odds of winning. Lin Yun's ridiculing tone made everyone feel terrible. But Feng Zhang was even more shameless. Even the other core disciples had shame on their faces because they also thought that it wasn't appropriate for an Empyrean to face someone in the heavenly soul realm. Buet Feng Zhang had no fear and smiled. "If you're willing to give me the quota, then, of course, I can accept it." Face was nothing to Feng Zhang as long as he could ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. Plus, he felt that he was a lot more qualified than Lin Yun. "He's too much." Wang Yurua's face turned red with her fists clenched together. Even Yiziling was sneering inwardly because Feng Zhang was simply shameless. Even the other core disciples distanced themselves from him. "Feng Zhang, do you want any face?" The sect master suddenly spoke out. Feng Zhang's heart trembled. If he could, he really wanted to say that he didn't want any face because it was nothing compared to ascending the Sword Saint Mountain. However, he could sense the warning in the sect master's tone. "Face is nothing. You can forsake it, but I can't. Do you want to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain?" "Sure, make him give it out," said the sect master with a smile. Feng Zhang rolled his eyes before he had an idea and looked at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to the heavenly soul realm. As long as you can last 10 moves in my hands, I won't compete with you anymore. He initially wanted to say 3 moves, but he changed to 10 after recalling how strong Lin Yun was. With a smile, Feng Zhang continued, then again, I also won't use my Holy Spirit martial technique to bully you. Looks like the disciples in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect are really kind. All of you say that you won't bully me. But since you're courting humiliation, I don't mind fulfilling this small wish of yours, smiled Lin Yun. You're really sharp with your words, but I won't punish you just because I'm an Empyrean, smiled Feng Zhang. He didn't care about Lin Yun's words because he would soon obtain the chance to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. After all, Lin Yun had agreed to his challenge. Although Feng Zhang was a little shameless, his strength was still widely recognized. So no one expected that Lin Yun would actually agree to it without any hesitation. Junior brother Yun, senior brother Feng is in the pinnacle star stage. You have to be careful. Wang Yuruo transmitted her voice to Lin Yun, to which Lin Yun smiled. The Empyrean realm had 3 stages, the star, galaxy, and astral stages. Since Feng Zhang was in the pinnacle star stage, he could reach the galaxy stage at any time. Even among the core disciples, this was a great achievement. But to Lin Yun, Feng Zhang was courting humiliation if he wanted to fight while suppressing his cultivation. All of the fleeting Cloud Sword sects were surprised that Lin Yun would agree to the challenge. But Lin Yun had a great reason. He was unhappy with Feng Zhang, so he was going to punish him. So what if he had to face an Empyrean? Was that impressive? The crowd looked at Lin Yun with renewed impressions. It didn't matter if it was the Kunlun realm, profound amber realm, or the brutal heavenly path, experts were respected. Naturally, Lin Yun's strength had won their approval. Even though there were a lot of people unhappy with Lin Yun, his courage to accept Feng Zhang's challenge had won their approval. On the other hand, they all felt that Feng Zhang was a little too shameless. Not only was he going to challenge Lin Yun as an Empyrean, but he even planned to take Lin Yun's quota. If the sect master hadn't said anything, he would have been fine with acting shamelessly. Junior brother Lin, we're in agreement then. I'll suppress my cultivation to the heavenly soul realm, and I'll consider you the winner if you can last 10 moves. Then again, I'll also consider my loss if you can force me to use my Empyrean realm cultivation. But if you lose, you'll accept the outcome, right? Feng Zhang smiled. Of course, replied Lin Yun. A cold light flashed through Feng Zhang's eyes. To keep things fair, I also won't use my Holy Spirit martial technique. You can go ahead and use it. It doesn't really matter to me, smiled Lin Yun. Hearing that, Feng Zhang began to sneer inwardly. He couldn't wait to see the expression Lin Yun would make after losing. With a smile, Feng Zhang looked at the sect master. Sect master, please announce the battle. Now that the bet was established, no one would say a word about the outcome. Many inner disciples were unhappy when they saw this scene, but the core disciples weren't too affected by it. At the very least, the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain wouldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. If Lin Yun obtained the qualification to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain, they would naturally feel terrible. This is the last fight, said the sect master as he emitted a terrifying aura. His words let everyone know that the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain was about to be decided. In jealousy, all of the core disciples stared at Feng Zhang. Can junior brother Yun make it through this? Wang Yuruo whispered. Impossible, replied Yi Xiling. Her temperament was similar to the sect master, but she had traces of pride and stubbornness in her pupils. In reality, she was also qualified to be prideful because she was one of the 2 who had grasped Sky Sword intent. Junior brother Lin, sorry about that. Feng Zhang smiled as he emitted a terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, his aura dropped to the pinnacle of the 7th soul heavenly soul realm. Compared to Wu Kuan, his aura was a lot stronger because of his foundation as an Empyrean. Sensing the aura, many inner disciples were shocked. Then, they were surprised again by the demonic astral flowers that flew out of Feng Zhang's body. Feng Zhang's changes summoned a violent gale that caused lightning to streak across the horizon. His aura was still basically at the Empyrean level. All the core disciples sneered at Lin Yun when they saw this. After all, Feng Zhang represented core disciples like them, and it would be weird if he couldn't deal with someone like Lin Yun. Haha. Sorry about that, brat. I'm not talented and only managed to plant 10 demonic astral flowers in my aura oceans when I was in the heavenly soul realm. This isn't fair for you, but nothing is fair in the world. Feng Zhang wore a smug face and even addressed Lin Yun as a brat. Feng Zhang not only wanted to win, but he wanted to completely crush Lin Yun. Lin Yun dares to say that no one worthy is in the fleeting cloud sword sect. Then who am I? Feng Zhang waved his hand and summoned a sword into his hand. He brought out his Dao artifact that further increased his aura. First, firmament-shaking wind. With a sword flash, a violent gale tore apart the clouds with countless bolts of lightning flashing everywhere. Many disciples instantly recognized it as the wind manipulation sword technique that only core disciples were qualified to practice. Clearly, Feng Zhang had reached greater mastery in it. Lin Yun was surprised because it looked like he had underestimated the fleeting cloud sword sect's foundation. He could tell that the sword technique was strong, but that was all there was to it. He was confident that none of the core disciples could defeat him in the heavenly soul realm. If Xialing had a tiny chance of beating Lin Yun, there was no hope for Feng Zhang. Just when Lin Yun was about to be devoured by the violent gale, he threw out a casual punch. Instantly, Feng Zhang's attack was shattered. No one expected Lin Yun to deal with Feng Zhang's attack so easily. On the other hand, the elders on the stage lit up with excitement. What powerful attainment in the sword! They could naturally tell that Lin Yun had relied on his powerful attainment in the sword to find the flaw in Feng Zhang's attack. It might seem simple, but it required high attainment in the sword, deep comprehension, and very keen eyes. If Lin Yun had made a single mistake, he would have been killed. Clearly, his confidence surprised the elders. Doesn't seem impressive after all. Lin Yun raised his brow and gave Feng Zhang a smile. Hearing Lin Yun's response, Feng Zhang snorted coldly. Let me see how long you can last for. Wind manipulating lightning. Swinging his sword out again, Feng Zhang's attack roared like a ferocious beast, while the lightning made his face look sinister. When his sword descended, the lightning rumble made everyone's soul tremble. Lin Yun merely smiled in response before he executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations. Leaving afterimages in his tracks, he reached out with his hand, unleashed a dragon roar, and casually swiped his fingers across the air. Afterwards, the phenomenon manifested by Feng Zhang's sword technique instantly crumbled. Wave-riding wind. Feng Zhang's face grew darker as he stabbed his sword out. With every second that his sword pierced through space, a storm grew stronger around his sword. When his attack arrived in front of Lin Yun, his sword ruthlessly targeted Lin Yun's forehead. The crowd roared in anticipation. Simultaneously, Wang Yuruo covered her mouth while her face turned pale. Yi Xiling also locked her brows together because she felt that Feng Zhang was trying a little too hard to take Lin Yun's life. As for the other core disciples, they didn't say a word. They believed that Lin Yun's arrogance deserved death by Feng Zhang's sword. For Feng Zhang, he felt humiliated that Lin Yun easily resolved his attacks twice in a row. So since Lin Yun was courting death, he would respond in kind. Good. But contrary to his expectation, Lin Yun had no trace of fear on his face. Lin Yun merely raised his brow before he smiled and joined his hands together. Then, his boundless sword intent soared towards the sky. Something bizarre took place as Feng Zhang's sword suddenly slowed down in front of Lin Yun. It was like Feng Zhang was moving in slow motion as Lin Yun tilted his body to avoid the attack. Then, Lin Yun smiled and flicked his finger, causing Feng Zhang's sword to bend. As soon as this happened, his palms started to bleed. Feng Zhang was shocked because he never expected the attack he was so confident in to be resolved so easily. Even the core disciples and elders began to exclaim. Lin Yun was resolving Feng Zhang's attacks masterfully. Lin Yun found the flaws in Feng Zhang's attacks the first 2 times, but this time his sword completely surpassed Feng Zhang's sword. Feng Zhang wants to create an insurmountable wave? I'll just make an even higher one. Everyone could tell that Lin Yun wasn't proficient in the realm of water and that his method was a little crude. Then again, He had forcibly created a gigantic wave with his sword intent that was larger than Feng Zhang's wave. So the core disciples were impressed. However, the outer and inner disciples couldn't tell how profound Lin Yun's flick was, so they weren't as impressed. Resolving 3 of Zhang's attacks was the same as slapping him 3 times on the face. So Feng Zhang's face flushed from anger and his attacks became even more ferocious. Now, his wind-manipulating sword technique was exhibiting more power. However, Lin Yun continued to casually fend off Feng Zhang's attacks in an elegant manner. No matter how ferocious Feng Zhang got, he was unsuccessful. Feng Zhang's face became twisted as he threw up blood from his failed attacks. At this moment, the core disciples took pity on Feng Zhang. They felt bad that Lin Yun was ruthlessly embarrassing Feng Zhang in front of all the disciples. Finally, Lin Yun easily resolved Feng Zhang's last attack. With that, he landed on the ground while drawing everyone's attention. "Senior brother Feng, that was 10 moves," smiled Lin Yun. "So what?" Feng Zhang's face changed, but he didn't want to admit defeat. "Nothing much. I have a flick that I'd like you to experience." "Tell me what you think about it," smiled Lin Yun. When he was done, the 24 demonic astral flowers in his body began to light up as he reached out with his right hand. At the same time, the iris flower in his violet palace began to revolve with light before boundless sword intent poured into his arm and fingers. Then he touched his middle finger to his thumb. At the same time, a colossal iris flower bloomed behind Lin Yun with flowers that fell to the ground to create a sea of flames. With the 3 layers of flowers and 24 demonic astral flowers, no one questioned Lin Yun's capability as a peerless talent. The grace Lin Yun displayed shocked everyone, including Yi Xiling. All of the core disciples who were unhappy with Lin Yun were speechless. They began to wonder if Lin Yun was still human. After all, he had 24 demonic astral flowers when he was only in the 6th soul heavenly soul realm. Yi Xiling scrunched her brows together with confusion because Lin Yun's talent was a little too terrifying. Lin Yun basically had 2 times the demonic astral flowers that Feng Zhang had. Now, Feng Zhang started to look like a clown. It was especially apparent as Lin Yun's secret technique gathered an unimaginable amount of sword intent. There was no doubt in Yi Xiling's mind that Lin Yun's secret technique would be unstoppable in the Empyrean realm. As these thoughts began to flash in Yi Xiling's mind, deep fear flashed in her eyes. As for Feng Zhang, his face had turned pale. He was enveloped in deep fear from Lin Yun's 24 demonic astral flowers and his secret attack. He knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack unless he brought out his cultivation in the Empyrean realm. Without any hesitation, he tried to retreat, but he was being restricted in place. There was no way he could avoid this attack. When the radiance accumulating in Lin Yun's fingers reached its limit, he flicked his finger. Instantly, a brilliance that made the world lose its luster began to resonate with a sword hum. The entire flying cloud palace began to tremble violently while Feng Zhang knelt on the ground. His clothes were tattered, his hair was scattered, and his body was covered in wounds. The crowd watched in horror as Feng Zhang faced the attack. After all, Feng Zhang wasn't able to injure Lin Yun even with 10 moves. So it was baffling that a core disciple would be pushed to such desperate straits. Lin Yun was impressed that Feng Zhang was capable of withstanding the attack while keeping his cultivation in the heavenly soul realm. "It seems like 24 demonic astral flowers isn't that impressive," said Feng Zhang with disdain. "Why don't you stand up then? Why are you kneeling?" Lin Yun smiled. "Humph." Feng Zhang snorted and tried to stand up, but he threw up blood instead. A few seconds later, he threw up even more blood. However, he was starting to stand, which confused the crowd. It was clear by now that Feng Zhang had lost the qualification to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. So they didn't understand why he was struggling. "It's been 10 moves. You lost," said Lin Yun coldly. "Did you force me to bring out my full cultivation?" "I don't think so. I'm done yet." Feng Zhang wore a sinister expression and unleashed immense pressure from his body. In the next second, he let out a roar and a ferocious demonic vulture appeared behind him. A commotion broke out once Feng Zhang resorted to using his Holy Spirit martial technique. After all, only Empyreans could cultivate Holy Spirit martial techniques, which made them invincible against the heavenly soul realm. Unless Lin Yun also uses a Holy Spirit martial technique, there is no way he can withstand this attack. But he's only in the heavenly soul realm, so it's hopeless. Senior brother Feng, you're going against your words, Wang Yurui yelled. Ha ha. Feng Zhang laughed. I'm not going against my words. Didn't someone say back then that it didn't matter? The crowd stopped speaking once they heard that. Feng Zhang was correct. Lin Yun did say that. Then again, it was still shameless for him to use a Holy Spirit martial technique against someone in the heavenly soul realm. At this moment, Feng Zhang had completely thrown away all face for the quota to ascend the Sword Saint Mountain. When Wang Yurua heard that, she had no way to respond. She couldn't refute Feng Zhang's words, which made her mad. Lin Yun, you can still admit defeat. Otherwise, who knows what will happen after I use my Holy Spirit martial technique. Relying on the terrifying pressure from the demonic vulture behind him, Feng Zhang's already shattered sword aura gathered again. Junior brother Yun, don't listen to him. He's just being shameless, Wang Yurua yelled out anxiously. However, Lin Yun winked at her and then turned to Feng Zhang with a smile. Naturally, I said you could use a Holy Spirit martial technique. But if I remember correctly, you said you would admit defeat if I could endure 10 of your attacks. So what? You're the one who said that I can use my Holy Spirit martial technique, and I didn't use it in my previous 10 moves. Feng Zhang said calmly as he was already determined to carry out this fight to the very end. Senior brother Feng is right. Lin Yun did say that, and we can all attest to it. The core disciples who had a close relationship with Feng Zhang spoke out. You still have the chance to change your mind. Otherwise, who knows if you'll still be alive after senior brother Feng uses his Holy Spirit martial technique. Another core disciple sneered. The crowd was upset because they didn't think the fight would develop like this. It seemed like the core disciples were determined to stand against Lin Yun. Feng Zhang wore a smirk as the disciples took his side. Lin Yun, what do you have to say? You're right. There's nothing I can say when an Empyrean decides to be shameless, sneered Lin Yun after a brief silence. Lin Yun's words made Feng Zhang's face even more sour. After all, Feng Zhang brought out his Holy Spirit martial technique. Enraged, Feng Zhang flew towards Lin Yun with his Holy Spirit. Lin Yun, I'll show you why Empyreans can't be humiliated. A terrifying black light swept out from the demonic vulture that made the sky turn dark. Feng Zhang pushed his Holy Spirit martial technique to the limit, which was impossible for a heavenly soul realm to withstand. Retreat! Many inner disciples were scared that they would be implicated by the power of the Holy Spirit. Empyreans can't be humiliated? That's the first time I've heard that. Lin Yun smiled and a golden crow flew out of his body, instantly shredding the dark clouds. But Lin Yun didn't stop there as a silver phoenix flew out of his body. Divine solar lunar fist, heaven and earth, unite. Lin Yun soared into the sky with both the sun and moon in his hands before throwing a punch. Instantly, Feng Zhang's Holy Spirit was destroyed, causing him to go flying. But Lin Yun's Holy Spirits didn't stop despite Feng Zhang crashing into the ground. At this moment, Feng Zhang unleashed his full cultivation with a roar. But even so, he still took several steps backwards to stabilize himself. As for Lin Yun, he hovered in the sky with his hands behind him and 2 Holy Spirits circling him. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yun in a daze. So it turned out that Lin Yun also knew a Holy Spirit martial technique. However, Lin Yun's technique had 2 spirits. Looking down at Feng Zhang from the sky, Lin Yun sneered. Senior brother Feng, didn't you say something about an Empyrean who cannot be humiliated? Feng Zhang's face alternated between red and white because he knew that he had lost terribly since he brought out his cultivation in the Empyrean realm. There was nothing he could say anymore. As for the other core disciples, they exchanged shocked gazes. They couldn't believe what kind of monster Lin Yun was.